Born as Princess Sophie of Anhalt-Zerbst in 1729, Catherine the Great rose to prominence following her husband Peter III's overthrow in a coup, eventually becoming Empress of Russia in 1762. Her reign, one of the longest in Russian history, was characterized by a major restructuring of the Russian legal and administrative systems, as well as large-scale territorial expansion. Enlightenment principles were also adopted by Catherine, who in fact communicated with many of the great thinkers of her day, including Voltaire, and promoted education, the arts, and the sciences. Russia became more powerful and centralized under her leadership, annexing more territory in parts of Poland and even Alaska, as well as expanding its empire to encompass Crimea. But her domestic programs, like as the Charter to the Nobility and attempts to codify laws, greatly improved Russia's government. In spite of her progressive changes, Catherine's reign was marked by tighter restrictions on the serfdom and severe suppression of uprisings like the Pugachev Rebellion, which ultimately contributed to civil unrest. But the legacy of Catherine is indeed a complicated synthesis of authoritarian rule and progressive thought that ultimately helped Russia become one of Europe's superpowers. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Hello to the newcomers, and it's good to see those returning once again. As always, supporting the channel is easy. Just enjoy it. And if you want to just move that mouse up to the like and subscribe button, that will tell YouTube to tell other people to enjoy it. And other than that, well, why don't we just get started? Deep breaths, and let's get nice and relaxed. It's going to be a very, very long one, a video that's been requested for quite some time. So let's get into it. In the province of Pomerania, the Kingdom of Prussia, on May the 2nd, 1729, Catherine Sophia Augusta Frederica von Anhalt-Zerbst-Dornberg was born. And don't worry, for both of our sanity, we won't be using her full name after this, but it's important that we mention it. Now, Joanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp was her mother. Her father, Prince Christian August of Anhalt-Zerbst, was a member of the Anhalt reigning German dynasty. In his function as governor of the city of Stettin, he had the status of a Prussian general at the time of his daughter's birth. But he also failed to become the Duke of the Duchy in Courland and Semigalia. Nevertheless, her mother's brother ascended to the Swedish throne, and two of her first cousins, Gustav I and Charles XIII, became kings of Sweden as a result of her second cousin Peter III's conversion to Orthodox Christianity. That is the same Christianity that the Russians remain, for the most part. Well, she was mostly tutored by a French governess, and acquired her education from her parents as was customary for Germany's royal families. And apparently she had become such a proficient swordswoman. She was also seen as quite a tomboy, according to her memoirs. And in general, it was not really a particularly interesting childhood for her. Well, despite being born a princess, her family was not wealthy. Instead, her mother Joanna's rich relatives, who were also related to the royal family, supported her ascent to prominence. A highly competitive political structure resulted from the more than 300 sovereign states that made up the Holy Roman Empire, many of which, by the way, were small and quite weak. The different princely families battled for advantages over each other, and frequently in diplomatic ways, political marriages, things like this. Well, one of the finest ways for tiny German royal families to further their interests was through such an opportune marriage. So, through her early years, Catherine, or Sophie as she is referred to in those times, was prepared to marry a strong leader in order to elevate her family's status. Now, apart from her native German, she was also acquiring fluency in French, which was the common language among the European aristocracy during the 18th century, of course, supplanted by English later. Well, the young Catherine was schooled according to the norm for a German princess in this time, with a focus on French, Lutheran theology, and of course, good manners, because that's how you win the best husband, right? Well, when Catherine was 10 years old in 1739, she made the acquaintance of her future spouse, Peter III of Russia, who was actually her second cousin. Far be it for me to judge other people's lifestyle choices. Well, later in her writing, she had said that she found Peter to be actually quite repugnant from the very beginning, and that she stayed at one end of the castle, while Peter stayed at the opposite. Among the things that she did not like about him was his reportedly fair skin, too pale and sickly looking. But the main problem was his alcoholism. Certainly breaking stereotypes, Peter III, isn't he? Well, it leads us to talk about the Lopukina scandal, in which Count Jean Armand de Lestoc and King Frederick the Great of Prussia participated actively, and it had an impact on Sophie's selection as the Tsar's future wife. Remember, I'm sometimes going to use those names interchangeable, Sophie and Catherine, so do not get confused. It's just an earlier name to refer to her. Now, the goals of this scandal were to topple the Chancellor, Alexei Bestezev-Lyumin, who was recognized as a supporter of the Austrian alliance and whom the Russian Empress Elizabeth was depending on, and to fortify the friendship between Prussia and Russia while decreasing the power of Austria. The participation of Joanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp, Sophie's mother, had a major role in the diplomatic intrigue's failure, and it did fail. Now, Joanna is portrayed in historical records as a cold and violent queen who enjoyed court intrigues and was constantly gossiping and causing trouble. Joanna's desire for fame was fueled by her daughter's potential to become the Empress of Russia. But she also enraged Elizabeth, who eventually forbade her from entering the nation on grounds that she was reportedly spying for King Frederick, which is a very easy accusation to make but very difficult to prove. So Elizabeth was well acquainted with the family and had planned to wed Charles Augustus, who was the brother of Joanna. Well, prior to the wedding in 1727, he passed away. Smallpox. Bad luck. Pretty common way to go back then. Well, Elizabeth developed a deep affection for Sophie, in spite of Joanna's meddling, and Sophie and Peter were eventually married in 1745. Took a while to get there, but yeah, eventually they got there. Now, at the age of 15, she traveled to Russia. This was 1744, and she made absolutely every effort she could to gain the favor of Elizabeth and her husband, Alexei Razumovsky, and the Russian people as a whole, trying to win the hearts and minds. Well, she even studied the Russian language, staying up late in her bedroom to review her lessons. She contracted pneumonia, however, as a result of staying up so late in the bitter Russian winter, but she did make a full recovery. She actually said in her memoirs that at the time she decided to believe whatever was required of her in order to be eligible to hold the throne, and to take whatever necessary action. Well, despite her ability to pick up Russian, she did have quite a strong accent, and she made certain grammatical mistakes when she spoke, frequently misspelling her words in her writing. But if you've ever studied Russian, and you know about Russian grammar, well, you really need to give her a break about that. Russian grammar is a nightmare. It's up there with Polish and Czech. It's not very fun. Well, in her court, however, she spoke French most of the time. Now, actually, the Russian imperial court used French as its primary language until 1812, when the conflict with Napoleonic France made speaking French at court politically unacceptable for obvious reasons. Now, in her memoirs, Catherine recalled that she contracted a pleuritis immediately upon arriving in Russia. This was this pneumonia she had from studying too much, and it nearly killed her. But she attributed this survival to a very traditional treatment. Frequent bloodlettings, which are also called phlebotomies. She reportedly had 4 of them in one day. It's enough to make anybody dizzy. I don't know about you, but I'm not good with people taking blood from me. And I can think about it back then, how unpleasant that situation would be. Well, her mother's resistance to this custom earned her the wrath of the Empress. You see, Catherine's mother had her confess to a Lutheran priest when it appeared that her position was dire, yet 1 foot out the door. But when she awoke from this trance, she declared, "I want my Orthodox priest, not any Lutherans." That's one way to rebel against Mum, isn't it? The wrong kind of Christian, apparently. Well, she gained more favor with the Empress and her court as a whole as a result of this, so it may have been a PR move, but either way it worked. You can't argue with her. After that ordeal, Elizabeth loved Sophie, or Catherine, and thought of her basically like a daughter. Now, the devoted German Lutheran father of Sophie was against his daughter's conversion to Eastern Orthodoxy, for obvious reasons. Of course, you want to believe so hard in the religion, you don't want your daughter converting and becoming a heretic, right? Because we all know what happens to them, living or dead. Well, on June the 28th, 1744, she was admitted as a member of the Russian Orthodox Church, in spite of her parents' protests. and at this point, she finally adopted the new name, Catherine, making her, in all aspects, the namesake of Catherine I, Elizabeth's mother and Peter III's grandmother. New name, new life, new me. When a long-awaited dynastic marriage between Catherine and Peter ultimately took place in St. Petersburg the next year, on the 21st of August 1745, Catherine was 16 years old at the time. And guess what? Her father did not show up to the wedding. Takes a lot for a dad not to show up to his daughter's own wedding, especially when she's about to become the Empress of Russia. He must have been very, very disappointed in her conversion. Now, the groom, who was then known as Peter von Holstein-Gottorp, had been made the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp in 1739. Now, what exactly is Holstein-Gottorp? Well, it's a region in northwest Germany. It's kind of close to the border of Denmark. Of course, back then there was such fragmentation with these little regions. The Holy Roman Empire is a very, very complicated place. Well, was a very complicated place. Now, the young court lived in this palace of Oranienbaum for many years after the newlyweds moved in, and from there they oversaw the duchy in order to get experience in ruling Russia. The duchy covered less than a third of the present German state of Schleswig-Holstein, including the portion of Schleswig which is occupied by Denmark. Now, aside from that experience, the marriage did not work out, reportedly because of Peter III's mental immaturity. It was not consummated for years. Well, following Peter's affair, Catherine started seeing other notable members of the court, and she quickly gained popularity among a number of influential political factions hostile to her husband. Catherine, who was, of course, quite unhappy with her situation, started reading a lot of novels to deal with it, mostly in French. Her husband, however, had a little bit of more of a boring obsession with reading Lutheran prayer books, and also history and trial notes of highway robbers who had been hanged or broken upon the wheel. Everybody sort of thought he was a little bit weird for that. Now, she read Voltaire and other French Enlightenment philosophies for the first time during this period. Her interest in the literature of her chosen nation grew as she studied Russian too. Tacitus was the first intellectual she read who grasped power politics as they are, not as they should be, and it was his annals that in the end produced what she called a revolution in her young mind, and I don't blame her because Tacitus is fantastic. Now, his claim that people act for reasons other than their stated ideals particularly impacted her, teaching her to look for the hidden and interested motives behind actions. Think about that, huh? Well, Alexander Herzen, who edited a version of Catherine's memoir, states that, contrary to what Catherine later claimed, she had not yet completed her marriage to Peter when she had her first sexual encounter with Sergei Saltkov while residing at Oranienbaum. Now, however, Catherine would later bequeath her son, the future Paul I, the complete version of her memoirs, in which she had given an explanation for why Paul had been Peter's son. Pretty juicy stuff, huh? Well, Catherine intended to become empress herself and did not want another successor to the throne. However, Elizabeth blackmailed Peter and Catherine to create this heir. Saltykov was exploited to make Peter envious. So, both Peter and Catherine had participated in a military conspiracy in Russia in 1749 that sought to install Peter and Catherine as Elizabeth's replacement. Elizabeth probably intended to deny Catherine and Peter any claim to the Russian throne as a result of this conspiracy. Therefore, Elizabeth did not permit Catherine to have sexual relations with anyone until after Paul, the son of Peter and Catherine, had survived and seemed to be in good health. I've had it up to here with your rules. How constrictive. Well, following this, Catherine had numerous extramarital affairs with different men over the years. She made acquaintances with the sister of her husband's official mistress, Princess Ekaterina Vorontsova-Dashkova. Now, for those who lived in the palace, Peter III's temperament became quite intolerable. In fact, male slaves would hear him call out drills in the morning, and then they would join Catherine in her room to sing and dance until the small hours of the day. Anna, Catherine's second child, was born in 1759 and lived for a mere 14 months. Rest in peace, that's horrible, isn't it? Well, Peter was misled into thinking that he was not the child's biological father, due to multiple rumors about Catherine's promiscuity. He is reportedly to have exclaimed to her, "Go to the devil," when Catherine fiercely denied his allegation, which of course back then was a lot more of an offensive thing to say, not something to be blurted out lightly. So, she shielded from Peter's harsh nature by spending most of her time alone in her own boudoir. Catherine made a strong implication in the initial draft of her memoirs, which Hurston edited and published, the aforementioned Alexander Herzen, that Saltykov, not Peter, was her son Paul's biological father. In fact, there's a really interesting line in her memoirs, a quite upbeat one, and she said it prior to taking the throne, about her state of mind then. And this is from her memoirs. "I used to say to myself that happiness and misery depend on ourselves. If you feel unhappy, raise yourself above unhappiness, and so act that your happiness may be independent of all eventualities." That's pretty cool, huh? I like that. Well, following Elizabeth's death on January the 5th, 1672, which in some other time zones was December 25th, 1761, they're using different kinds of calendars, Peter became Emperor Peter III, and Catherine became Empress Consort. The newly constructed Winter Palace in St. Petersburg became home to the imperial couple. The same groups Catherine had fostered as supporters were turned against by the emperor and his policies and peculiarities, particularly in his deep respect for Frederick II of Prussia. You see, Russia and Prussia had engaged in combat in the 7 Years' War. That was between 1756 and 63. Yes, 63. And in 1761, the Russian forces had taken control of Berlin. Well, Frederick II lost most of the nobles' support because of Peter's backing. Frederick proposed splitting up Polish areas with Russia, and Peter put an end to Russian activities against Prussia. In addition to that, Peter mediated a disagreement concerning Schleswig province between the Duchy of Holstein and Denmark. He also organized a war against Denmark, Russia's longtime ally against Sweden, while serving as the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp. Well, just 6 months after ascending the throne, in July 1762, Peter stayed at Oranienbaum with his relatives and courtiers who were born in Holstein, while Catherine resided in a neighboring palace. Catherine received the news that one of her co-conspirators had been taken into custody by her estranged husband on the evening of July the 8th, 1762, and that the coup they had been preparing would have to happen immediately. So she left the palace, and the following day headed to the Izmailovsky regiment, where she gave a speech pleading with the soldiers to keep her safe from her husband. Following that, Catherine headed to the Semenovsky barracks with the Izmailovsky regiment, where the clergy was waiting to anoint her as the only heir to the Russian throne. So, as Catherine II, she commenced her rule as the Empress of Russia. Certainly off to a rough start, though. Oof. Well, she left no one to contest her rule after having her husband jailed and coerced into signing an abdication paper. 6 months after taking the throne, on July 17th, 1762, Peter III passed away in Ropsha, possibly at the hands of Alexei Orlov, the younger brother of Grigory Orlov, who was the court favorite and took part in the coup. This occurred 8 days after the coup that shocked the outside world, and it's said that Peter was assassinated, but we don't really know how he passed away. They did do an autopsy, though, and following the procedure, apoplexy, stroke, and a severe episode of a hemorrhoidal colic were determined to be the official causes. But, you know, who's writing the report? Well, we don't want to put our tinfoil hats on. Now, other possible contenders for the throne at the time, and there were a few of them, included Ivan VI, who was believed to be mad after being imprisoned at Schlüsselburg on Lake Ladoga since he was 6 months old, and I don't blame him for going mad with that. In fact, he only lived to about 24 years old. Not a very good life. Well, as part of a botched coup against Catherine, Ivan VI was slain while being attempted to set free. So too bad for him. Similar to Elizabeth before her, Catherine had issued explicit directives specifying that if Ivan was to be tried again, he was to be murdered. No more messing around. Another possible opponent was the woman who would subsequently be known as Princess Tarakanova, circa 1745 to 1775. Now, despite not being a member of the Romanov family, the ruling dynasty in Russia, Catherine's forebears were from the Rurik dynasty, which ruled Russia before the Romanovs did. While following the legal precedent set by Empress Catherine I, who had succeeded her husband Peter I in 1725, she succeeded her husband now as Empress Regent. But historians argue over whether Catherine was a legitimate usurper or a regent, and that the distinction was only made acceptable by her son, the Grand Duke Paul. Well, on September the 22nd, 1762, she was officially crowned at the Assumption Cathedral in Moscow. With her coronation came the creation of the imperial crown in Russia, which is one of the main treasures of the Romanov dynasty, fashioned by the French-Swiss court diamond jewelers Jeremy Pausier. Now the crown was made of 2 half-spheres, one made of silver and the other of gold, which stood for the Eastern and Western Roman empires respectively. They were split by a foliate garland and secured with a low hoop, drawing inspiration from the Byzantine style. Encrusted with 4,936 Indian diamonds and 75 pearls, the crown represents strength and power with its laurel and oak leaves, old symbolism. All Romanov rulers were crowned with the great imperial crown, starting in 1762, and continued until the monarchy was abolished in 1917. It is currently on exhibit in the Moscow Kremlin Armory Museum, and is one of the main artifacts of the Romanov dynasty. Perhaps we can all go and see it once the situation in the world calms down a little bit. But of course, to me, the real treasure is my dear subscribers. Love you all. Thank you. Now, in the course of her reign, Catherine added roughly 520,000 square kilometers, which is about 200,000 square miles, to the Russian Empire's borders, at the expense of 2 major powers, that being the Ottoman Empire and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. She also absorbed New Russia, Crimea, the North Caucasus, Right Bank Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Courland. Now, Catherine's foreign minister, Nikita Panin, had a significant impact right from the very start of her reign. The astute statesman Panin spent millions of rubles and a great deal of time establishing the Northern Accord between Sweden, Prussia, and Russia in order to challenge the influence of the Bourbon-Habsburg League. But Panin lost favor with Catherine when it became clear that the plan was simply just not going to work. And she had Ivan Osterman, who was in office between 1781 to 1797, take over his job. Early retirement. Well, in 1766, Catherine consented to a trade agreement with Great Britain, but refrained from forging a full military alliance. Despite seeing the advantages of friendship, Catherine was cautious about Britain's growing influence after winning the 7 Years' War, which put the balance of power in Europe in quite a bit of jeopardy. Now, during the Azov Wars, Peter the Great established himself in the south near the Black Sea. But after the Russo-Turkish Wars of 1768 to 1774, Catherine completed the conquest of the south, establishing Russia as the most powerful nation in the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire suffered some of its worst losses ever at the hands of Russia, notably at the Battle of Kargul, which was on the 21st of July 1770, and the Battle of Chesma, 5th to the 7th of July in the same year. You see, up to 20,000 captives for the Crimean slave trade were taken during the last significant Crimean Nogai slave expedition in 1769, which devastated the Russian-held lands in Ukraine. So, there was certainly a casus belli to get them back for that. And they did. Well, the Russians established the new cities of Odessa, Nikolaev, and Yekaterinoslav, which literally means the glory of Catherine, and also Kherson, in what is now southern Ukraine, thanks to their victories that gave them access to the Black Sea. The Russians were also granted territory at Azov, Kerch, Kinburn, and Yenikale, and the narrow stretch of the Black Sea coast between the rivers Dnieper and Bug by the Treaty of Kuchuk-Karniarka, which was signed on the 21st of July 1774. In addition, the treaty made Crimea a protectorate of Russia, abolished limitations on Russian naval and commercial activities in the Azov Sea, and gave Russia the authority to defend Orthodox Christians across the Ottoman Empire. Of course, they needed all the help they could get. Now, the Russian State Council declared in 1770 that it would support eventual Crimean independence. A Crimean Tatar named Sahin Giray was appointed by Catherine to manage the Crimean state and keep cordial ties with Russia. After numerous attempts to maintain his government with the use of financial assistance and military might, his time in power proved to be unsuccessful. In 1783, Catherine finally annexed Crimea. So the Russians took possession of the Crimean Khanate's palace. A triumphal procession led by Catherine in the Crimea in 1787 served as a catalyst for the outbreak of the Second Russo-Turkish War. In 1787, that same year, the Ottomans and Russians reopened hostilities. Following the Treaty of Jassy in 1792, which gave Russia legal title to the Crimean Peninsula and awarded Russia the Yeresan region. This war was yet another disaster for the Ottoman Empire. Too long didn't read. The Russians mopped the floor with the Ottomans, picked them up by the ankles, and just swished them around in the bucket, just mopped the floor with them completely. Too bad, so sad for them. Well, the winning streak had to end eventually for the Ottomans. Now, Russia promised to defend Georgia from future invasions and the political ambitions of their Persian suzerains in the Treaty of Georgievsk in 1783. Now, after Persia, under the new monarch Aga Muhammad Khan, had once more invaded Georgia and established authority in 1795, driving out the recently built Russian garrisons in the Caucasus, Catherine launched a fresh campaign against them in 1796. But overthrowing the anti-Russian Shah and installing his pro-Russian half-brother, Morteza Koli Khan, who had deserted to Russia as his successor, was the Russian government's ultimate objective. Now, most people assumed that the experienced general Ivan Gudovich would lead a 13,000-man Russian corps, but the Empress took the advice of her lover, Prince Zubov, and gave the command to his younger brother, Count Valerian Zubov. In April of 1796, Russian troops departed Kizlyar, and on May 21st they overran Derbent, a strategically important citadel. Zubov's army quickly captured the majority of present-day Azerbaijan by mid-June 1796, including its three main cities, Baku, which is the current capital, Shamarka, and Ganja. By November, they were positioned to launch an assault on Iran's mainland, at the meeting point of the Arax and Kura rivers. Paul I gave the order for the army to withdraw into Russia, apparently because he hated the idea that the Zubovs had other plans for the army. While the powerful Zubovs and other commanders involved in the campaign were enraged by this reversal, and became rather annoyed with Paul. Several of them would go on to be among the conspirators who planned Paul's murder 5 years later. Yes, they were that angry. Well, of course, Catherine didn't want to be overshadowed by all this. She yearned to be acknowledged as a wise ruler, not just somebody in the background. So she declined to allow a Russian force to occupy Germany and rejected the Duchy of Holstein-Gottorp, which contained ports on the Atlantic coast. Rather, she initiated for Russia the function that Britain subsequently performed for the majority of the 19th and early 20th centuries as a global peacemaker in conflicts that might or really did escalate into war. In 1778 to 79, with the War of the Bavarian Succession, she served as a mediator between Austria and Prussia, the two German powers, in order to protect neutral shipping from being searched by the British Royal Navy during the American Revolutionary War. She founded the League of Armed Neutrality in 1780. Now, from 1788 to 1790, Russia waged war on Sweden at the instigation of King Gustav III of Sweden, who was Catherine's cousin, who wanted to attack St. Petersburg directly and anticipated overpowering the Russian army, who was still fighting the Ottomans. However, in the tied Battle of Hoogland, July 1788, Russia's Baltic fleet blocked the Royal Swedish Navy, and the Swedish army was simply unable to advance. In 1788, Denmark and Sweden went to war. That was called the Theatre War, by the way. The two parties signed the Treaty of Varala on August 14, 1790, confirming the Treaty of Abo and returning all acquired lands to their respective owners following the Russian fleet's crushing defeat in the Battle of Svenskund in 1790. Now, Russia was to have no further role in Sweden's domestic affairs after this, and Gustav III received large payments. Well, despite his assassination in 1792, there was peace for 20 years. Of course, he wasn't around to see it. He was too dead. Now, Catherine also restored her ex-lover, Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, to the Polish crown in 1764. Frederick II of Prussia originated the idea of splitting Poland, but Catherine played a role in putting it into action in the 1790s. Her official designation as the guardian of the political rights of dissidents and peasants in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in 1768 led to the Confederation of Bar, a Polish rebellion against Russia that was backed by France in the years between 1768 and 1772. Well, following the defeat of the rebels, their French and European volunteers, and the Ottoman Empire, which was their ally, by the way, Catherine instituted in the Commonwealth a form of governance that was entirely under the control of the Russian Empire via permanent council, overseen by her envoys and ambassador. She chose to intervene in Poland, fearing that the May Constitution of 1791 may empower the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that the growing democratic movements there could threaten the European monarchies. She supported the Targowica Confederation, an anti-reform group within Poland, and after victories in the 1792 Polish-Russian War and the 1794 Kosciuszko Uprising, Russia, along with Prussia and Austria, partitioned the remaining Polish territory in 1795. Tensions between Russia and China were high due to the Qianlong Emperor's expansionist policies in Central Asia and his view of Russia as a threat. The Qianlong Emperor, of course, being the one in China in the ruling Qing dynasty at the time. Well, he unilaterally revoked the Treaty of Kyoto, which had governed trade between the two empires, partly due to the influx of Dzungar Mongol refugees into Russia after the Qing Emperor's terrible treatment of them. Either run away or die. Well, in fact, Catherine's disdain for the Qianlong Emperor was evident in 1790 in a letter to Baron de Grimm, where she actually referred to him as, and I quote, "my Chinese neighbor with small eyes." Now that's crossing the line, isn't it? Hashtag cancel Catherine. Well, Russian expansion in the Far East increased interest in trade with Japan. After a Japanese sea captain, Daikokuya Kodayu was shipwrecked in Russian territory in 1783. Catherine met with him in 1791 and subsequently sent a trade delegation to Japan in 1792. Unfortunately, trade negotiations with the Tokugawa shogunate completely failed. They were not very keen on dealing with outsiders. Full video on that soon, well until the Americans showed up and pointed the cannons at them. "Open the gates or we'll kill you all." Now that's diplomacy. Well, Catherine's foreign policy in general, criticized by her grandson Nicholas I as deceptive, was marked by several missteps and a lack of long-term strategy. In fact, she gave away large territories of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a Russian protectorate since the reign of Peter I. Despite initial intentions for an honest foreign strategy, she transformed Russia into a major global power. However, her policies, including international trade in Russian grain and resources, contributed to famines and weakened her dynasty's power in relation to Austria and Germany. Catherine established a thorough framework for governmental control over the operations of merchants, too, but it was ineffective because it discouraged and restricted entrepreneurship and did not provide incentives for economic growth. When she actively promoted the migration of the Volga Germans, that is, Volga Germans, not the Vulgar Germans. It's the Volga River. Now, the German farmers we're referring to who primarily settled around that river valley. So when she actively promoted their migration, she saw much greater success. And they did, in fact, contribute to the modernization of the industry that dominated Russia's economy. For example, they brought several improvements in the fields of sheep farming, tobacco cultivation, small-scale industry, and, of course, wheat production and flour milling. Of course, wheat being quite an important crop up there in the northern regions. Well, issuing the first government paper money was tasked to the Assignation Bank in 1768. Now, in 1769, it made its debut in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Later, a large number of bank branches were opened in what are known as government towns in neighboring districts. Now, similar amounts of copper money were required to be paid in order to issue paper notes, which were then presented for a return. Growing pains changing to all this new currency, but, well, it's not easy. Well, due to significant government spending on military requirements, which resulted in a scarcity of silver in the treasury. For example, transactions, particularly in international trade contexts, were conducted pretty much solely in silver and gold coins. Real money, if you know what I mean. Well, the formation of these assignation rubles was essential because of this. So, assignment rubles were in circulation at the same rate as the silver ruble, and there was a continuous market exchange rate for these two currencies. And by the way, they were in use, these notes, all the way until 1849, so about 80 or so years. It's not a bad run. Well, Catherine gave her financial reforms a lot of thought, and she mostly relied on Prince A.A. Vyazemsky's counsel, who knew a lot more about it than anybody else. She discovered that the lack of a coherent state budget meant that a piecemeal change was going to be completely ineffective. And as for war, well, that requires money, as always. You can't go into a war with empty pockets. And that meant that the outdated banking systems had to be abandoned. Well, the definition of obligations by function was a fundamental tenet. The fundamental law of November the 7th, 1775 established that. After centralizing authority under Vyazemsky's Office of State Revenue, the government had its first rough draft of a state budget by the year 1781. And as boring as it all sounds, it's extremely important. Without a proper state budget and a proper economy, things tend to fall apart pretty quickly, especially when you want to go to war, which I have said requires quite a significant amount of money. Well, it's not all the boring stuff. Of course, public health, too, is slightly less dry, and Catherine gave quite a big amount of importance to that, too. You see, she drew on Russian antecedents and experiments, including foundling homes as well as the social theory concepts of French physiocracy, and German cameralism. She established the Moscow Lying-In Hospital and Foundling Home in 1764. She then established Paul's Hospital, often called Pavlovskaya Hospital, in 1763. She ordered the government to compile and release essential data related to public health so things could be optimized further, and demanded that the army improve its medical capabilities in 1762. She also created a centralized medical administration and assigned it the task of enacting strict health regulations. She also made the decision to have English physician Thomas Dimsdale vaccinate her against smallpox. If you know anything about smallpox, it's best if you do everything you can to avoid that. Well, despite the fact that this approach was contentious at the time, she was successful, and later her son Pavel also received an injection. Well, during her reign, serfs were bound to the land that they farmed, belonging to the land-owning nobility. In fact, a census from 1754 to 62 indicates that Catherine possessed 500,000 serfs, and another 2.8 million belonged solely to the government of Russia. Now, serfs, we can't really use the term slaves. They were not quite slaves, but they were pretty much slaves. Legally, they could leave, but, well, no one really had the means to do so. Of course, it's different depending on the different systems between different nations. All in all, they weren't exactly slaves, but they had very few rights. They were born into servitude, raised on the same land as their parents, and lacked legal ownership of property, though some managed to amass enough wealth to buy their freedom. When the law was poorly understood or ignored, particularly in the provinces where most serfs lived, allowing some to navigate the system and accumulate a decent amount of money for themselves. Of course, the serfs surrendered their freedoms for protection and assistance during hard times, becoming the property of landowners who provided them with land to cultivate in exchange for taxes on a portion of their harvest. Catherine inherited this system, but she did introduce some changes. She allowed serfs to file complaints against nobles through legal channels if they were mistreated, removing herself as the direct point of appeal to avoid potential unrest and personal harassment. Well, this change gave serfs a status as legitimate bureaucrats, enabling a few of them to benefit, such as securing freedom if owned legally. However, a landowner's power over his serfs remained pretty extensive, including the ability to punish them harshly, and even send them to Siberia for hard labor. And, well, Siberian hard labor is very different to anywhere else's hard labor. It is the hardest of labors. Well, the serfs' lives were considered property of the state, and while they historically appealed to the autocrat for help, Catherine discouraged direct communication and even passed laws to prevent it. But despite this, she did make efforts to somewhat improve their conditions, such as limiting the creation of new serfs and the issuing of the 1775 Manifesto, which prevented freed serfs from being re-enslaved, if we can use that term for it. Well, her reign also saw more opportunities for serfs to leave the land, as I've mentioned, such as attending schools or learning trades, especially due to the educational institutions she established. While serfs could sometimes work for pay or be hired out, they were otherwise tied to land, but they could be conscripted into the army, which, well, a rock and a hard place, I'm afraid. Well, traditionally, serfs viewed Catherine positively, but radical or unpopular policies led them to believe that the true ruler had been replaced by a false empress, usurped even. Their words, not mine. Well, they often blamed the nobility, these terrible upper classes, for distorting the empress's intentions, and saw them as corrupt, leading to misunderstandings of her orders. In fact, Catherine faced particular suspicion from the serfs because she reversed a decree by Peter III that had freed the Orthodox Church serfs. Her attempts to limit their ability to petition her further also alienated them, especially given their distance from the capital, and also the limited knowledge of her rise to power. Of course, think about it in those days. I think it was, I know this is kind of around the same time, the first president of the United States. He did not hear about being the first president until some time later, because he lived in the middle of nowhere, and did not get the letter yet. Took a couple of weeks even for him to even know that he had been elected. So, of course, when you have serfs out in the middle of the country, they're not really sure who their ruler is if it changes abruptly. In fact, by the time that Catherine was in, well, there's not much that anybody could really do about it. And realistically, if the serfs disagreed, what are they going to do? Well, numerous additional things contributed to the unhappiness of the peasants, including as crop failure and epidemics, particularly a significant one in 1771. Beginning around 1767, the serfs' freedoms were also more restricted, and their land was being taken away by the aristocrats, who were enforcing a harsher rule than before. Pugachev's rebellion of 1774 saw widespread outbursts of violence and rioting as a result of their unhappy living conditions. One can hardly blame them. And of course, when you've got nothing to lose, you may as well try your luck. Well, because of their distaste for Catherine and her policies that gave the nobles more power, the serfs most likely followed someone who was posing as the real empress, although this was not the first time under Catherine's rule that they had done so. The most orthodox peasants and serfs were swayed to support Pugachev's cause by the stories he told about himself acting like a true emperor and assisting regular people, listening to their problems, praying for them, and overall just being quite saintly, a gentleman and a man of the people. Keeping all of this unhappiness in mind, Catherine did govern for 10 years before the serfs' resentment erupted into an insurrection that matched Pugachev's in size. Well, after the bloody uprising, Catherine was driven away from the goal of serf independence, which is why the insurrection ultimately failed, and, well, even backfired. Well, Catherine was also a supporter of education, literature, and the arts. At first, the Hermitage Museum was just Catherine's personal collection, but today it takes up the entire Winter Palace. It is massive. Well, being an avid art and literature enthusiast, the Empress commissioned the building of the Hermitage in 1770 to store her growing library of books, paintings, and sculptures. In fact, there were 38,000 volumes, 10,000 jewels, and 10,000 pieces of art housed at the Hermitage 20 years later by 1790. And her, as they were called, curiosities, occupied 2 wings, these collections of things from far-flung places in the earth. Of course, at that time, there were so many places still yet to be checked out, at least by Europeans who had not seen them before. Well, in May of 1770, she gave the order to plant the first English landscape garden at Tsarskoye Selo. I quote in a letter that she had wrote to Voltaire in 1772, where she said, "Right now, I adore English gardens, curves, gentle slopes, ponds in the forms of lakes, archipelagos on dry lands, and I have a profound scorn for straight lines, symmetric avenues." In other words, Anglomania is the master of my plantomania. I detest fountains that torment water by forcing it to flow in a direction that is against its natural course. Statues are placed in vestibules, galleries, and other places. Catherine made a point of collecting Chinese art and purchasing porcelain in well-liked styles, joining the widespread European infatuation at the time with all things Chinese. She had constructed the Chinese Palace at the Oranienbaum between 1762 and 66, which was designed in the Chinese architectural and landscape style. Italian architect Antonio Rinaldi, who specialized in Chinese architecture, created the Chinese-style palace. She also commissioned the Scottish architect Charles Cameron to design and construct the Chinese village at Tsarskoye Selo in 1779. After realizing that it would not be feasible to employ a Chinese architect to design the village itself, Catherine was forced to turn to Cameron, who was also an expert in the Eastern style. But she also composed her own comedies, novels, and even memoirs. Quite lucky we have them. And she went out of her way to attract eminent scientists and thinkers to Russia. She collaborated with French encyclopedists Diderot, Voltaire, and d'Alembert, whose works went on to solidify her renown. Leading economists of the day, including Jacques Necker and Arthur Young, joined the Free Economic Society, which was founded in St. Petersburg in 1765 at her recommendation and attracted broad international membership. She also brought experts Anders Johann Lexell from Sweden and Leonhard Euler and Peter Simon Pallas from Berlin to the Russian capital, all the great minds together at last. Well, during the 15 years between her ascension and Voltaire's unfortunate death in 1778, Catherine wrote to him on behalf of her cause. Her achievements were praised by him, and he dubbed her the rather flattering name of the Star of the North, but also the Semiramis of Russia, which is, by the way, a reference to the mythical Queen of Babylon, of which Voltaire had wrote about in a tragedy a few years earlier in 1768. Unfortunately, though, she never had a face-to-face encounter with him, yet she nevertheless deeply lamented his passing. She bought his whole book collection from his heirs for quite a substantial price, and added it to the Russian National Library. And believe me, it was a very big collection. Well, speaking of books, she was, of course, very much into them, and she had 3 main types of books she would read, ones for entertainment, for knowledge, and for philosophical insight. In the first category, the entertainment, she enjoyed all the popular comedies and romances, particularly those by German writers Christoph Friedrich Nicolai and Moritz August von Thurmer, though critics often dismiss these works as inconsequential. The second category included works by Denis Diderot, Jacques Necker, Johann Bernard Basedow, and Comte de Buffon, which she read to expand her knowledge. Well, she was frustrated, actually, by what she saw as the unrealistic ideas of economists like Necker, even noting her displeasure in the margins of his books. That's right, she took little notes as she was reading. Well, she also studied memoirs and writings that expanded her understanding of the world, such as those by Jean-Baptiste Bourguignon d'Anville on China, François Baron de Thot on the Ottoman Empire and the Crimean Khanate, and even Frederick the Great's autobiographies, along with Benjamin Franklin's pamphlets, which was critiquing and criticizing the British Crown, which gave her more than a few insights into the American Revolution. The third category included philosophical works, by Voltaire, of course, but also Nicolas Baudo and Sir William Blackstone, among others. In fact, Catherine's interest in Blackstone's legal writings reflected her philosophical leanings towards enlightened despotism, which is a beautiful term, I love that, which she saw as the ideal form of governance. Say it again, enlightened despotism. An autocracy guided by the rule of law rather than personal whims. Beautiful. Well, shortly after her succession in 1762, she invited Diderot to complete his monumental work, the French Encyclopedia, and she wanted him to do it in Russia, offering protection after learning the French government threatened to halt its publication due to certain passages being conflicting with the church. You don't want to get on the wrong side of them now, don't you? Well, influenced by 4 years of studying the French philosophers, Catherine attempted to incorporate Enlightenment ideas into Russian legislation. In 1766, she convened a Grand Commission in Moscow, assembling 652 representatives from various classes and nationalities to consult on the empire's needs. She openly admitted to borrowing ideas from Western European thinkers, particularly Cesare Beccaria, in drafting her instructions for the guidance of the assembly. However, Catherine's more experienced and cautious advisers hesitated to implement many of these democratic concepts, and as a result, the Commission, despite holding over 200 sessions, ultimately collapsed without moving beyond mere theoretical discussions. Catherine later began issuing codes to address some modernization efforts outlined in her Nakaz work. In 1775, she introduced a statute for the administration of the Russian Empire's provinces, aiming to improve governance by expanding the number of provinces and districts. By the end of her reign, Russia was split into 50 provinces and nearly 500 districts, with a doubled number of government officials and quadrupled local government spending. In 1785, Catherine granted the charter to the nobility, increasing the power of the landed oligarchs and allowing each district's nobility to elect a marshal of the nobility to represent them before the crown. In the same year, she issued the Charter of the Towns, dividing the population into 6 categories in an effort to limit noble power and establish a middle class, which of course is it's a new idea for that period in time. Well, in fact, even in our modern time, the middle class is shrinking. The lower class is growing and the rich are simply getting richer. Well, the pendulum always swings, doesn't it? Well, that wasn't all Catherine did, though. Additionally, she enacted the 1782 Police Ordinance and the 1786 Statute of National Education, along with the 1781 Code of Commercial Navigation and Salt Trade. In 1777, she had expressed to Voltaire that her legal reforms were progressing little by little in a backward Russia. Takes time for things to catch on, I suppose. Well, her reign also saw the importation and study of European classical ideas, laying the groundwork for the Russian Enlightenment. She also became a significant patron of the Russian opera, and in 1790, Alexander Radishev published Journey from St. Petersburg to Moscow, predicting revolutions in Russia due to the dire conditions of the serfs. Catherine viewed the book as fostering dangerous ideas of the French Revolution and ordered Radishev's exile to Serbia, and all of the copies of the book burned. Well, at her Tsarskoye Selo home in St. Petersburg, she also welcomed Elizabeth Vigée-Lebrun, who painted her not long before she passed away. Beautiful painting, too. Well, in her memoirs, Madame Vigée-Lebrun gives a detailed account of the Empress, and it goes like this. The sight of this famous woman so impressed me that I found it impossible to think of anything. I could only stare at her. Firstly, I was very surprised at her small stature. I had imagined her to be very tall, as great as her fame. She was also quite fat, but her face was still beautiful, and she wore her white hair up, framing it perfectly. Her genius seemed to rest on her forehead, which was both high and wide, her eyes soft and sensitive, her nose quite Greek, her color high and her features expressive. She addressed me immediately in a voice full of sweetness, if a little throaty. She said, "I am delighted to welcome you here, madame. Your reputation runs before you. I am very fond of the arts, especially painting. I am no connoisseur, but I am a great lover of art." Madame Vigée-Lebrun goes on to depict the Empress during a lavish event. The double doors opened and the Empress appeared. I have said that she was quite small, and yet on the days when she made her public appearances, with her head held high, her eagle-like stare, and a countenance accustomed to command, all this gave her such an air of majesty that, to me, she might have been queen of the world. She wore the sashes of 3 orders, and her costume was both simple and regal. It consisted of a muslin tunic embroidered with a gold fastened by a diamond belt, and the full sleeves were folded back in the Asiatic style. Over this tunic she wore a red velvet dolman with very short sleeves. The bonnet, which held her white hair, was not decorated with ribbons, but with the most beautiful diamonds. Moscow State Academy of Choreography, also referred to as the Bolshoi Ballet Academy, was established on December the 23rd, 1773, during Catherine's reign, and it became the second school of ballet within Russia. Of course, we've all heard of it. It's probably the most famous ballet school in the world. Well, that is from somebody who doesn't know anything about ballet. I'm just assuming, since that's the ballet school that everybody has heard of. Now, it signed a deal with Filippo Beccari, an Italian teacher and choreographer who was required to be the most capable of dancing, so that the students could learn to dance with all possible precision and to show themselves publicly in all pantomime ballets. In fact, Catherine was deeply devoted to the ideas and cultures of Western Europe, and she desired to surround herself in Russia with these like-minded individuals. She felt that exposing Russian students to European education could produce a new kind of person. Catherine thought that education might lift the Russian people out of their backwardness and transform their hearts and minds. This entailed giving people knowledge and skills, encouraging a feeling of civic responsibility, and developing their moral and intellectual faculties. Modernizing education across Russia in general was one of her main goals. She appointed Ivan Betskoy as her advisor on educational matters, relying on him to gather data from both Russian and foreign educational institutions. She also formed a commission with the historian G. Müller, Teplov von Klingstedt, and F. G. Dilthey, and sought guidance from British pedagogues like Dr. John Brown and the Reverend Daniel Dumaresque. She invited Dumaresque to Russia in 1764, and later appointed him to the Education Commission, which proposed a comprehensive education system for all Russian Orthodox subjects, except, of course, for the serfs. Pretty much anyone aged 5 to 18, as long as you weren't a serf. However, the legislative commission's convening delayed any action on these recommendations. In a letter to Dr. John Brown on July of 1765, Dumaresque discussed the commission's challenges. Brown responded with broad suggestions, emphasizing state-controlled education governed by an educational code, especially for women. 2 years earlier, Catherine had tasked Betskoy with drafting the general program for the education of young people of both sexes, aimed at creating a new kind of citizen in Russia, insulated from the old ways. Well, the Moscow Foundling Home, also known as the Moscow Orphanage, was the first attempt to realize this vision, taking in abandoned and illegitimate children to educate them according to the new state ideals. However, the project largely failed. Why? Well, mainly because everybody was dying, preventing many children from getting to that maturity and intellectual development that the state intended. Well, shortly after the founding of the Moscow Foundling Home, Catherine, guided by Ivan Betskoy, created a manual for early childhood education, based on the theories of John Locke. In 1764, she established the Smolny Institute, Russia's first institution for young girls, initially accepting only noble daughters, but later expanding to include girls from the petit bourgeois. The Smolny Institute emphasized strict discipline, where students, known as smolyanki, learned music, dance, French, and of course how to be unwaveringly loyal to the monarchy, though they were often criticized for being disconnected from the outside world. Physical activities like running were generally discouraged, and the facility was kept cold, reflecting the belief that excessive warmth and play were harmful to developing bodies. I don't know where they got that idea from, but, well, of all places where you would want a facility kept cold, Russia is not the place. Maybe they're used to it. I don't know. Well, between 1768 and 1774, progress on a national education system stalled somewhat, but Catherine continued to explore the foreign educational theories, leading to reforms like the 1766 revision of the Cadet Corps. The Corps began accepting younger children and expanding its curriculum to include sciences, philosophy, ethics, history, international law, and a few more minor fields. Well, following the war and the defeat of Pugachev, Catherine assigned the establishment of schools in gubernias to the boards of social welfare, which included elected delegates from the free estates. By 1782, Catherine had created a second advisory panel to review global education systems, with Franz Aepinus's Austrian-inspired three-tier model gaining particular attention. She appointed Peter Zawodowski to lead the Commission of National Schools, tasked with developing a nationwide school network, teacher training programs, and textbook distribution. This effort culminated in the Russian Statute of National Education, which was enacted on August the 5th, 1786, establishing a free co-educational network of primary and high schools in the gubernia capitals, accessible to all free classes. While the statute detailed subjects and teaching methods for each group, the teachers received a guide to teachers alongside the textbooks, covering instructional strategies, teacher conduct, and school administration. Subsequent 19th century historians were typically critical despite these efforts. Some had said that Catherine didn't provide enough funding to sustain all of these techniques that were used in her new educational program. However, by the time Catherine's rule came to an end, 549 state institutions were home to an estimated 62,000 students, and that's certainly something. Even though it was a huge improvement, the number was insignificant in comparison to the actual size of the Russian population. It's also possible that Catherine's seeming devotion to all things Russian, especially orthodoxy, contributed to her own lack of interest in religion. She forced the majority of the surviving clergymen to survive as farmers, or from fees for baptisms and other services, nationalized all of the church lands to help pay for her wars, and essentially cleared out the monasteries. The church, which had previously been, well, the most important thing, became even less so, when very few nobles actually bothered to enter it. After the French Revolution began, she crushed any religious opposition, and dissenters were forbidden from erecting their own chapels. As part of her anti-Ottoman agenda, Catherine supported Christians living under Turkish rule. and sought to assert her influence over Catholics, particularly after the partition of Poland. Through the ukaz of February 23rd of 1769, she restricted the rights of Polish Catholics, limiting papal control over Catholic parishes to theological matters, while allowing them to maintain their buildings and worship practices. She appointed a Catholic bishop of Moliev, later elevated to archbishop, to oversee all Catholic churches under her jurisdiction. Despite the suppression of the Jesuits across much of Europe in 1773, Catherine provided them refuge in Russia, enabling them to finally reorganize. But her approach to Islam was markedly more conciliatory, integrating Muslim regions into her empire through persuasion and financial incentives rather than all-out force. After public unrest, she opted to incorporate Islam within the state, leading to the 1773 Toleration of All Faiths Edict, which allowed Muslims to build their mosques and practice their customs, including the pilgrimage to Mecca, which was previously banned. She also established the Orenburg Muslim Special Spiritual Assembly to regulate the teachings and morals of mullahs, with the assembly's members appointed and funded by the state. In 1785, Catherine financed the construction of new mosques in Muslim communities, aiming to anchor nomadic populations in southern Russia. She also integrated Islamic schools into the Russian public education system in 1786, furthering her efforts to control and settle these populations. Her policies towards Judaism were distinct. Before 1772, Judaism was nearly extinct in Russia, but the first partition of Poland brought a significant Jewish population under her rule. Catherine confined Jews to the Pale of Settlement, imposed double taxes on them, and incentivized conversion to Orthodoxy by waiving these taxes for converts. Converted Jews could obtain permission to become merchants or work as free peasants, reflecting the government's desire to integrate them into Russian society, albeit under quite strict conditions. Thus she incorporated the Jews into the privileges and rules of the Charter of the Towns in 1782 in an effort to integrate them into the Russian economy. For economic reasons, at least primarily, Orthodox Russians were against the introductions of Judaism. Even in the name of equality, Catherine attempted to keep Jews out of specific economic sectors, and in 1790 she forbade Jewish residents of Moscow from belonging to the middle class. Jews were formally recognized as foreigners in 1785 by Catherine, who also granted them some rights. As a result, Judaism in Russia was able to preserve its unique identity during the Jewish Haskalah. Additionally, Jews were denied the rights of naturalized Russian citizens or Orthodox citizens by Catherine's proclamation. Later on, in 1794, taxes on those of Jewish heritage were quadrupled once more, and Catherine formally stated that Jews had no connection to Russians. Not really making them feel very welcome, isn't she? Well, during her reign, the Orthodox Church faced challenges similar to its foreign rivals. Continuing the policies of Peter III, she placed the finances of bishoprics and monasteries under government control, confiscating church lands and replacing their revenue with government endowments that were often less than promised. In fact, of the 954 monasteries, only 164 of them received funding, and she closed 569 of them. The church's treasury was calculated then with just 400,000 rubles, and the Orthodox clergy was excluded from the legislative commission, unlike other religions, including Islam. Catherine imposed strict limitations on the clergy's role in administration. In 1762, she signed a law allowing old believers to freely practice their faith, aiming to reconcile them with the Orthodox Church. Despite her professed religious tolerance, however, she sent nearly 20,000 of these old believers to Siberia in 1764 due to their refusal to comply with her policies. Later, after the Urban Charter of 1785, she allowed old believers to run for municipal office and guaranteed religious freedom for immigrants to Russia. Well, on to something a little bit more scandalous. She also had numerous lovers during her reign, and often giving them significant posts and rewarding them with estates and serfs when their relationships ended. The state's budget, in fact, allocated increasing funds to the court, and she distributed vast numbers of serfs during her rule. Even after her relationships ended, she remained generous to her former lovers, as was seen with Peter Zawadowski, who received 50,000 rubles, a generous pension, and 4,000 peasants. Her final partner, Platon Zubov, was actually 40 years her junior, and, of course, myths about her sexual independence also flourished. Now, Catherine kept her illegitimate son with Gregory Orlov away from the court, raising him near Tula. His son was named Alexis Bobrinsky. Western European elites, of course, were less accepting of a female ruler, as reflected in the British ambassador James Harris's critical report, which praised her strength of mind, but criticized her for qualities that he deemed typically feminine, such as vanity and propensity for flattery. Catherine's connection with Stanislav Poniatowski, a member of the pro-Russian faction in Poland, began in 1755, long before she met the Orlov brothers. His Scottish and Polish lineage tied him to Catherine, and their relationship produced a daughter, Anna Petrovna, officially recognized as Grand Duke Peter's child. After Poland's king Augustus III passed away in 1763, a new monarch had to be chosen. Catherine, of course, backed Poniatowski in his bid to succeed him as king. To stave off any conflicts, she dispatched the Russian troops into Poland. On August 26, 1764, Russia invaded, and they established Poniatowski as king, threatening to start a war over it. Poniatowski, of course, submitted to Catherine's authority by taking the throne, all part of the deal. Well, as word of Catherine's scheme spread, Frederick II, others though claim the Ottoman Sultan did this, forewarned her that all of Europe would turn against her if she attempted to subjugate Poland through her marriage to Poniatowski. Having by then given birth to both the Grand Duke Paul and Orlov's child, she simply had no intention of marrying him. Well, Poland's partitioning were initiated by Prussia, Russia, and Austria under Maria Theresa. During the initial partition in 1772, a total of 52,000 square kilometers were divided among the three powers. Russia acquired lands east of the line roughly joining Riga, Polotsk, and Mogilev. They also gained the largest territory in the second partition, which took place in 1793. It stretched from the west of Minsk nearly to Kiev and down the Dnieper River, with the exception of a few areas of steppe in front of Ochakov on the Black Sea in the south. Subsequent Polish uprisings resulted in the Third Division of 1795. In fact, Poland did not cease to exist as a sovereign state until it was rebuilt after the First World War. But of course the Kingdom of Poland goes back a very, very long time. Quite complicated. Now, the descendant of a rebel who participated in the Streltsky insurrection of 1698 against Peter the Great, Grigory Orlov distinguished himself by sustaining 3 wounds on August 25, 1758, during the Battle of Zorndorf. Catherine objected with Peter's pro-Russian stance, which he described as the reverse. He and Catherine had of course fallen in love by 1759, but nobody told Peter, of course, Catherine's husband. Catherine favored staying the Dowager Empress of Russia to getting married, even though she thought that Orlov would be highly helpful and that he would play a pretty key role in the coup d'etat against her husband, going back to June 28, 1762. But they weren't left out in the cold. Orlov and his 3 other brothers received titles, cash, decorative swords, and all manner of other presents. But Grigory, who was unreliable as an advisor, and frankly incompetent in politics, missed out on his chance with Catherine. When Catherine was made empress, however, he was given a mansion in St. Petersburg, so it wasn't all too bad. Thus, throughout her life, Catherine experienced numerous personal triumphs, but she also faced 2 main setbacks. When King Gustav IV Adolf, her Swedish cousin, once removed, paid her a visit in September of 1796, the Empress's goal was for her granddaughter Alexandra to marry into the Swedish royal family. The engagement was scheduled to be publicized on September the 11th, but instead there was a ball at the imperial court. Well, despite being quite happy for Alexandra, Gustav Adolf felt compelled to acknowledge that she would not become a Lutheran. As a result, he declined to attend the ball and departed for Stockholm. Catherine's health was impacted by her frustration. After recovering sufficiently, she started organizing a ceremony to name her favorite grandson Alexander as her heir, replacing her challenging son Paul. I like the wording, challenging. Well, however, she passed away just 2 months after the engagement ball, preventing the announcement from ever being made. November the 16th, 1796, Catherine got up early, had her morning coffee, and quickly started working on all of her tasks for the day. She then informed Maria Perekosikna, her lady's maid, that she had slept better than she had in quite a long time. She was unfortunately discovered on the ground sometime after 9 o'clock, her face purple, a weak pulse, and her respiration labored and faint. She went into a coma, despite efforts to resuscitate her after the court physician diagnosed her with a stroke. She received the final rites before passing away roughly at 9:45 p.m. the next evening. The cause of death was determined by an autopsy to be a stroke. Of course, there were various rumors circulating about how and why she died. Among these legends, the most well-known is that she passed away following a sexual encounter with her horse. Citation needed on that one. I don't know who was spreading that rumor. Well, at the time of her passing, sarcastic British and French magazines were part of the people who were taking this by the horns and spreading it around. Of course, it's all politics. Very easy to engage in character assassination after people's deaths. The German scholar Adam Oleriaris said that the Russians had a penchant for this activity with horses in his 1647 work, Description of the Muscovite and Persian Journey. In fact, throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, anti-Russian literature frequently used this to highlight how supposedly Asian and savage Russia was. What a horrible thing to do. What an insult. Especially right after Catherine's passed away. It's just not cricket, isn't it? Well, after she passed away, her secretary found her will among her files in early 1792, which was undated. But it did have precise directions, stating, "Lay out my corpse, dressed in white, with a golden crown on my head, and inscribe on it my Christian name. My mourning gown should only be worn for 6 months at most. The shorter, the better." Ultimately, the Empress wore a silver brocade dress and was buried with a gold crown. The casket, created and decorated by Antonio Rinaldi, was beautifully embellished with gold fabric and set atop an elevated platform at the Grand Gallery's Chamber of Mourning on November 25th. Giacomo Casanova, born 1725 in Venice, Italy, renowned for his amorous exploits. Yet his life was so much more than these mere romantic adventures. He was a multifaceted individual with great intelligence and charm to match, excelling in various fields such as librarianship, writing, gambling, and even espionage. Additionally, he had a background in law, mathematics, and was known for his extensive travels and adventures. In fact, he attended the University of Padua, where he demonstrated exceptional proficiency in the fields of science and laws. However, his restless nature and passion for exploration compelled him to embark on extensive travels throughout Europe. Thus, throughout his lifetime, Casanova encountered individuals from many social backgrounds, ranging from nobility to criminals. He also participated in intricate plots, evasions, and, naturally, romantic liaisons. Thus, his name has become synonymous with the art of seduction due to his notorious autobiography, The Story of My Life, which chronicles his escapades and journeys throughout Europe and gives us a captivating glimpse into 18th century society. Well, if that's not an exciting introduction, I don't know what is. Welcome to the channel. For the newcomers, good to meet you, and those returning, we have a very exciting one today. I've looked forward to this for quite some time. As always, supporting the channel is easy as enjoying the content, and I hope that you're already doing that. Otherwise, there's a like and subscribe button, which really helps more than you could imagine, and a few links in the description if you feel inclined. But for now, let's get right on to the topic at hand, and that is the life of Casanova. Make yourself nice and comfortable, please. His full name was Giacomo Girolamo Casanova, born in Venice in 1725 to an actress named Zanetta Ferrucci and Gaetano Casanova, who was also an actor and a rather proficient dancer. He was the eldest among 5 siblings. Now we must note that during this period when Casanova was born, Venice was the place to be, a flourishing and beautiful city, and considered the pleasure capital of Europe. What a place to grow up. Well, it was governed by political and religious conservatives, however, who had a lenient attitude towards social vices and actively promoted tourism. Thus the destination was an obligatory visit on the grand tour undertaken by young gentlemen reaching maturity, particularly those who belonged to the British nobility. The renowned Carnival, gambling establishments, and of course the exquisite courtesans possessed significant allure. The setting offered numerous influential experiences that shaped Casanova's development. Now, about his mother. During her numerous theatre tours in Europe, as we said, she was an actress, Marzia Baldissera, his grandmother, was in charge of taking care of the young Casanova. Unfortunately, he had lost his father at the age of 8 years old. But during his childhood, Casanova experienced strange health issues, such as persistent nosebleeds. But instead of going to a doctor like most people would, his grandmother was a little old-fashioned and thought that they would simply seek assistance from a local witch. Thus they entered a humble dwelling, where they encountered an elderly woman seated on a makeshift bed, holding a black cat in her arms, while several others surrounded her. Despite the ineffectiveness of the ointment, Casanova was reportedly captivated by the enchantment. In an attempt to alleviate his nosebleeds, which a doctor, when they finally went to see one, attributed to the air quality in Venice, Casanova was sent to a boarding house in Padua on his 9th birthday. Of course, he had harbored a bitter resentment of being neglected by his parents, and just as the information we just recounted from his personal writings, The Story of My Life, he declared about this time in regards to his mother and father, I quote, "I was dismissed." Well, the conditions at the boarding house were, as you can imagine, extremely unpleasant. So he requested to be placed under the supervision of Abbe Gozzi, his main teacher, who provided him with academic instruction and also taught him how to play the violin. Thus Casanova resided with Gozzi, who was also a priest, by the way, and his family for the majority of his adolescence. Much better than being in the boarding house, that's for sure. Well, at the Gozzi residence, Casanova had his initial encounter with the opposite gender, when, at the age of 11, Gozzi's younger sister apparently engaged in some inappropriate behavior with him. Well, according to his writings, Casanova had remembered that Bettina possessed an attractive appearance to him, a cheerful disposition, and a remarkable ability to comprehend romantic literature, which of course was all the rage at the time. Well, despite lacking a clear understanding of the reason, Casanova was immediately pleased by the girl and wanted to see more of her. She gradually ignited those initial embers of a sentiment in his heart, which eventually evolved into a passion. Despite later getting married, Casanova maintained a lifelong emotional connection to Bettina and the Gozzi family. You never forget your first love, I suppose. Well, Casanova proudly claims to have exhibited a sharp intellect. Just ask him, he'll tell you. Also a strong thirst for knowledge of all kinds and a constant curiosity from a young age. At the age of 12, he enrolled in the University of Padua, completed his studies at age 17, and in 1742 he earned a law degree, despite having an insurmountable dislike for the subject, in his words. The Guardian inspired for him to pursue a career as an ecclesiastical lawyer, which sounds as exciting as it is. In addition to his studies in moral philosophy, chemistry, and mathematics, Casanova demonstrated a strong interest in medicine. He quoted from his diary, "I believe I should have been given the opportunity to pursue my desired career as a physician, where the use of fraudulent practices is even more successful than in the field of law." He regularly administered his own remedies for himself and his acquaintances. During his time at the university, Casanova developed a penchant for gambling, and soon found himself in quite a substantial amount of debt. As a result, his grandmother rather angrily summoned him back to Venice. However, his gambling addiction persisted and became deeply ingrained within him. Upon returning to Venice, he embarked on his career in clerical law, and was granted the title of Abbe after receiving minor orders from the Patriarch of Venice. He commuted regularly between Padua and his university to pursue his studies. At this point, he had reportedly transformed into somewhat of a dandy, the hipster of the time, a tall and swarthy figure with his lengthy hair powdered, centered, and intricately curled. You know the type. While Casanova swiftly gained favor with Alvis Gasparo Malipiero, a 76-year-old Venetian senator and the proprietor of Palazzo Malipiero, which was conveniently located near Casanova's residence in Venice. This ability to win the hearts and minds of people would become a recurring trait throughout Casanova's life. You see, Malipiero was associating with high society and imparted valuable knowledge to young Casanova regarding fine cuisine, wine, and of course proper social etiquette. Nevertheless, Casanova was discovered engaging in a romantic affair with one Teresa Emer, the actress whom Malipiero intended to seduce himself. Well, of course, Malipiero did not react to this very well. As a result, he expelled both Casanova and Teresa from his residence. Casanova's increasing curiosity about women culminated in his initial full-fledged encounter with two sisters, Nanetta and Marton Savognan, who were 14 and 16 respectively. Times were different, I suppose. Well, these sisters happened to be distant relatives of the Grimanis. Casanova declared that this encounter firmly established his life's vocation. His brief ecclesiastical career was of course marked by scandals. Following the passing of his grandmother, Casanova briefly enrolled in a seminary. However, his financial obligations eventually led to his incarceration for the first time. You see, he declined his mother's attempt to arrange a position for him with Bishop Bernardo de Bernardis after a short evaluation of the conditions in the bishop's Calabrian see. However, he secured a job as a scribe under the influential Cardinal Acquaviva in Rome. When Casanova met Pope Benedict XV, he confidently requested a dispensation to read the forbidden books and to be exempted from eating fish, which he believed caused inflammation in his eyes. Personally, I just can't stand the little bones in it. I've never liked it. Except for salmon. Salmon's all right. Well, after Casanova was wrongly blamed for a scandal involving a couple of lovers, Cardinal Acquaviva fired Casanova, expressing gratitude for his sacrifice, but ultimately terminating his ecclesiastical career. It was over. But I dare say it was not the best career path for him anyway. Well, Casanova purchased a commission to transition into a military officer role for the Republic of Venice as he sought a new profession. Of course, one has to look the part. You can't just go walking in looking like some common vagrant off the street. So he wrote about this in his memoir, and these are the words from the text. Reflecting that there was now little likelihood of my achieving fortune in my ecclesiastical career, I decided to dress as a soldier. I inquired for a good tailor. He brings me everything I need to impersonate a follower of Mars. My uniform was white, with a blue vest, a shoulder knot of silver and gold, and I bought a long sword, and with my handsome cane in hand a trim hat and black cockade, with my hair cut in side whiskers and a long false pigtail, I set forth to impress the entire city. He enlisted in a Venetian military unit stationed in Corfu. However, he briefly traveled to Constantinople, supposedly to deliver a letter from his previous employer, the cardinal. Due to his dissatisfaction with the slow pace of his progress and the tedious nature of his responsibilities, he successfully squandered a significant portion of his earnings by engaging in more gambling. Just can't stop, can't he? Well, he promptly relinquished his military vocation and made his way back to Venice. At 21 years old, he embarked upon a journey to pursue a career as a professional gambler, which is, of course, a famously viable career. And it was about as viable for him as it was for everyone else. After losing all of his money he had left from selling his commission, he sought employment from his previous supporter, Alvise Grimani. Thus he embarked on his third occupation as a violinist at the San Samuel Theatre, assuming the role of a lowly journeyman in a magnificent art form, where those who excel are revered, while mediocrity is scorned. Well, he quotes from his diary. Although my profession was not esteemed, I remained indifferent. By indiscriminately labeling everything as prejudice, I quickly adopted all the behaviors of my morally debased fellow musicians. He and his companions frequently wandered through various parts of the city at night, devising and carrying out the most scandalous of pranks. They entertained themselves quite thoroughly by unfastening the gondolas that were tied up in front of people's houses, causing them to float away with the current. In addition, they dispatched midwives and physicians to fictitious emergencies. But of course, his career as a musician was not very satisfying for him, and, dissatisfied with his current situation, he fortuitously intervened to save the life of a noble member of the Bragadin family in Venice. You see, this nobleman had suffered a stroke while riding in a gondola with Casanova after attending a wedding ball. They promptly ceased the senator's bloodletting. Subsequently, within the premises of the senator's palace, a medical practitioner performed bloodletting on the senator once more and administered a mercury-based ointment, which was a widely used but poisonous remedy at the period, onto the senator's chest. Of course, they didn't know it was poisonous at the time. Well, you just have to do what you can with what you have back then. Well, as a result, his body temperature increased significantly, and he experienced a severe fever. Additionally, Bragadin seemed to be struggling to breathe due to the swelling of his windpipe. A priest was summoned when it appeared that death was imminent. Nevertheless, disregarding the objections of the attending physician, Casanova commanded the elimination of the ointment and the cleansing of the senator's chest with cold water. The senator recuperated from his illness through adequate rest and a prudent diet. Due to his young age and his effortless ability to recite medical knowledge, the senator and his two unmarried companions believed that Casanova was exceptionally wise for his age, and deduced that he must possess some kind of mysterious and esoteric knowledge. Due to their shared interest in Kabbalism, the senator extended an invitation to Casanova to join his household and become a patron for the rest of Casanova's life. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. Certainly. Well, Casanova wrote about this in his memoirs, and this is what he said. I took the most creditable, the noblest, and the only natural course. I decided to put myself in a position where I need no longer go without the necessity of life, and what those necessities were for me, no one could judge better than myself. No one in Venice could understand how an intimacy could exist between myself and 3 other men of their character, they all heaven and I all earth, they most severe in their morals, and I addicted to every kind of dissolute living. During the following 3 years, Casanova enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle as a legal assistant under the senator's support. He dressed splendidly, and, in accordance with his nature, devoted a significant portion of his time to gambling and, of course, pursuing those romantic relationships. Well, unfortunately, things caught up with him. Now, someone had accused him of assault and reported the incident to the authorities. Subsequently, Casanova was exonerated of this offense, however, due to insufficient evidence. Well, he didn't really get to hear much of it, because he had already absconded from Venice at that point. It really makes you think. Perhaps he just thought the writing was on the wall, someone was trying to set him up. Well, he went and sought refuge in Parma, and at this time, in true form, he engaged in a romantic relationship with a French woman, whom he effectively called Henriette. Now, this affair lasted for 3 months, and is considered to be one of the most profound and intense loves that he ever encountered. You see, Henriette, according to Casanova, possessed a unique combination of physical attractiveness, intellectual prowess, and refined cultural sensibilities. According to him, from his diary, they believe that a woman is incapable of making a man equally happy all the 24 hours a day, have never known a Henriette. Now the joy which flooded my soul was far greater when I conversed with her during the day than when I held her in my arms at night. Having read a great deal, and having natural taste, Henriette judged rightly of everything. With her intensive reading and innate sense of aesthetics, she accurately assessed everything. In addition, she displayed keen discernment in evaluating Casanova himself. Well, feeling deeply disappointed and discouraged, Casanova returned to Venice after things didn't work out. However, after experiencing a successful series of gambling wins, he regained his confidence and embarked on an extensive journey, eventually arriving in Paris in 1750. During his journey between towns, he engaged in more romantic encounters that resembled the complexity of plots found in operas. While in Lyon, he joined the Freemasonry Society, which captivated his fascination with clandestine rituals. This society primarily attracted individuals of high influence and intelligence, who proved to be advantageous in his life by offering valuable connections and unrestricted knowledge. While in Lyon, Casanova became a companion and eventually attained the highest rank of the Scottish Rite Master Mason. He resided in Paris for the duration of 2 years, during which he acquired proficiency in the local language, dedicated a significant amount of time to attending theatrical performances, and made acquaintances with prominent individuals. However, the police in Paris soon became aware of his numerous romantic relationships, just as they did in almost every city that he traveled to. In 1752, he and his brother Francesco thus relocated from Paris to Dresden, where their mother and sister resided. Now, the play La Moule aux Shades, which is unfortunately no longer in our presence, was staged at the Royal Theatre, a venue where his mother frequently portrayed prominent characters. After this, he traveled to Prague and back to Vienna, where he found the stricter moral environment to be unfavorable. In 1753, he ultimately arrived back in Venice. He then continued his amorous adventures, acquiring numerous adversaries and attracting the attention of the Venetian inquisitors, which of course, the original fun police. Now, his criminal record steadily grew with documented instances of blasphemy, seduction, which of course was a crime back then, altercations, and public disputes. Giovanni Manucci, a government operative, was tasked with extracting Casanova's expertise in cabalism and Freemasonry, as well as scrutinizing his connection of banned literature. Senator Bragadin, being a former inquisitor himself, earnestly advised him to depart without delay, or else endure severe repercussions. And so, 3 years later, on July 26, 1755, at the age of 30 at this point, Casanova was apprehended for showing disrespect towards religion and societal norms. The tribunal, after acknowledging the serious offences committed by Casanova, particularly his public acts of blasphemy against the sacred religion, ordered his arrest and confinement. Now he was confined in a prison called the Leads, which is one consisting of 7 cells located on the upper floor of the east wing of the Palace of the Doge of Venice, specifically designed for prisoners of higher social standing and certain categories of offenders, among them being usurers, political prisoners, and defrocked or libertine priests or monks. Now this name, the Leads, was derived from the lead plates that covered the roof of the palace. Well, after a few weeks, September 12th, he was sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment, without even a trial, and he wasn't even informed of the reasons for his arrest or the details of the sentence. He was assigned to a solitary room equipped with clothing, a pallet bed, a table, an armchair, which was considered the most unfavorable among all of the cells, and that's saying something. Well, in this room he endured significant hardships due to lack of light, intense summer heat, and an overwhelming infestation of fleas. Subsequently, he was placed in the company of a succession of fellow inmates. Following a period of 5 months, and a direct request from Count Bragadin, he was provided with cozy winter bedding, and a regular allowance for purchasing books and improving his diet. While taking exercise walks in the prison attic, he discovered a fragment of black marble and an iron rod, which he stuffed into his clothes and secretly brought back to his cell. He concealed the rod inside the armchair. Now, during a period of time when he did not have any fellow inmates, he dedicated weeks to honing the metal bar into a pointed object using a stone. Subsequently, he commenced excavating the wooden floor beneath his bed, fully aware that his prison cell was directly positioned above the chamber of the Inquisitor. Merely 72 hours prior to his planned evasion amidst a festive occasion, when the presence of authorities in the lower chamber would be absent, Casanova was transferred to a more spacious and illuminated confinement, which offered him a scenic outlook. The relocation occurred despite his objections, asserting contentment with his previous situation. Within his recently assigned prison cell, he describes his state of being as resembling a stupor. Immobilized like a statue, he realized that all efforts he had exerted were in vain, and he is unable to feel remorse for them. He goes on to say in his memoirs that he experienced a profound sense of despair, believing that there was no reason to anticipate a positive outcome. The only solace he had was to deliberately avoid contemplating the fate that lay ahead of him. But you can't keep a good man down. He devised a new strategy to flee, He sought assistance from the inmate in the neighboring cell, Father Balby, a priest who had abandoned his religious duties. The spike was transported to the new cell concealed within the armchair, and subsequently handed over to the priest, who had concealed it within a folio Bible. The Bible was then cleverly hidden beneath a large plate of pasta, unbeknownst to the deceived jailer. While the priest was creating an opening in his own ceiling, traversed it, and then created another opening in the ceiling of Casanova's cell. Thus Casanova employed psychological manipulation to subdue his new cellmate, who happened to be a spy, by exploiting his superstitious beliefs and instilling fear in him, thereby rendering him incapable of speaking. Upon Balby's successful breach into Casanova's cell, Casanova ascended through the ceiling, abandoning a note that contained a quotation from the 117th Psalm of the Latin Vulgate, stating, "I shall not perish, but instead survive, and proclaim the deeds of the Lord." The spy didn't come with him. He chose to stay behind, and was too terrified of the potential repercussions if he were apprehended while attempting to flee alongside the others. But Casanova and Balby skillfully maneuvered their way past the lead plates and onto the inclined roof of the Doge's palace, amidst a dense fog. Due to the significant difference in height between the drop and the nearby canal, Casanova forcefully opened the gate covering a dormer window and shattered the glass in order to gain access. They discovered an extended ladder on the rooftop, with the aid of a bedsheet rope that Casanova had prepared. They descended into the room, situated 25 feet beneath them. After a period of rest until morning, they proceeded to change their clothes. Subsequently, they forcefully opened a small lock on the exit door and made their way into a corridor within the palace. They navigated through various galleries and chambers and descended a flight of stairs. By persuading the guard that they had unintentionally been trapped inside the palace following an official event, they exited through the final door. Very clever. What an adventure, my goodness. Well, at 6 a.m., they made their getaway using a gondola in true Venetian fashion. Now, finally, Casanova arrived in Paris on the 5th of January, 1757, coinciding with Robert Francois Damien's assassination attempt on Louis XV, while Casanova would subsequently observe and recount his execution, never one to miss a public event, of course. Now, in this year, later on of 1787, 30 years after the events took place, Casanova penned the story of My Flight, which is a highly acclaimed work that garnered widespread popularity and was subsequently translated into multiple languages. He recounts the tale in his memoirs. Thus God did provide me with what I needed for an escape, which was to be a wonder if not a miracle. I admit, I'm proud of it, but my pride does not come from my having succeeded, for luck had a good deal to do with that. It comes from having concluded that the thing could be done, and having the courage to undertake it. Well, recognizing the potential length of his stay in Paris, he acted accordingly by understanding that in order to achieve his goals, he needed to utilize all of his physical and moral abilities, establish connections with influential individuals, maintain strong self-discipline, and adapt to different situations. he had developed and grown more sophisticated. During his time in Paris, he relied on his ability to think quickly and take decisive action, but he also became more strategic and careful in his approach. The initial objective he had was to locate a fresh benefactor. He thus re-established contact with his former acquaintance de Bernice, who currently held the position of Foreign Minister of France. He thus received counsel from his benefactor to seek a method of generating funds for the government in order to swiftly gain approval. Casanova quickly assumed the role of a trustee for the inaugural state lottery and emerged as one of its most successful ticket vendors. The business venture rapidly generated a substantial fortune for him. Now, armed with this wealth, he socialized with influential individuals, and of course, engaged in new romantic pursuits rather. Well, perhaps disputes as well, who knows. Well, using his exceptional memory, he deceived numerous socialites, including Marquis Jean d'Urfé, by exploiting his knowledge of occult practices, specifically his master of numerology, which gave him an aura of mystical power. Now, according to Casanova, tricking a foolish person is a commendable achievement for a clever individual. Now, at the onset of the 7 Years' War, Casanova was once again summoned to assist in augmenting the state treasury. He was given the responsibility of selling state bonds in Amsterdam, which was the financial hub of Europe at the time. He managed to sell the bonds at a mere 8% markdown. In the subsequent year, he had accumulated enough wealth to establish a silk manufacturing facility using his profits. Not bad. Now, the French government extended an offer to grant him a title and a pension in exchange for his acquisition of French citizenship and service to the finance ministry. However, he didn't want it. He declined it, possibly due to his desire for exploration and travel. Casanova had attained the pinnacle of his wealth, but was unable to maintain any of it. He managed to do the business ineffectively, accumulating significant debt in an attempt to salvage his losses, and allocated a substantial portion of his wealth towards engaging in more romantic liaisons with female employees, who he actually referred to as his harem. Gee, you wouldn't get away with that these days, wouldn't you? My goodness. Well, Casanova was incarcerated once more due to his outstanding debts. Now, he was released, however, just 4 days later, thanks to the persistent efforts of the Marquis d'Urfé. Regrettably, despite his release, his benefactor de Bernice was terminated by Louis XV during that period, and Casanova once again found himself surrounded by his adversaries. He liquidated his remaining possessions and obtained a new assignment in Holland in order to separate himself from these difficulties. On this occasion, his mission was unsuccessful, and he escaped to Cologne, then Stuttgart, in the spring of 1760, where he subsequently lost any of the wealth that he managed to have left. Once more, arrested due to his outstanding debts again, but he did evade capture, and he fled to Switzerland. Feeling tired and dissatisfied with his indulgent lifestyle, Casanova paid a visit to the monastery of Einsiedeln, where he contemplated the modest and intellectual life of a monk. Now, upon his return to the hotel he was staying at, he contemplated the decision at hand. Which way should he go? However, guess what? He was unexpectedly captivated by a new object of desire, causing him to abandon any thoughts of leading a monastic life and succumb to his primal instincts. Didn't take much, didn't it? While continuing his journey, he paid visits to Albrecht von Haller and Voltaire, and subsequently arrived in Marseille, then Genoa, Florence, Rome, Naples, Modena, and Turin, and all the way, taking as many chances as he could to engage in more of those romantic encounters. From 1760 onwards, he adopted the title of Chevalier de Saint-Gall, which he would continue to use throughout his life. At times he would adopt the title of Count de Ferrucci, using his mother's family name, if you remember from the start of the video. Additionally, when Pope Clement XIII bestowed upon Casanova the Papal Order of the Golden Spur, he received a remarkable cross and ribbon to showcase upon his chest. Upon returning to Paris, he embarked on one of his most audacious endeavors, which involved persuading the Marquis d'Urf that he possessed the ability to transform him into a young man using his occult magical methods. Well, Casanova's plan unfortunately failed to provide him with the significant financial gain he had anticipated, leading the Marquis to ultimately lose confidence in him. Well, it was worth a shot. Now, in 1763, Casanova actually journeyed to England with the intention of presenting his proposal for a national lottery to the British authorities. In his writings, he described the English as possessing a distinct character that is shared by the entire nation, leading them to believe in their superiority over others. It is a universally held belief among all nations, with each nation considering itself to be the superior one, and they all are correct. His words. Now, utilizing his connections, he managed to ascend to an audience with George III, leveraging the majority of the valuable items he had pilfered from the Marquis d'Urfé. While engaging in political maneuvers, he also devoted a significant amount of time to his habitual activities in the bedroom. In order to seek female companions for his personal gratification, despite his inability to communicate in English, he placed a newspaper advertisement offering to rent an apartment to the suitable candidate. Well, I don't know many people who would do that. That is interesting. Well, he conducted interviews with numerous young women, and ultimately he selected a candidate named Mistress Pauline, who was apparently well suited to his preferences. Shortly after, he made himself at home in her apartment and successfully charmed her. It was these and other romantic relationships, however, that left him debilitated with transmitted infections, and he departed England in a state of poverty and illness. He proceeded to the Austrian Netherlands, recuperated, and subsequently embarked on a 3-year journey across Europe, traversing approximately 4,500 miles by carriage on very rugged roads. His travels extended as far as Moscow and St. Petersburg, with an average daily distance of about 30 miles covered by coach. Once again, His primary objective was to market his lottery scheme to other governments to replicate the remarkable triumph he achieved with the French government. However, his meeting with Frederick the Great proved to be a complete waste of time, and he encountered the same outcome in the neighboring German territories. While with an abundance of both social connections and self-assurance, Casanova traveled to Russia and had a meeting with Catherine the Great. However, she decisively rejected the proposal of implementing a lottery. And in 1766, he was banished from Warsaw after engaging in a pistol duel with Colonel Franciszek Braniski over an Italian actress who was a mutual acquaintance. Both combatants sustained injuries, with Casanova specifically wounded in his left hand. But the hand spontaneously healed, despite Casanova's rejection of the doctor's suggestion to amputate it. He journeyed from Warsaw to Breslau in the Kingdom of Prussia, and then proceeded to Dresden, where he acquired another venereal infection. In 1767, he went back to Paris and spent several months indulging in gambling at the saloons. However, he was ultimately forced to leave France by the direct command of Louis XV. Imagine the king specifically telling you that you have to get out of the country. Can't argue with that. Now, it was mainly due to that fraudulent scheme with the Marquise d'Urfé. Casanova's reputation for reckless behavior had also spread all through Europe, making it rather challenging for him to overcome his notoriety and have anybody assist him in amassing any form of wealth. Consequently, he decided to go as far away from all of that as possible, and traveled to Spain, where his reputation was not as widely known. He employed his customary strategy, relying on strategically positioned connections, frequently Freemasons, socializing and entertaining influential nobles, and ultimately orchestrating a meeting with the regional sovereign, specifically Charles III in this instance. Well, despite his efforts, he found himself unable to secure any opportunities, and was left to wander aimlessly throughout Spain, achieving very little. While in Barcelona, he narrowly evaded an assassination attempt and subsequently served a 6-week prison sentence. After his unsuccessful Spanish expedition, he briefly returned to France, before moving on to Italy. He had to make arrangements for his return to Venice while he was in Rome, during the period when Casanova was awaiting his supporters, as few of them as there was, to secure his legal entry into Venice. He commenced the task of translating the Iliad into modern Tuscan Italian. That is the work by Homer, by the way. Also writing his History of the Troubles in Poland, and also composing a comic play. He engaged in commercial espionage to try to curry favor with the Venetian authorities, but nevertheless, after several months, without a recall, he composed a letter of appeal addressed directly to the inquisitors, because of course they were the moral authority. Finally, after many back and forths, he obtained the permission he had been so eagerly seeking, and was overwhelmed with emotion as he read the words, "We, inquisitors of the state, for reasons within our knowledge, grant Giacomo Casanova a free, safe conduct, authorizing him to freely travel, stay, and return, and communicate wherever he desires without any obstacle or restriction. That is our determination. Thus, on September of 1774, Casanova was granted permission to go back to Venice, following a period of 18 years in exile. There's no place like home. Now initially, his homecoming to Venice was warm and friendly, and he was widely recognized as a prominent figure, and the inquisitors themselves were eager to learn the details of that prison escape. Well, out of the 3 unmarried individuals who supported him, only Dandolo remained alive, and Casanova received an invitation to return and reside with him. He was granted a modest stipend by Dandolo, and aspired to sustain himself through his literary works. However, it proved to be insufficient. Reluctantly, he resumed his role as a correspondent for Venice, receiving payment on the number of articles he produced. His reports focused on religion, morals, and commerce, primarily relying on hearsay and gossip gathered from his social acquaintances. He experienced a feeling of dissatisfaction. He did not encounter any appealing financial prospects, and had limited social opportunities compared to his previous experiences. Well, by the time he reached 49, the consequences of his carefree lifestyle and extensive journeys had significantly affected his well-being. The scars from the smallpox, sunken cheeks, and the general poor health of Casanova became increasingly obvious. His previously relaxed demeanor began to become a lot more cautious, racked with worry. Now, we said there's no place like home, and that's generally true. But at this time, at least for Casanova, Venice was not what it used to be. Well, Casanova's financial resources for gambling were also limited, and he had a scarcity of desirable women to pursue, and a lack of acquaintances to stimulate his reckless and impulsive inclinations, long gone from the day where he and his buddies would run amok. Like I said, it's not what it used to be. He learned about the passing of his mother, and even more distressing, he went to see Bettina Gozzi on the deathbed. She was that person who had initially introduced him to his main hobby, and she died while he was holding her hand. Now, the Iliad, that work of Homer translated by him, was published in 3 volumes, but it had a restricted number of subscribers and had generated minimal financial returns. He engaged in a public disagreement with Voltaire regarding religion, too. When he acquired, imagine a scenario where you achieve the eradication of superstition. What will you use as a replacement? And Voltaire had retorted, I like that. When I deliver humanity from a ferocious beast which devours it, can I be asked what I shall put in its place? Well, of course, from Casanova's point of view, if Voltaire had been, I quote, a proper philosopher, he would have kept silent on that subject. He also said that the people need to live in ignorance for the general peace of the nation. Well, that's an interesting point of view. Well, in 1799, Casanova encountered Francesca, a seamstress lacking formal education, who subsequently became his cohabiting paramour and domestic caretaker. displaying unwavering affection towards him. Subsequently, the inquisitors employed him and dispatched him to scrutinize the trade activities between the Papal States and Venice. After publishing and theatre endeavors were unsuccessful, mainly due to a shortage of funds, Casanova was expelled from Venice once more in 1783, following the composition of a scathing satire that mocked the Venetian nobility. Of course, this only exacerbated his decline, being thrown out of his comfortable home like this. During that event, he publicly declared as well that Grimani was his biological father, which was his sole statement on the matter. Now, compelled to complete his journey, Casanova arrived in Paris, and in November of 1783 he encountered, guess who? Benjamin Franklin, while attending a lecture on aeronautics and the prospects of balloon transportation. He also briefly held the positions of secretary and pamphleteer for Sebastian Foscarini, who was the Venetian ambassador in Vienna. Well, following Foscarini's demise in 1785, Casanova embarked on a quest to secure a new position, and after a few months he assumed the role of librarian to Count Joseph Karl von Waldstein, who served as a chamberlain to the emperor at the castle of Dux in Bohemia, which is now known as the Czech Republic, by the way. Now the Count, who was a Freemason, a frequent traveller, and Kabbalist, had developed an affinity for Casanova after their encounter a year ago at Foscarini's house. Despite the job providing stability and a generous salary, Casanova characterizes his final years as boring and monotonous, although it proved to be fruitful for his writing endeavors. But his health had significantly worsened, and he found this little country life among all the peasants to be quite uninteresting. He could only make infrequent visits to Vienna and Dresden for respite, and despite his amicable relationship with the Count, his employer was a significantly younger individual who possessed his own idiosyncrasies. The Count frequently disregarded him during meals and neglected to introduce him to significant visiting dignitaries. In addition, Casanova was widely despised by the majority of the other residents of the castle of Dux. His sole companions appeared to be his fox terriers. Well, overwhelmed by this hopelessness, he contemplated ending his life, but ultimately resolved to persevere in order to chronicle his life story, a task he diligently pursued until his demise. Well, he frequented Prague, the capital and primary cultural hub of Bohemia, on numerous occasions, and during October of 1787 he encountered Lorenzo da Ponte, the writer of the text for Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's opera Don Giovanni. He was in Prague at this time while the opera was being performed on its first premiere. It is probable that he also had the opportunity to meet the composer during this encounter, but we don't really know. But there is evidence to suggest that he was present in Prague in 1791 during the coronation of the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II as King of Bohemia. During his visit to Prague in 1787, Casanova is reputed to have written a dialogue which was appropriate for the Don Juan drama. However, none of his verses were ultimately included in Mozart's Don Giovanni. Well, in 1797, news had arrived that the Republic of Venice had ceased to exist, and that Napoleon Bonaparte had captured Casanova's hometown. Returning home was no longer possible. Casanova thus passed away on June the 4th, 1798, at the age of 73. His last words: "I have lived as a philosopher, and I die as a Christian." He was interred in Dux, which is now known as Duchkov in the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, the precise whereabouts of his grave have been lost to history. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, born in 1756, Salzburg, Austria, a legendary composer from the classical era. His exceptional talent was apparent from a young age. In fact, he started composing at the mere age of 5 years old, and soon after he was performing in front of European royalty. His prolific career yielded a staggering collection of over 600 compositions, encompassing renowned and timeless pieces in the genres of symphony, chamber music, opera, and choral music. His aptitude for amalgamating diverse musical forms and styles was not characterized only by the classical era, but also had a profound impact on Western music for centuries to come. But although he possessed extraordinary talent, he frequently faced financial difficulties, and his later years were characterized by personal adversity and crippling illness. However, his vast collection of works showcases a wide range of originality and liveliness that still deeply affects audiences today, solidifying his position as one of the prominent figures in classical music. Hello and welcome to the channel. Today we're going to talk all about Mozart. I bet you didn't see that coming, didn't you? Well, if you want to support the channel, you can do it by just enjoying the video. That's all I ask. And if you want to go a step further, just click on the like and subscribe. That certainly helps more than you know. And there's a few links in the description. Also, I've set up a Facebook, so if you want to go check that out, go ahead, just search it up. You'll find me. Now, without further ado, let's all begin. Nice and relaxed. 27th of January, 1756. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was born in Salzburg to his parents Leopold Mozart and Anna Maria. Salzburg served as the capital as the Archbishopric of Salzburg, which was a religious principality within the Holy Roman Empire. But nowadays it's located in Austria. Now, he was the youngest among 7 siblings, of which 5 of them passed away during infancy. Maria Anna Mozart, 1751 to 1829, commonly known as Nannerl, was his older sister. We'll get back to her later. Well, Mozart was christened in St. Rupert's Cathedral in Salzburg the day after his birth. The baptismal record lists his name in Latinized form as Johannes Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. Well, we're obviously not going to be saying that 10 times quickly. But as an adult, he typically referred to himself simply as Wolfgang Amade Mozart, although of course this name has numerous variations. Now, Leopold Mozart, that was his father, hailing from Augsburg, which was also a part of the Holy Roman Empire, and designated as an imperial free city, was a composer of, well, lesser prominence. Although, of course, you're going to be in the shadow if you're standing next to Mozart. But Leopold was also quite a seasoned educator, and quite respected for it. In 1743, he was designated as the fourth violinist in the musical ensemble of Count Leopold Anton von Firmian, the governing Prince Archbishop of Salzburg. And after a span of 4 years, he entered matrimony with the aforementioned Anna Maria in Salzburg. In 1763, Leopold was appointed as the deputy Kapellmeister of the orchestra, and in the year that his son was born, he published a violin textbook, which was also highly successful. Now, about Nannerl, from the age of 7, she commenced her keyboard lessons under the guidance of her father, while her 3-year-old brother observed. Years later, following the passing of her brother, she reflected in her memoirs, and I quote, "He often spent much time at the clavier, picking out thirds, which he was ever striking, and his pleasure showed that it sounded good. In the 4th year of his age, his father, for a game as it were, began to teach him a few minuets and pieces at the clavier. In fact, he could play it faultlessly, and with the greatest delicacy, and keeping exactly in time. At the age of 5, he was already composing little pieces of his own, which he played to his father, who wrote them down." Now onto those initial compositions, specifically K1 through 5, which were documented in the Nannerl Notenbuch. There is a scholarly dispute going on around that, whether Mozart was 4 or 5 years old when he produced his initial musical compositions. Either way, it's pretty impressive. It may have only been a few months between. However, it is widely accepted that Mozart composed his first 3 pieces of music, namely K1, A, B, and C, within a short span of a few weeks. Well, during his formative years, Wolfgang's father served as his sole instructor. In fact, he was a teacher himself, remember, and a published author for that violin book. Well, in addition to music, he also instructed his children, including Nannerl, of course, in languages and academic disciplines. According to the biographer Solomon, Leopold was a dedicated instructor to his children, but there is evidence suggesting that Mozart was eager to surpass the knowledge he was taught. In fact, his initial composition, marked with ink stains, and his early accomplishments with the violin were self-motivated, and reportedly caught Leopold completely off guard. Eventually, Leopold simply ceased composing once his son's musical abilities became apparent. Well, during Wolfgang's youth, his family embarked on multiple European voyages, where he and his sister showcased their exceptional talents as child prodigies. The series of exhibitions commenced in 1762 at the court of Prince-Elector Maximilian III of Bavaria in Munich, and subsequently took place at the imperial courts of Vienna and Prague. Subsequently, a lengthy concert tour ensued, lasting for a duration of 3.5 years. The tour encompassed various cities such as Munich, Mannheim, Paris, London, Dover, The Hague, and back to Paris once more. The return journey included stops in Zurich and Munich, along with a few smaller cities. Now, throughout this journey, Wolfgang encountered numerous musicians and familiarized himself with the compositions of other composers. He was greatly influenced, of course, by Johann Christian Bach, whom he visited in London in 1764 and 65. At the age of 8 years old, Mozart composed his inaugural symphony, with the majority of it likely being transcribed by his father. Now, the family excursions were frequently arduous, and the travel circumstances were rudimentary. It wasn't easy in those days just to go between place to place. Well, they also had to wait for invitations and reimbursement from the nobility, and they experienced prolonged and even life-threatening illnesses far away from their place of residence. First, Leopold in London during the summer of 1764, and then both children in The Hague during the autumn of 1765. In late 1767, the family once again travelled to Vienna, and they stayed there until December 1768. Following a year in Salzburg, Leopold and Wolfgang embarked on a journey to Italy, while Anna Maria and Nannerl remained at home. Time for a boys' trip. Father and son, nothing better than that. Well, the duration of this tour spanned from December 1769 to March 1771. Now, similar to previous trips they'd taken, Leopold desired to showcase his son's talents as a musician and a quickly developing composer. Wolfgang encountered many famous people in the field and was admitted as a member of the renowned Accademia Philharmonica. There also is a popular belief that he had the opportunity to listen to Gregorio Allegri Miserere being performed twice in the Sistine Chapel when he was in Rome. One could only imagine how glorious that would have been. Reportedly, he later transcribed it solely from memory, thereby creating the initial unapproved replica of this highly protected possession of the Vatican. And the Vatican, of course, do not like it when you take their little possessions. Well, nevertheless, there is an ongoing disagreement regarding both the source and credibility of this narrative. But hey, it's pretty interesting, don't you think? Now, Mozart composed the opera Mitridate de Riponto, 1770, in Milan, where it was very well received and performed quite successfully. As a result, more opera commissions were obtained. He made 2 additional trips to Milan with his father, one from August to December in 1771, and another from October 1772 to March 1773. The trips were specifically for the purpose of composing and premiering his works Ascanio in Alba, 1771, and Lucio Silla, 1772. Leopold aspired for his son to secure a professional position during these visits. In fact, Archduke Ferdinand, the ruling authority, even considered hiring Mozart on a full-time basis. And that's a boss that pays well. Well, unfortunately, there was somebody they forgot to ask. Due to Empress Maria Theresa's unwillingness to employ individuals that she deemed to be unproductive, the opportunity was abandoned, and Leopold's aspirations remained unfulfilled. That's right. The wife says no. Oh well, back to the drawing board, I suppose. Mozart composed the solo Motet Exultate Jubilate K165 towards the conclusion of this journey. So, upon his arrival back from Italy on the 13th of March 1773, Mozart was appointed as a court musician by Prince Archbishop Hieronymus Colloredo, who was the ruler of Salzburg. The composer enjoyed a wide circle of friends and admirers back in Salzburg, and had the chance to compose in various musical forms. This included symphonies, sonatas, masses, serenades, string quartets, and even a few more avant-garde, lesser-known operas, which is good for a young creative. Now, from April to December of 1775, Mozart cultivated a strong interest in violin concertos, and he composed a sequence of 5 of them, which were the only ones that he ever created. These concertos progressively advanced in their musical complexity, and 3 most recent compositions, namely K216, 218, and 219, have become essential pieces in the repertoire. Now, in 1776, he redirected his focus towards composing piano concertos, now resulting in the creation of the E-flat Concerto K271 in early 1777, and it was this particular concerto that is widely regarded by critics as a significant step in his creative journey. Now, notwithstanding all of these very impressive artistic achievements, he also became progressively dissatisfied with Salzburg, and intensified his endeavors to secure a position elsewhere. One factor, and I'm sure a very important one, was his very meager salary of 150 florins per year. Not too bad, but not too good. Well, Mozart had a strong desire to compose operas, but Salzburg just was not the town for it, offering him very few opportunities to do so. So, in 1775, the closure of the court theatre exacerbated the situation even more, particularly because the other theatre in Salzburg was mainly allocated for visiting troops who had come from far abroad, and I'm afraid this town's not big enough for the 2 of us. Well, 2 extensive expeditions in pursuit of employment disrupted this prolonged stay in Salzburg. Something had to change. So Mozart and his father traveled to Vienna from the 14th of July to 26th of September 1773, and then on to Munich from the 6th of December 1774 till 1775, the month of March. But unfortunately, both visits proved to be unsuccessful. However, not a complete waste of time. The trip to Munich becomes somewhat of a triumph at the late stage of the game, with the premiere of Mozart's opera La Finta Giardiniera receiving widespread acclaim. In the August of 1777, he relinquished his position at Salzburg officially, and on the 23rd of September embarked on his new journey to seek proper employment, making visits to Augsburg, Mannheim, Paris, and once again Munich, where he was surely welcomed. He began to familiarize himself with the renowned ensemble in Mannheim, which was considered the preeminent orchestra in Europe during that period. In addition, he developed romantic feelings for Aloysia Weber, who was one of the 4 daughters from a family with a musical background. Despite the potential job opportunities in Mannheim, and believe me, there was plenty of them, well, they didn't materialize for him, prompting Mozart to depart for Paris on the 14th of March 1778 in order to pursue his other options. Perhaps the French would appreciate him more. Now, in his correspondence from Paris, Mozart suggests, albeit subtly, the possibility of being appointed as an organist at Versailles. However, he did not have any inclination towards accepting such a position. Thus, he incurred debt and resorted to pawning valuable items. His lowest point of the visit occurred when Mozart's mother fell ill, and unfortunately she passed away 3rd of July 1778. Now, the reason for the delay in calling a doctor for her was quite sadly most likely due to insufficient funds. And that's just horrible. Well, Mozart resided at the residence of Marquis d'Épinay, under the hospitality of Melchior Grimm. Now, during his stay in Paris, his father was also actively seeking employment opportunities for him in Salzburg. Mozart was offered a position as the court organist and concert master with the backing of the local nobility, and the yearly remuneration amounted to 450 florins. However, he displayed hesitancy in accepting it. But come on, that's 300% what he used to earn. That's pretty good. Well, I suppose it's not all about the payment. Well, it was at that point the relationship between Grimm and Mozart had become less friendly, and Mozart decided it was time to leave. Following his departure from Paris in September of 1778, he spent additional time in Mannheim and Munich, with the persistent hope of securing a position elsewhere in Salzburg. Upon returning to Munich, he once again crossed paths with Aloysia, who had achieved great success as a singer. However, unfortunately for Mozart, she had lost all interest in him. I suppose that's what happens when you become rich and famous and hang around with all the artistic types. Things tend to move pretty fast. Well, on the 15th of January 1779, Mozart eventually returned to Salzburg and assumed his new position. However, his dissatisfaction with Salzburg remained very much unchanged, and it was certainly not the place he wanted to be. Now, some of Mozart's most notable compositions during his trip to Paris include the A minor piano sonata, and also the Paris Symphony No. 31, which were played in Paris on the 12th of June and 18th of June 1778, and also the Concerto for Flute and Harp in C major, also known as K99 or 297 C, or rather K299 rather. Also, his opera Idomeneo premiered in Munich in January of 1781, and to great acclaim, a roaring success. Rawr. Now, in the March of the following year, Mozart was called to Vienna, where his employer, Archbishop Colloredo, was presented at the festivities commemorating Joseph II's ascension to the Austrian throne. For Colloredo, it was a matter of desiring Mozart to be readily available, as effectively his musical slave. Mozart was indeed obligated to have his meals in Colorado rather, establishment alongside the valets and cooks, so they definitely kept him under tight control. As he continued serving the Archbishop, he envisioned a more ambitious career. And we've actually got a letter that he wrote to his father about this specific situation, expressing some of his dissatisfaction. He wrote, "My main goal right now is to meet the Emperor in some agreeable fashion. I am absolutely determined that he should get to know me. I would be so happy if I could whip through my opera for him, and then play a fugue or two, for that's what I know he likes." Well, Mozart in fact did meet the Emperor quite shortly after this, who ultimately provided significant support to his career through commissions and even a part-time job. Well, in the aforementioned letter to his father I just read, Mozart detailed his intentions to perform as a soloist in the esteemed Tonkünstler Societät concert series. Sorry, some random German, I believe it is, coming up there, a little difficult. Well, this concert series was known for its charitable nature, so certainly a few dollar signs flicking around in the eyes there. Subsequently, this plan was successfully executed after the influential local aristocracy convinced Colorado to withdraw his objections. Well, the Archbishop Colorado's desire to prohibit Mozart from performing outside of his establishment was sometimes enforced, and quite randomly so, which of course greatly angered the composer, but after all, he's on contract. One instance of this was when Mozart had the opportunity to perform before the Emperor at Countess Thun's, but only if he paid a fee equivalent to half of his annual salary in Salzburg. Well, in May, the dispute with the Archbishop reached its climax when Mozart made an attempt to resign. But his resignation was rejected. Yes, it works like that. It's not really fair, isn't it? What's the point in resigning if they can reject your resignation? Which makes you wonder if the Archbishop was going to fire him. Could Mozart simply reject being fired? Now that's a novel idea. I wish I had have thought of that when I used to work at the liquor store. Now, in the subsequent month, authorization was given, albeit in a highly offensive manner. You see, the composer was summarily terminated by means of a physical blow to the posterior, delivered by Count Arco, the steward of the Archbishop. Don't let the door hit you on the arse on your way out. That's what we say in my country. Well, Mozart chose then to establish himself in Vienna as an independent artist and composer. It's probably best if he goes out on his own now, after that ordeal. Well, anyway, Mozart found the quarrel with Colorado particularly challenging due to the fact that his father had actually took the opposing side. In fact, Mozart's father engaged in fervent correspondence with his son, urging him to obediently return to Salzburg with Colorado and reconcile with their employer. But Mozart himself ardently advocated for his determination to pursue a self-directed profession in Vienna. The debate concluded when Mozart was terminated by the Archbishop, liberating himself from both his employer and his father's insistence to come back. He's a fully grown man. Let him do what he wants. 450 florins a year be damned. Well, Solomon, the biographer, describes Mozart's resignation as his revolutionary action that had a profound impact on the trajectory of his life. Now, we find ourselves in Vienna, and Mozart's initial foray proved to be quite successful. He frequently showcased his skills as a pianist, particularly in a prestigious competition alongside Muzio Clementi on the 24th of December 1781, impressing absolutely everyone and gaining recognition as the most exceptional piano player in Vienna. And believe me, there was plenty of good piano players in Vienna at the time, such an artistic city. Well, in addition, he achieved success as a composer in 1782. He finished composing the opera The Abduction from Seraglio. The opera premiered on the 16th of July 1787 and garnered significant acclaim. The work quickly gained popularity and was widely performed in all German-speaking parts of Europe. And, of course, Mozart's name was slapped right on the front of it, solidifying his reputation as a formidable composer. People were starting to talk, and they were talking about Mozart. Well, during the peak of his disputes with Colloredo, he relocated to the residence of the Weber family, who had recently migrated from Vienna from Mannheim, rather. Now, following the demise of their patriarch, Fridolin, the Weber family has resorted to accommodating lodgers in order to meet their financial obligations. Mortgages must be paid. Take in some renters. You know how it is. Well, following his unsuccessful attempt to win the affection of Aloysia Weber, once more, who had since married the actor and artist Joseph Lange, Mozart's attention turned to Constance, the third daughter of the Weber family. The courtship, however, encountered some difficulties. Existing correspondence suggests that Mozart and Constance temporarily ended their relationship in the April of 1782 due to an incident involving jealousy. You see, Constance allowed another young man to measure her calves during a parlor game, and that's just crossing the line. Mozart encountered significant challenges in obtaining his father Leopold's approval for the marriage, especially with a scandalous calf-measuring reputation that she had. Well, the wedding did occur, though, against a climate of turmoil. Daniel Hertz proposes that Constance eventually cohabitated with Mozart, a situation that would have subjected her to social disapproval according to the prevailing norms of the era. But hey, if she can have her calves measured by some random man, who knows what she's capable of? Well, in his letter to Leopold on the 31st of July 1782, Mozart expressed that the advice he had received, although well-intentioned, did not adequately address the situation of a man who had already progressed significantly with a young woman. Any additional delay was not possible. It stated that Sophie, Constance's sister, emotionally claimed that if Constance did not come back home, her mother would call the police. On August the 4th, Mozart corresponded with the Baroness von Waldstatten, inquiring, "Is it permissible for the local authorities to enter someone's residence in such a manner?" It is possible that Madame Weber is employing a deceptive tactic in order to retrieve her daughter. If not, I am unaware of a more effective solution than to wed Constance tomorrow morning, or, if feasible, today. The couple were ultimately wed on the 4th of August, 1782, in St. Stephen's Cathedral, just prior to the arrival of his father's approving letter in the mail. Remember, just prior to it. So, well, I don't think they really cared too much about the father's approval. Well, according to the marriage contract, Constance gave her husband 500 gulden, which he had agreed to increase by 1,000. The total amount would be inherited by the surviving spouse. Additionally, any acquisitions made jointly during the marriage were to be considered as shared property by both parties. Yeah, sounds fair. Well, out of the couple's 6 children, unfortunately only 2 managed to survive the early stages of life. Sounds all a bit grim, but, well, child mortality was unfortunately quite high back then. So was dying in childbirth. Thankfully, we've gotten past quite a lot of that, though it's still an issue in some parts of the world. Well, during the years of 1782 and 83, Mozart developed a deep understanding and appreciation for the compositions of Johann Sebastian Bach, who is my favorite, by the way, especially the lute suites, which are very transferable to guitar, by the way, and also George Friedrich Handel, who I also enjoy, but not as much as Bach. Now, this was made possible by the influence of Gottfried van Swieten, who possessed a significant collection of manuscripts by these Baroque masters. Mozart's examination of these musical scores served as a source of inspiration for his compositions in the Baroque style, subsequently impacting his musical vocabulary, and this influence can indeed be observed, for instance, in the fugal sections of the Magic Flute and the concluding movement of Symphony No. 41. Now, in the year 1783, Mozart took his wife to Salzburg, along with the family in tow. Although his father and sister treated Constance with politeness, this visit served as an inspiration for Mozart to compose one of his most remarkable religious works, the Mass in C minor. Unfortunately unfinished, but the composition was debuted in Salzburg, featuring Constance, who was actually performing a solo role of her own. And, while in Vienna around 1784, he encountered Joseph Haydn, another composer, one of my favorites too, and the two maestros forged a relationship. Now, during Haydn's visits to Vienna, they occasionally collaborated in an impromptu ensemble consisting of string instruments. Mozart composed 6 quartets dedicated to his friend Haydn between 1782 and 85, and these quartets are considered as a direct response to Haydn's Opus 33 collection, which was published in 1784. Haydn expressed his belief that future generations would not witness a talent of Mozart's caliber for at least another century. In 1785, he conveyed to Mozart's father that, in his honest assessment, that Mozart was the most exceptional composer he had encountered in terms of both personal acquaintance and reputation. Haydn also praised Mozart's refined musical sensibilities, and acknowledged his unparalleled mastery in the art of composition. Between 1782 and 85, Mozart organized concerts where he performed as a soloist, showcasing 3 to 4 new piano concertos each session. But due to limited availability of space in the theaters, he opted to reserve alternative locations. A spacious chamber in the Tratnerhof apartment building and the grand ballroom of the Mel Group restaurant. The concerts were highly acclaimed, and his concertos that debuted there continued to be prominent components of his repertoire. According to Solomon, Mozart established a harmonious relationship between himself as a composer/performer and the audience, who had the privilege of witnessing the development and improvement of a significant musical genre. Well, due to significant earnings from his concerts, Mozart and his wife began to live a little bit more opulently. It's about damn time. So they relocated to a pretty costly apartment with an annual rental fee of 460 florins. Do keep in mind, this is coming from someone who used to make 150 florins a year. Yeah, a bit of a step up. So he purchased a high-quality forte piano as well, from one Anton Walter, for approximately 900 florins. And he also got a billiard table for around 300 florins. Sure, it was one of those fancy granite ones. And they also enrolled their son, Carl Thomas, in a prestigious boarding school and employed household staff. Now, throughout this period, Mozart only managed to accumulate a small portion of his earnings, spending more than he was saving. You can see where this is all going. Well, Mozart joined the Freemasons on December 14th, 1784, and was accepted into the Zur Wohltätigkeit Lodge. Now, Freemasonry had a significant impact on Mozart's life, too, as he actively participated in the meetings and had several friends who were Masons, composing Masonic music on different occasions. Now, that being said, his output of opera seemed to significantly decrease for the subsequent 4 years, and he only completed 2 unfinished works in a 1-act opera, prioritizing his career as a piano soloist and a concerto composer. In late 1785, Mozart shifted his focus from composing music for the keyboard to embarking on a renowned partnership in opera with the librettist Lorenzo da Ponte. And in 1786, the premiere of La Nozze de Figaro in Vienna was a resounding triumph. The opera Don Giovanni, a second collaboration with da Ponte, premiered on October in 1787 in Prague to resounding acclaim. However, its reception in Vienna during 1788 was not as successful. These 2 compositions by Mozart are widely recognized as his most renowned works and continue to be regularly performed in operatic productions. However, due to their intricate musical structure, both the audience and the performers faced challenges during their initial performance. In fact, Mozart's father, who passed away on the 28th of May, 1787, did not have the opportunity to witness these advancements. Rest in peace, Mozart's dad. Well, in December of the same year, 1787, Mozart secured a permanent position with the support of aristocratic patrons. In fact, Emperor Joseph II himself designated him as his, I quote, chamber composer, a position that had become available the month before due to the passing of the old guy Gluck. The appointment was a part-time one, however, but it had a salary of 800 florins per year. Not bad. You get a few pool tables with that, wouldn't you? While Mozart's main responsibility was to compose dances for the annual balls. Mozart's modest income gained significance when he faced financial difficulties. According to court records, Joseph intended to prevent the highly regarded composer from departing Vienna in search of more favorable opportunities. Well, after all, like most classical musicians, he ends up Baroque. That's not bad. That's okay. Well, in 1787, the aspiring Ludwig van Beethoven spent a considerable amount of time in Vienna with the intention of receiving tutelage from Mozart, but there are no existing reliable records to indicate whether the two composers ever actually had a meeting. But we do know that Beethoven was there. Well, Vienna was the place to be for the musicians back then. In the latter part of the decade, Mozart's circumstances continued to deteriorate. By approximately 1786, he had significantly reduced his public concert appearances, resulting in a decrease in his income. And during the Austro-Turkish War, musicians in Vienna faced challenging circumstances, to say the least. The overall prosperity of the city had diminished, and the aristocracy's capacity to financially support music had also declined. In 1788, Mozart experienced a significant decrease of 66% in his income compared to the most prosperous years in 1781. Things were not looking good. Thus, in the middle of the year 1788, he and his family relocated from central Vienna to the suburb of Aussergrund. Contrary to the suggestion that Mozart moved to a suburb to save money on rent, as mentioned in his letter to Michael von Puchberg, Mozart did not actually reduce his expenses. Instead, he simply increased the amount of living space that was available to him, getting a better deal out in the countryside. You get more square meterage, you know. Well, he frequently resorted, however, to borrowing money, primarily from his friend and fellow mason Puchberg. A collection of desperate letters requesting loans has been preserved, and he sounds markedly desperate in the letters. Times are certainly tough for our boy Mozart. Well, according to Solomon, Mozart's productivity in composing music also decreased, possibly due to his depression. Notable compositions from this era include the final 3 symphonies, being 39, 40, and 41, all composed in 1788, as well as the last of the 3 Da Ponte operas, Così fan tutte, which debuted in 1790. So during this period, Mozart embarked on extensive travels with the aim of enhancing his financial situation, and in the spring of 1789, he visited Leipzig, Dresden, and Berlin, followed by Frankfurt, Mannheim, and a few other German cities in 1790. His final years were characterized by a period of great productivity, interrupted only by his eventual illness. According to some reports, it was also a time of personal rejuvenation. He produced a substantial amount of music, which included some of his highly regarded compositions, such as the opera The Magic Flute, the Final Piano Concerto, the Clarinet Concerto K622, the last piece in his series of string quartets, and the incomplete Requiem K626 rather. But in 1790 his financial condition, which had been a cause of worry, finally started to get a little bit better. Well, despite the lack of definitive evidence about this, it does seem that affluent benefactors in Amsterdam and Hungary made commitments to provide regular payments to Mozart in exchange for occasional musical compositions. It's a good deal, isn't it? It is believed that he profited from the sale of dance music that he composed as the imperial chamber composer. He also ceased to borrow substantial amounts from Puchberg and commenced the process of repaying his debts. He became unwell, however, during his visit to Prague for the first performance of his opera La Clemenza de Tito on the 6th of September 1791. The opera was composed the same year specifically for Emperor Leopold II's coronation celebration. He persisted, however, in his professional duties for a period of time, and oversaw the debut performance of the Magic Flute on the 30th of September. On the 20th of November, his health unfortunately declined, and he became bedridden, experiencing symptoms such as swelling, pain, and vomiting. In the last days of his life, Mozart received care from his wife and her younger sister, and was attended to by the royal family physician, Thomas Franz Closet. He was mentally engrossed, however, in completing his Requiem, but there is very little evidence to suggest that he dictated passages to his student Süssmayr. Mozart, however, passed away in his residence on the 5th of December 1791 at 12:55 a.m. He was only 35 years old. Well, he was interred in a common grave, in accordance with the contemporary Viennese custom, at St. Mark's Cemetery outside the city on the 7th of December. But if, as later reports say, no mourners attended, that too is consistent with Viennese burial customs at the time. Well, there was the tale of a storm and snow kicking up on the day of his death, but this may have been a dramatic falsehood. In fact, we have records that the day was calm and mild in terms of weather. Well, before we finish up, let's just get some final notes on the character of Mozart, a little bonus. Now, tenor Michael Kelly, in his writings, provided a detailed account of Mozart's physical attributes. According to him, Mozart was a diminutive individual, characterized by a pallid and slender frame, possessing an abundance of fine and fair hair which he took great pride in his grooming, and in the words of his early biographer, his physical appearance was unremarkable. Well, according to him, fighting words, he was diminutive in stature, and his facial expression, apart from his prominent and penetrating eyes, did not reveal any indications of his exceptional intellectual abilities. His face bore the marks of pockmarks, serving as a reminder of his past encounter with smallpox during his childhood. Surprised he made it through that one. Very low survival rate back then for that. Well, according to his wife's account, his voice was described as a tenor, which was generally soft when speaking and delicate when singing. However, when he was excited or needed to exert himself, his voice became powerful and energetic. He also had a strong affinity for fashion, as some recalled seeing him during a rehearsal dressed in a red coat and gold trimmings and a hat with a turned-up brim, directing the orchestra by indicating the tempo of the music. Researchers at the Salzburg Mozarteum have discovered that Mozart frequently wore a white wig for his formal events. Out of the 14 portraits they've found, only one depicted him without his wig. But again, everybody wore wigs back then. It was the thing to do. But he typically exerted extensive effort, diligently completing compositions at an astonishing rate, especially when faced with impending deadlines, and even faster when he was short of money. Frequently he created sketches and drafts which, unlike those of Beethoven, were mostly not preserved, as his wife attempted to eradicate them following his death, which was a shame. Now, he resided at the heart of the Viennese music scene and had extensive connections with a diverse range of individuals, including fellow musicians, theatrical performers, fellow Salzburg residents and aristocrats, including some level of familiarity with the emperor, that being Joseph II at the time. He also derived pleasure from playing billiards, engaged in dancing, and maintaining various pets, such as a canary, a starling, a dog, and a horse, for the purpose of recreational riding, which he also enjoyed. The letters that we have that survive, particularly those written to his cousin Maria Ann Thekla Mozart between 1777 and 78, as well as his correspondence with his sister and parents, reveal his remarkable affinity for scatological humor. In addition to his other compositions, Mozart also created scatological music, which consisted of a collection of canons that he performed alongside his friends. Due to his extensive travels throughout Europe during his childhood, he developed a remarkable ability to understand and speak various languages. Of course, he grew up speaking his native Salzburg dialect of German, but he also became fluent in Latin, Italian, and French. He also likely possessed a grasp of the English language to some extent. He was at least able to communicate in it. This is evident from a playful remark that he wrote in response to a careless error made by his 19-year-old student Thomas Atwood on his exercise papers, writing in the margin, "You are an ass." It's not very professional for a teacher, isn't it? Well, Mozart was also brought up in the Catholic faith and maintained a steadfast commitment to the Church for the entirety of his life. Of course, in 1784, he became more involved in the beliefs of the Freemasons. Whatever exactly they are is a subject of debate. Hey, maybe a video on the Freemasons. That's a good idea. The Great Plague of London, 1665 to 66. One of the final major epidemics of the bubonic plague to hit England, taking out an estimated 100,000 people, almost a quarter of the population of London at the time. The outbreak began in the poor and densely populated parish of St. Giles in the Fields, before spreading rapidly throughout the city. It was part of the larger pandemic that affected various parts of Europe, caused by Yersinia pestis, the bacterium associated with other plague outbreaks, including the infamous Black Death. The city's response included quarantine measures, the killing of stray animals, and the use of plague doctors who treated victims with often dubious methods. The plague dwindled during the winter of 1666, due in part to the Great Fire of London, which inadvertently helped end the outbreak by destroying many of the overcrowded and rat-infested urban slums that had allowed the disease to thrive in the first place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to have you with me again. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. If you want to go above and beyond, you may refer to the description of the video. Now, I'm sure you have seen my previous video on the Black Death. If you would like to go and watch that, you'll find it in the medieval playlist. If not, let's continue, get nice and comfortable, as we talk about the Great Plague of London. Let's set the scene first. In the 17th century, London, like many European cities, was frequently afflicted by the plague. The disease had claimed around 30,000 lives in 1603, 35,000 in 1625, and 10,000 in 1636, with additional outbreaks causing further deaths in other years. It was a normal part of life, an unpleasant one, but an experience quintessential to being in medieval times. By late 664, the appearance of a bright comet had stirred fear among the populace of London, leading to widespread speculation about impending calamities. The city itself was densely packed into about 448 acres, encircled by ancient walls designed originally to fend off raiders and bordered to the south by the mighty River Thames. Key entry points through the city wall included the gates at Ludgate, Newgate, Aldersgate, Cripplegate, Moorgate, Bishopsgate, and Aldgate, while the Thames could be crossed via the London Bridge. Of course, sanitary conditions one would expect in the poorer districts were deplorable, to say the least. Overcrowded tenements and garrets made cleanliness completely unattainable. Streets lacked sanitation, with open drains carrying filth along their lengths. The streets, muddied and littered with animal droppings, household waste and sewage, presented a dire public health hazard. During the summer, the refuse, of course, attracted swarms of flies, and in the winter, the streets were awash with human waste. To mitigate the worst of this pollution, the city corporation employed rakers who would clear the filth and transport it to heaps outside the city walls, where it would, of course, continue to decompose, contributing to the pervasive, overpowering stench, certainly always downwind of that. Many residents resorted to carrying handkerchiefs or nosegays to cover their nostrils, often stuffed with a few flowers to try and ease the stench. Transportation, of course, within the city was chaotic and congested, a very grim situation. While some goods like coal arrived by barge down the Thames, most supplies and traffic moved via the congested and dirty roads, and of course they moved by horses. And the more horses, well, you know. The city's gateways created bottlenecks as well, severely hampering movement, and the 19-arch London Bridge was notorious for its overcrowding. Affluent individuals often travelled in hackney carriages or sedan chairs to avoid the filth, while the less fortunate walked and risked being splashed with dirty water from the roads, slops discarded from the second stories of homes, or runoff from roofs, or perhaps even worse things being thrown out from chamber pots. Adding to the urban miasma was the choking black smoke emitted from the many factories, breweries, iron smelters, and the coal burned in approximately 15,000 dank and dingy homes. During the 17th century, London's rapid expansion pushed its boundaries beyond those ancient city walls, leading to the emergence of densely populated shanty towns. These makeshift neighborhoods, largely devoid of sanitation, were hastily constructed to accommodate the influx of artisans and tradespeople drawn to the bustling city. Despite government efforts to restrict their growth, these suburbs housed over 250,000 people. The political turmoil of the Commonwealth era saw many loyalists fleeing Britain, leaving behind numerous townhouses. These buildings were quickly occupied by newcomers, who transformed them into overcrowded tenements, where multiple families shared single rooms, leading to dilapidated conditions and rampant rat infestations. The City of London was managed by the Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and Common Councillors, but its authority did not extend to the entire metropolitan area. Surrounding the walled city were districts known as liberties, self-governing areas often linked historically to religious institutions dissolved during the earlier dissolution of the monasteries. Their secular successors retained these governance rights. By 1665, these liberties formed a protective ring known as the City and Liberties, encompassing the immediate outskirts of London. However, beyond this area lay further suburbs with their own local governance. Westminster, for example, had developed into an independent town with its own set of liberties, seamlessly connected to London through urban sprawl. Similarly, the Tower of London operated independently. Areas outside these specific jurisdictions fell under the counties of Middlesex or Surrey, depending on their location relative to the River Thames. At the time, the bubonic plague, a feared scourge, was rampant, though its origins and transmissions were mysteries still wrapped in great many layers of medieval superstition. In fact, many attributed the plague to noxious vapors from the earth, that old miasma theory, strange weather, or even unusual animal behavior. It was not until the late 19th century that Alexandre Yersin pinpointed Yersinia pestis as the bacterial culprit, with rat fleas identified as the primary vector. The definitive link between Yersinia pestis and the Great Plague of London was only established through DNA analysis in 2016, suggesting that human bodily lice may have played more significant roles in spreading the plague than previously thought. Well, to assess the impact of an epidemic accurately, it's crucial to understand the population size at risk. I mean, it's all relative. The numbers are only relative to percentages. don't you think? In the 17th century, London lacked an official census, leaving estimates based on the work of pioneering demographer John Graunt, who lived from 1620 to 74. A fellow of the Royal Society, Graunt applied a scientific approach to demographic statistics. In 1662, he estimated London's population, encompassing the City of London, the Liberties, Westminster, and the out parishes, at approximately 384,000. This figure was derived from weekly published bills of mortality, kind of like the obituaries. By 1665, Graunt revised this estimate upwards to 460,000, though other contemporaries speculated higher numbers, such as the French ambassador who suggested 600,000, though these higher estimates lacked empirical support. In this era, there was no legal obligation to report deaths to the authorities. Instead, each parish designated 2 or more searchers of the dead, as they were called in official title, tasked with inspecting corpses to determine the cause of death. Searchers, often destitute elderly women reliant on the parish for support, charged families a small fee for each death that was reported. Their role was complicated by their frequent illiteracy and limited medical knowledge, which, paired with potential dishonesty, could skew mortality data. Typically notified by local sextons or the tolling of church bells, these searchers were excluded from official records if deaths were not reported to a church, as was often the case with non-Anglicans or Jews. During plague outbreaks, searchers were required to isolate themselves, carrying a white stick when outdoors to signal their role and avoid contact with the general population to prevent disease spread. They reported their findings to the parish clerk, who then relayed the information to the company of parish clerks, the Lord Mayor, and, when the plague became a matter of more national concern, the Minister of the State. This data informed the bills of mortality, which listed weekly death totals by parish, including deaths attributed to the plague. John Graunt criticized the searchers' frequent misidentification of diseases, noting their propensity to report deaths as due to consumption rather than other recognized diseases. He observed that the promise of a cup of ale and a doubled fee could persuade a searcher to alter death records to suit a household's preference, particularly to avoid the stigma of the plague. As the plague intensified, the government implemented a quarantine system, sealing affected houses for 40 days, a measure that often resulted in additional deaths of inhabitants from neglect. Houses with plague victims were marked with a red cross, and the words, "Lord have mercy on us," with a watchman posted outside. Although official records cited 68,596 plague deaths, Graunt suggested that the actual numbers could exceed official accounts by at least 30,000, indicating significant underreporting and the system's limitations in capturing the epidemic's true scale. The system of using searchers to report causes of death continued until 1836, reflecting long-standing practices in managing public health data. As reports of plague circulated through Europe in the 1660s, England had become increasingly concerned about the potential for the disease to spread across its borders. The Privy Council, recognizing the threat posed by international trade and travel, revisited historical quarantine measures that, in the past, had proven to be somewhat effective. By November 1663, following reports of plague in Amsterdam and Hamburg, the Council reinstated quarantine protocols for ships that were arriving in London. 2 naval vessels were tasked with patrolling the Thames estuary to intercept any incoming ships. Those coming from ports known to be infected were required to anchor at Hole Haven on Canvey Island and undergo a Trentine, a 30-day isolation period. Only after this period could these ships proceed upriver. To ensure compliance, ships that completed their isolation or originated from ports not affected by the plague were issued with a certificate of health, allowing them to continue their journey. Additionally, a secondary inspection line was established between the forts at Tilbury on the north bank and Gravesend on the south bank of the Thames. This line served to check and pass only those ships carrying the necessary health certification. As the situation on the continent deteriorated, the quarantine period was extended in May 1664 from 30 days to 40 days. The geographical scope of the quarantine was also expanded to include ships arriving from Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland, regions within the Dutch Republic that were heavily impacted by the plague. Conversely, restrictions on ships from Hamburg were lifted in November of that year as the situation in that area improved somewhat. Starting in May, quarantine measures were similarly implemented in 29 other British ports, beginning with Great Yarmouth. These measures, though critical for public health, sparked diplomatic tensions, particularly with the Dutch Republic. The Dutch ambassador protested the severe constraints placed on trade. However, England maintained that his actions were justified and necessary, noting that it had been one of the last countries to impose such strict measures. The enforcement of these regulations was rigorous. Any individual or household found to have allowed voyagers to come ashore without completing the mandatory quarantine was themselves subjected to a 40-day quarantine. This strict adherence to quarantine protocols shows the seriousness with which England approached the threat of the plague, prioritizing public health over the inconveniences to trade and international relations. The regular publication of the aforementioned bills of mortality had already begun in 1603, the year which recorded that staggering death toll of 33,000 deaths due to the plague. From then until 1665, there were only 4 years without any recorded cases of the plague at all. The severity of the situation was highlighted in various years. 1563 witnessed 1,000 deaths weekly in London. 1593 saw 15,000 deaths. 1625, a particularly devastating outbreak with 41,000 deaths. which was referred to at the time as the Great Plague, until the even more severe epidemic that we find ourselves speaking of now in 1665. Also, between 1640 and 46 there were 11,000 deaths, peaking in 1647 with a total of 3,597. These figures, while officially recorded, are generally considered underestimations of the actual death tolls. Now, plague was sufficiently rare that many medicinal practitioners of the time might have never encountered it firsthand. The medical community was of course diverse, ranging from university-educated physicians to apothecaries who often took on medical roles, to outright charlatans. It was fairly easy to fake a degree back then. This varied medical expertise, combined with other prevalent diseases such as smallpox outbreak the previous year, complicated the accurate diagnosis and understanding of the epidemic's beginnings. Reports from the winter of 1664 to 65 noted several cases of the plague, some fatal and others less severe, suggesting the initial occurrences of the disease. And that winter was particularly harsh, with prolonged periods of frost from December to March, and the Thames freezing over twice, conditions that likely slowed the spread of the disease. The 1665 plague is believed to have been introduced to England from the Netherlands originally, where the disease had been occurring sporadically since 1599. It is suspected that the initial contagion arrived via Dutch trading ships carrying cotton from Amsterdam, which suffered a severe outbreak in 1663, resulting in approximately 50,000 deaths. The first English areas to be affected were likely the dockside districts and the parish of St. Giles in London, areas characterized by high densities of poor workers living in substandard, slum-like conditions. In St. Giles, 2 deaths in 1664 and 1 in February of 1665 were noted but not officially recorded as plague-related. Thus, no immediate action was taken. However, by the first 4 months of 1665, the overall mortality in London began to climb, and climb significantly. By the end of April 1665, official records indicated only 4 plague deaths, 2 of which were in St. Giles. Yet, interestingly, the total weekly death toll had risen from about 290 to 398. Something was definitely not adding up. Well, despite just 3 official cases of plague in April, a number that in previous years would not have prompted significant action, the Privy Council now chose to implement household quarantines. Middlesex justices of the peace were directed to inspect suspected cases and enforce quarantine measures on confirmed ones. Similar directives were soon extended to the City and Liberties by the King's Bench. The enforcement of these measures led to unrest in St. Giles, where the community reacted violently to the sealing of the first house. A riot ensued. The door was broken down, and the quarantined inhabitants were freed. Well, the rioters, of course, faced harsh penalties for this. Additionally, instructions were issued to construct pest houses isolated hospitals intended to treat or contain the sick. This swift government response, despite the initially low number of recorded cases, indicated a recognition of the outbreak's potential severity. I'm sure you're thinking by now how history repeats itself. Isn't it funny how in medieval times they were doing all of this? Well, as spring warmed into summer, the plague began to grip London more tightly. In the week spanning May 2nd to May the 9th, the parish of St. Giles recorded 3 deaths, with nearby St. Clement Danes reporting 4, and 1 death each in St. Andrew Holborn and St. Mary Woolchurch Hall, the latter being the only case recorded within the city walls at the time. The growing concern prompted the Privy Council to form a committee dedicated to exploring effective plague prevention strategies. As part of their initial measures, they decided to close several alehouses in the affected districts and impose restrictions on the number of lodgers per household to prevent overcrowding. In response to the escalating situation, the Lord Mayor of London issued a proclamation mandating that all householders were responsible for keeping the streets outside their homes clean, a duty traditionally upheld by the homeowners themselves rather than the city authorities, who employed scavengers and rakers to manage only the most severe refuse issues. As the situation deteriorated, city aldermen were tasked with identifying and penalizing those who neglected this responsibility. The situation in St. Giles, where cases were particularly rising, led to more drastic measures. The area was effectively quarantined, with constables given orders to scrutinize anybody who was attempting to leave. They were to detain vagrants and anyone they suspected of carrying the plague. This period of increasing dread is captured vividly in the diaries of Samuel Pepys, a senior Admiralty official. His entries provide a crucial eyewitness to the account of the plague's impact, and on April 30th of that year, 1665, he noted the palpable fear gripping the city, writing, "Great fears of the sickness here in the city, it being said that 2 or 3 houses are already shut up. God preserve us all." Another significant literary source that offers insights into this grim period is Daniel Defoe's A Journal of the Plague Year, published almost 50 years after the event in 1722. And although Defoe was only 5 years old at the time, his narrative was enriched by the personal experience of his family members and interviews with survivors. But here is one account from a Puritan minister who was there witnessing all of this. His name was Thomas Vincent, and this is what he had wrote. It was in the month of May that the plague had first was taken notice of. Our bill of mortality did let us know but of 3 which died of the disease in the whole year before. But in the beginning of May, the bill tells us of 9. Fear quickly begins to creep upon people's hearts. Great thoughts and discourse there is in town about the plague, and they cast it in their minds whether they should go if the plague should increase. Yet when the next week's bill signifieth to them the disease from 9 to 3, their minds are something appeased. Discourse of that subject cools. fears are hushed, and hopes take place, that the black cloud did but threaten and give a few drops, but the wind would drive it away. But when in the next bill the number of the dead by the plague is mounted from 3 to 14, and in the next to 17, and in the next to 43, the disease begins so much to increase and disperse. Now, secure sinners begin to be startled, and those who would have slept at quiet still in their nests are unwillingly awakened. End of the account from Thomas Vincent. By July 1665, the plague had engulfed the entire city of London, causing widespread panic and chaos. The affluent, including King Charles II, his family and his court, of course, hastily vacated the city. Initially retreating to Salisbury, they relocated to Oxford in September following reports of plague cases in Salisbury. In stark contrast, many of the city's officials, including the alderman and the Lord Mayor Sir John Lawrence, chose to voluntarily remain at their posts, facing the epidemic head-on. Credit where it's due, of course. The mass exodus of the wealthy was vividly described by Daniel Defoe in later times, who recounted scenes of carts and wagons laden with goods and families, coaches filled with the gentry and horsemen in tow, all rushing away from the plague-stricken city. As businesses shuttered with the departure of merchants and professionals, the city's economic life sharply declined. But hey, with all those rich people fleeing the city, I'm sure there was opportunities for individuals to procure riches through other methods. While the crisis was further compounded by the departure of key health and spiritual leaders, Defoe lamented the absence of a significant number of clergymen, physicians, and apothecaries, who were crucial in managing the escalating crisis. However, it was of course not just the affluent who sought refuge. The poorer residents, too, were equally as terrified, and many attempted to flee. Yet, unlike the wealthy, the poorer faced considerable obstacles in leaving. The city authorities required anyone leaving to possess a health certificate signed by the Lord Mayor, which grew increasingly difficult to secure as the epidemic worsened. Of course, the rich always have their way of procuring certificates, but the impoverished had little choice but to leave behind their homes and means of livelihood, facing an uncertain future. As the summer progressed and the death toll rose, the situation became dire for these refugees. Villagers outside of London, initially receptive, began to resist the influx of displaced city dwellers, fearing the spread of the contagion. With or without health certificates, these individuals were often turned away at village boundaries, forced to avoid towns, and traverse the countryside. Lacking shelter or resources, many resorted to scavenging and theft to survive. Tragically, numerous refugees perished under harsh conditions of starvation and dehydration during the exceptionally hot summer, their fates marked by desperation and sorrow. Definitely backed into a corner, weren't they? Feel sorry for them. Well, by the end of July 1665, the plague had reached catastrophic levels in London. The weekly bill of mortality recorded a staggering 3,014 deaths, with 2,020 of them attributed to the plague, although these figures likely underrepresent the actual death toll. In comparison, deaths in other years during the same period typically totaled around 300, so this was pretty much 10 times as worse. As the epidemic escalated, London's traditional burial grounds were of course quickly overflowed, prompting the grim necessity for mass graves. Cart drivers roamed the streets with the chilling call of "Bring out your dead," collecting bodies to be dumped in communal pits. The sheer volume of deaths overwhelmed the city's capacity to manage the crisis discreetly. Initially, authorities mandated that the removal and burial of bodies occur only at night to prevent public panic. However, the death toll soon outpaced the availability of cart drivers, leading to corpses piling up against house walls. Necessity forced a return to daytime collection, and the burial pits swelled with decomposing bodies. In the parish of Aldgate, workers dug a massive grave near the churchyard, 50 feet long and 20 feet wide. This process continued, with labourers digging at one end while bodies were dumped at the other. Eventually, the pit was extended downwards until it reached groundwater at 20 feet, ultimately containing 1,114 corpses. The streets were haunted by plague doctors, many lacking any formal medical training, who attempted to diagnose and treat the afflicted the best way they could. Despite organized efforts by city officials who hired physicians and structured burial operations, the rapid spread of the disease fueled widespread panic. Misunderstandings about the plague's transmission led to drastic measures. The city corporation ordered the killing of countless dogs and cats, mistakenly believing that they might carry the disease. This action inadvertently may have prolonged the outbreak by reducing the natural predators of rats that carried the plague-bearing fleas. Authorities also advocated for environmental remedies based on the miasma theory, which posited that bad air spread the disease. Well, giant bonfires were lit in the streets, and residents were instructed to keep their home fires burning continuously in the hopes of purifying the air. Additionally, tobacco was widely believed to be a preventative measure against the plague, leading to the anecdotal observation that no tobacconist in London had succumbed to the disease during the outbreak. As the plague continued to ravage London, the city's economic and social structures nearly collapsed. Samuel Pepys, in his detailed diary entries, captured the desolation of the city thusly: "Lord, how empty the streets are, and how melancholy. So many poor, sick people in the streets full of sores. In Westminster there is never a physician, and but one apothecary left, all being dead." This account reflects the dire circumstances as the once bustling streets of London were left deserted, save for the dead carts collecting the bodies, and the few dying victims visible on the streets. Despite the chaos, starvation was largely averted, thanks to proactive measures taken by Sir John Lawrence and the Corporation of London. They implemented a policy whereby a commission of 1 farthing was added to the price of every quarter of corn landed at the port of London. This slight increase in grain prices ensured a steady supply and helped sustain the population during the epidemic. Furthermore, the surrounding villages, cut off from their usual markets in the capital, adapted by leaving vegetables at designated market areas on the outskirts of the city. Transactions were conducted from a distance with vendors, shouting prices to avoid direct contact, and payments were made by leaving coins in buckets of vinegar, believed to be a disinfectant. The recorded death toll, as per official sources, escalated over the summer months, rising from around 2,000 deaths per week to over 7,000 deaths per week by September. But of course, the figures likely fall short of the actual numbers affected by the plague. The reliability of these records was compromised by the high mortality rate among sextons and parish clerks responsible for maintaining them. Additionally, certain communities like the Quakers did not cooperate with official record keeping, and many of the city's poorest residents were just thrown into mass graves without any formal record of their deaths. The scale of the epidemic is further obscured by the fact that only deaths were documented, with no records of those who contracted the plague and recovered. Moreover, the subsequent Great Fire of London in 1066 destroyed many of the remaining records. In those few districts where records were preserved, documented plague deaths range from 30% to over 50% of the population, indicating the devastating impact of the disease where it was most intensely felt. Well, we have another passage from Thomas Vincent, yes, the one aforementioned. It goes like this. It was very dismal to behold the red crosses, and read in great letters, "Lord have mercy upon us," on the doors, and the watchmen standing before them with halberds, people passing by them so gingerly, and with such fearful looks as if they had been lined with the enemies in ambush to destroy them. A man at the corner of Artillery Wall, that, as I judge through the dizziness of his head with the disease which seized upon him there, had dashed his face against the wall, and when I came by, he lay hanging with his body face over the rails, and bleeding upon the ground, and when I spoke to him, he could make no answer, but rattled in the throat, and, as I was informed, within half an hour died in that place. It would be endless to speak of what we have seen and heard, of some in their frenzy rising out of their beds and leaping about their rooms, others crying and roaring at their windows, some coming forth almost naked and running into the streets. Scarcely a day passed over my head for, I think, a month or more together, but I should hear of the death of some one or more that I knew. The first day that they were smitten, the next day some hopes of recovery, and the third day they were dead. The 1665 plague outbreak, while the most devastating in London, also left its mark on various other regions of England. One of the most poignant episodes occurred in the village of Eyam in Derbyshire. It is believed that the plague was introduced to Eyam by a merchant who received a parcel of cloth from London, unknowingly contaminated with the disease. Realizing the potential danger, the villagers of Eyam took the extraordinary step of self-imposing a quarantine to prevent the spread of the plague to neighboring areas. This act of self-sacrifice had dire consequences. Approximately a third of Eyam's population succumbed to the disease over the next 14 months. The plague also significantly impacted other regions, including Derby and Norwich, which experienced severe outbreaks. In contrast, the city of Bristol managed to mitigate the worst effects of the plague through diligent efforts by its city council. During the outbreak from April to September of 1666, Bristol maintained a relatively low death rate of about 0.6%. That's pretty good. This was a remarkable achievement given the rampant spread of the plague in many other cities during the same period. These varied responses highlight the different strategies and levels of success in managing the public health crisis. The story of Eyam in particular remains a testament to the extraordinary measures that some communities took to try to halt the spread of this devastating epidemic. Well, by the late autumn of 1665, the death toll from the plague in London had begun to wane, leading to February 1666, when it was deemed safe enough for King Charles II and his court to return to the city. This return sparked a resurgence of life in London. The gentry arrived in carriages, loaded with their possessions, and key societal functions resumed. Judges returned to Windsor to convene in Westminster Hall, and Parliament, adjourned since April of the previous year, finally reconvened in September of 1666. The city's streets and marketplaces, once emptied by the plague, once again buzzed with activity, as trade rejuvenated and businesses finally reopened. London once again became a beacon for those seeking opportunity, leading Lord Clarendon to remark in March of 1666 on the city's restored vibrancy. While the plague's intensity had diminished, sporadic cases did persist into the mid-1666. The Great Fire of London, however, in September of that year, which devastated much of the city of London, was actually believed by some contemporaries to have helped extinguish the epidemic. I mean, you can't die from plague if you've died from the fire, right? Good logic. However, historical analysis, in hindsight, suggests the plague had largely receded before the fire occurred, with most post-fire plague cases reported in the suburbs and not the fire-ravaged city centre. Official records, like the bills of mortality, logged 68,596 plague deaths in London for 1665, though Lord Clarendon estimated the number could be double that. The countrywide death toll for the plague in that same year and the following year of 1666 was estimated by Dr. Thomas Gumble to be around 200,000. Thus, The plague of 1665 to 66 marked the last major outbreak of bubonic plague in Great Britain, with the last recorded plague death occurring around 1679. In terms of demographics, the population of England was around 5.25 million in 1650, but dropped to about 4.9 million in 1680, largely due to the plague and other diseases like smallpox. Urban centers, of course, notably more afflicted by the plague, relied heavily on continuous immigration from smaller towns and rural areas to replenish the populations. By 1667, London's population showed signs of recovery, with burial rates returning to pre-plague levels, and hearth tax returns indicating restored household numbers. John Graunt's analysis of baptism records further suggested a population rebound. This recovery was mirrored in cities like Colchester, which, despite suffering severe depopulation, saw its cloth manufacturing and overall population nearly return to normal by 1674. However, not all towns fared as well. Ipswich, for example, experienced a population decline of 18% by 1674, which, in all fairness, could not solely be attributed to plague deaths. But, well, the plague certainly doesn't help attract any newcomers, doesn't it? Well, overall, the impact of the plague was significant but varied. While London recorded the highest death toll in a century, the proportion of deaths relative to the population was actually a lot less severe, at least compared to earlier epidemics in 1563, 1603, and 1625. Overall, approximately 2.5% of English population perished due to the plague during this period, which is, of course, not very good. Well, thank you very much for listening to that. Certainly some rather vivid descriptions of 17th century London. Would you like to live there? I don't think I would. Well, I don't think I'd like to live in 21st century London, to be honest. Henry Morgan, a distinguished privateer, known for his maritime campaigns against the Spanish holdings in the Caribbean during the late 17th century. Originally commissioned by the English government, Morgan's most famous raid was the 1761 attack on Panama City, which was at the time a wealthy Spanish trading hub. But this operation, executed after peace between England and Spain had been declared, led to his temporary arrest. However, subsequent knighthood upon returning to England. Later, he served as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. Thus, his life walks the tightrope between celebrated naval hero and notorious pirate. In a word, complicated. But if we want to get to the bottom of it, we better start from the beginning, don't you think? Welcome to the channel, my friend. If it's your first time here, it is a pleasure to have you with me. And if you're coming back, off we go together again into the mysterious past. We're going to have fun today. If you want to support the channel, just enjoy it. That's the best way to support. But also a like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away. It's pretty easy, don't you think? And if you want to go further than that, just check the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But now let's all get nice and relaxed. It's a special one today. You know, the guy on the bottle of rum, Captain Morgan. Indeed, that's him. Let us begin. Henry Morgan, born Harry Morgan, was born around 1635 in Wales, likely in Llanrumney or Pencan in Monmouthshire. Details about his family background are a little bit of a mystery and somewhat inconclusive, unfortunately. We do have some sources that suggest his father was Robert Morgan, a farmer. Definitive evidence about his parents, however, does remain elusive. But there is one David Williams, a historian who contributed to the Dictionary of Welsh Biography, noted that efforts to identify Morgan's familial lineage have been largely unsuccessful, although Morgan's will does mention distant relatives. Well, his early life and career are equally mysterious. Now, according to an entry in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, Morgan hinted at a rudimentary education, claiming a greater familiarity with military endeavors than scholarly pursuits. His journey to the Caribbean is also a subject of speculation. He might well have been part of the military expedition led by Robert Venables during Oliver Cromwell's Caribbean campaign against the Spanish in 1754. Or perhaps he traveled as an indentured servant, trading several years of labor as a cutlery apprentice for passage to the region. There is another account by Richard Brown, a surgeon who worked under Morgan in 1670. It suggests Morgan arrived in the Caribbean shortly after the English captured Jamaica in 1655, either as a private gentleman or, more dramatically, a captive who was abducted in Bristol and sold into servitude in Barbados. Bad luck, I suppose. Well, the Caribbean in the 17th century was a place of immense opportunity, but also immense risk. The Wild West before there was a Wild West, offering the promise of a rapid wealth through the burgeoning sugar trade or more perilous means such as, well, robbing people, becoming a pirate. Not the most legitimate career path, but hey, gotta put food on the table. Well, this latter route did involve government-sanctioned piracy too, allowing individuals and ships to legally plunder Spain's expansive and wealthy empire in the Americas. Thus, in the early 1660s, during a period of war between England and Spain, Henry Morgan likely began his career as a privateer under the command of Sir Christopher Mings. During this time, Morgan is believed to have captained a ship within Mings' fleet, participating in notable attacks such as the assault on Santiago de Cuba and the sack of Campeche on the Yucatan Peninsula. These early exploits marked the beginning of his reputation as a formidable figure in Caribbean privateering. By 1664, the political landscape began to shift with the appointment of Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica. Initially, Modiford was instructed to curb the activities of privateers like Morgan. He issued a proclamation on the 11th of June, 1664, aimed at reining in their operations. However, the economic realities of Jamaica, which relied heavily on the wealth brought in by privateers, forced Modiford to rethink the policy. By the end of the same month, it didn't really last very long. Now, Jamaica had a plantation economy, but it was in the beginning stages. It had potential, but it was still vulnerable, and the influx of riches from privateering was essential to stave off economic collapse. Well, privateers at this time were sanctioned through letters of marque, which were essentially licenses issued by the government that allowed individuals to attack and seize vessels, typically from specified countries. These letters often included conditions and required the privateers to share a portion of their spoils with the issuing sovereign or ambassador, integrating their activities with the national interest. It wasn't a bad deal, but it was still a dangerous job. Now, Morgan's success in privateering continued to garner attention. In the August of 1665, he returned to Port Royal alongside fellow captains John Morris and Jacob Fackman, bearing a substantial cargo of valuables. The wealth they brought back was significant enough to impress Governor Modiford, who reported to the English government that Central America was an ideal target for actions against the Spanish Indies. Well, it was at this period that Morgan's personal life also flourished. In early 1666, he married his cousin, Mary Morgan, daughter of Edward Morgan, who was then the deputy governor of Jamaica. Well, in 1664, as tensions between the English and Dutch escalated, colonial governors were granted the authority to issue letters of marque against Dutch targets. This shift in policy was part of a broader conflict involving multiple colonial powers. Despite the opportunity, many privateers, including Morgan, were hesitant to engage directly under these new commissions. During this period, you see, an expedition aimed at capturing the Dutch island of Sint Eustatius resulted in the death of Morgan's father-in-law, who led a force of 600 men in the assault, showing again the risks involved in such state-sanctioned privateering operations. Oh, and privateer, I suppose that's just a word for a pirate who the government likes. As soon as the government doesn't like you anymore, you become a pirate and no longer a privateer. It's funny how that works. Well, the exact details of Morgan's activities in 1666 are somewhat unclear, and different historians provide varying accounts. Now, in his biography of Morgan, one H.R. Allen suggests that Morgan served as the second-in-command to Captain Edward Mansfield during this time. Mansfield had received a letter of marque to invade Curaçao, but ultimately refrained from attacking Willemstad, the island's capital. He either deemed it too well defended, or found the potential for plunder lacking. This indecision shows the strategic calculations involved in privateering, and of course, like everything else, risk assessment was crucial. You couldn't just go in all guns blazing. I'm sure there were plenty of privateers who did, but their stories were not very long, and thus, we don't really have much of a story to tell about them. Well, on the other hand, historians Jan Rogozinski and Stefan Tauti offer a differing perspective. They note that Morgan was engaged in more domestic military duties, overseeing the militia of Port Royal and contributing to the defense of Jamaica against potential threats. Under his supervision, part of Fort Charles at Port Royal was constructed, reinforcing the island's defenses in anticipation of possible attacks. This role showed Morgan's versatility in both the importance and the importance in both offensive and defensive capacities within this overall colonial framework. And it was also during this period that Morgan began to establish himself economically by purchasing his first plantation in Jamaica. This investment marked a significant transition from simply maritime endeavors to more land-based economic activities, which was a pretty common path along successful privateers who sought to secure their fortunes and status within colonial society. And, well, I would hazard to guess that after a few close calls, well, they'd probably be looking for a career change. It's a lot easier to manage a plantation. Well, in 1667, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, Governor Sir Thomas Modiford of Jamaica, amidst rumors of a potential Spanish invasion, authorized privateers to act against Spanish interests. And thus, he issued a letter of marque to Henry Morgan, empowering him to assemble the English privateers and gather intelligence on Spain's plans against Jamaica. Modiford appointed Morgan as an admiral, and by January 1668, Morgan had rallied 10 ships and 500 men, later reinforced by an additional 2 ships and 200 men from Tortuga. Morgan's commission allowed him to attack Spanish ships, but it explicitly excluded attacks on land. Foreshadowing, right? Well, the terms stipulated that any plunder from sea engagements would be divided between the Crown and the ship owners. However, any loot from unauthorized raids on towns would belong solely to privateers, blurring the lines between legal privateering and outright privacy. But of course, there is only one raid that matters, and that is Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just joking. Had to put a joke in there. Now, according to historian Jan Rogozinski, city attacks were lucrative, but unfortunately, they fell under illegal privacy. Remember that exclusion for attacks on land. Now, although if Morgan could prove a Spanish threat, such actions might be justified under his commission. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how he words it to the governor. Well, initially targeting Havana, Morgan found it way too well defended, and instead attacked Puerto del Príncipe, which is now Camagüey, an inland town 50 miles from the coast. But the problem was, they didn't find much treasure. In fact, they were all very disappointed, and the crew was rather discontent. Morgan justified the raid to Modiford by reporting evidence of Spanish preparations for an assault on Jamaica, citing Spanish military gatherings in Cuba. And the venture was not without internal conflict. Following the Puerto de Príncipe raid, a dispute between an English privateer and a French sailor escalated to violence, resulting in the French sailor's death, which is very out of character for the English and French to be fighting each other. They always get along so well. Well, to prevent further unrest, Morgan arrested the Englishman responsible, maintaining discipline and his authority. And when they got back to Port Royal, they executed him, upholding his promise to the French contingent. Well, after the conquest of Puerto del Príncipe, Henry Morgan set his sights on Portobello, a major trading hub on the Spanish Main. Portobello, which is now in modern-day Panama, was one of the wealthiest cities at the time due to the trade between Spanish territories and Spain, protected by 2 castles in its harbor and another within the town itself. Discontent with the distribution of spoils and the murder of a French compatriot, 200 French privateers left Morgan to return to Tortuga, reducing his force down. Well, Morgan was undeterred, and he proceeded with his plan, briefly stopped at Port Royal before heading to Portobello. On the 11th of July, 1668, he anchored near Portobello and stealthily moved his men in 23 canoes to a landing point 3 miles from their target. They attacked from the landward side, reaching the first castle just before dawn and quickly seizing control of it along the other 2 castles and the town itself. The operation, though successful, resulted in the lives of 18 privateers, with another 32 wounded. Well, either way, it was a victory, and Morgan was congratulated on his cunning tactics and expert timing. In fact, there was one who chronicled the event, Alexandre Exquemelin, who controversially wrote that Morgan had used religious captives as human shields to scale the walls of the 3rd castle, leading to the death of many. But this account led to a libel suit by Morgan against Exquemelin's publishers when the book was translated into English. He gave it a pretty bad review, it seems. But don't worry, Morgan actually won the suit, and the offending passage was retracted in subsequent English editions. The problem is, the cat's already out of the bag, isn't it? I mean, people are going to read it once. They're not going to read the 2nd edition, let's be realistic. You can't get your reputation back. If I was him, I would have asked for money, but hey, that's just me. Well, back to Portobello. Morgan's forces occupied it for a month, during which time he demanded a ransom of 350,000 pesos from Don Agustin, the acting president of Panama. Although the city was stripped of wealth, it is noted that there were no confirmed reports of alleged widespread assaults and debauchery as reported by Exquemelin. After Don Agustin's unsuccessful attempt to recapture the city with 800 soldiers, he negotiated a ransom of 100,000 pesos. Now, upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan and his crew had amassed between 70 and 100,000 pounds in money and valuables. Now, doesn't sound like too much, but put it into perspective, a sum that surpassed the agricultural output of Jamaica and nearly half of Barbados's yearly sugar exports at the time. And that's pretty good. Well, each privateer received £120, significantly more than the average annual sailor's earnings. Morgan earned a 5% share, and Governor Modiford received 10%, as agreed in Morgan's letter of marque. Despite exceeding the terms of his commission, Modiford only reproved Morgan, who was actually celebrated as a national hero in Britain, avoiding any reprimand for his actions in Portobello. Now, in the October of 1668, shortly after his lucrative but controversial raid on Portobello, Morgan hastily departed from Port Royal. He set sail with a fleet of 10 ships and an 800-strong crew, heading towards Ile La Vache, a small island that served as his preparatory base for future operations. Morgan's ambitious target was Cartagena de Indias, a key and wealthy Spanish city on the Spanish Main known for its substantial riches. By December, Morgan's forces were bolstered by the arrival of the Oxford, a former Royal Navy frigate sent from Port Royal to aid in defending Jamaica. Governor Modiford had redirected this vessel to Morgan, who proudly made it his flagship. However, on the 2nd of January 1669, disaster struck during a council of war held aboard the Oxford. A catastrophic spark ignited the ship's powder magazine, resulting in a massive explosion that destroyed the vessel and killed over 200 crew members. Morgan and several captains who were fortuitously seated on the side of the table that was blown into the water survived the blast, while 4 other captains perished. I guess it was the right place at the wrong time, if we could say it that way. While the destruction of the Oxford significantly weakened Morgan's fleet, rendering an immediate attack on Cartagena pretty much unfeasible at this point, and consequently Morgan was persuaded by one of his French captains to shift his focus to a potentially easier target, Maracaibo and Gibraltar in Lake Maracaibo, Venezuela. This route was previously traversed by the infamous pirate François L'Olonnais. The French captain, familiar with navigational routes, played a key role in guiding the fleet. As they approached Maracaibo, the Spanish had constructed the San Carlos de la Barra fortress to defend against such attacks. They'd finally have a chance to use it. But despite its strategic placement and armed with 11 guns, the fortress was grossly undermanned, with only 9 soldiers tasked with its operation. Morgan's men, under the cover of cannon fire from their flagship Lily, successfully stormed the lightly defended fortress, and only to find it deserted, but booby-trapped with slow-burning fuse leading to gunpowder kegs, a trap that Morgan himself narrowly averted by extinguishing the fuse. That was a close one. Well, after disabling the fortress's artillery, Morgan proceeded towards Maracaibo. Well, upon reaching Maracaibo, Morgan discovered the city was largely abandoned, its residents having been alerted and evacuated. Over the following 3 weeks, his crew looted the city, and privateers scoured the surrounding areas, capturing and often torturing those they found to reveal hidden treasures. Morgan then set his sights on Gibraltar, located further south across Lake Maracaibo. This town was a little more resilient, with the local fort managing to deter Morgan's fleet initially with a steady barrage. Undeterred, however, Morgan landed his forces away from the town and approached from the land, facing minimal resistance, as most of the town's residents had already fled. He occupied Gibraltar for around 5 weeks, again resorting to torture to extract information about valuables for the remaining inhabitants. Now, through these exploits, Morgan's tactics were ruthless, demonstrating both his strategic skill in naval and ground assaults, but also his willingness to employ severe measures to achieve his objectives. After his ventures in Maracaibo and Gibraltar, Morgan faced a significant challenge from the Spanish Armada de Barlovento, commanded by Don Alonso de Campo y Espinosa. Really struggle with the Spanish names sometimes, I do apologize. A gap in my learning, it seems. Well, Espinosa had fortified the San Carlos de la Barra fortress and armed it with 126 cannons, preparing to intercept Morgan's fleet as it attempted to exit the Maracaibo into the Caribbean. The Spanish commander offered Morgan safe passage to Jamaica, if he relinquished all of the plunder. Well, they didn't like the idea of that. That's the soul of a pirate. And thus, Morgan and his men took a vote, and by the end of it, they had decided that they would fight their way out instead, with all that plunder stuffed into their pockets. Now, Morgan's strategy included the use of a fire ship, a vessel rigged to appear manned and armed, but it was actually filled with barrels of gunpowder, a slow-moving grenade ready to go off. It was designed to set the Spanish flagship Magdalene ablaze. Thus, on the 1st of May 1669, this plan was executed successfully. The Magdalene caught fire, causing chaos among the Spanish fleet. Espinosa abandoned his burning flagship and retreated to the fort. While the privateers took their time, they seized the opportunity to capture another Spanish ship, Soledad, and claimed it as their own. Blow up one ship, capture a new ship. It's a good deal. Well, despite all their successes, Morgan's fleet was still significantly outgunned by the fortress, prompting him to initiate negotiations. He threatened to sack and burn Maracaibo if he was not allowed to pass. Although Espinosa refused to negotiate, the citizens of Maracaibo, fearful of Morgan's threats, agreed to pay a ransom of 20,000 pesos and provide 500 head of cattle. During this time, Morgan had also managed to salvage 15,000 pesos from the wreck of Magdalene. As Morgan prepared for his departure, he distributed the spoils among his ships to minimize losses in case of an attack. He then executed a deceptive maneuver by simulating a landing to distract the Spanish forces at the fortress. As the Spanish prepared for a ground assault, Morgan silently moved his fleet past the fortress under the cover of darkness, managing to escape without further conflict. Upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan found that the political climate had shifted somewhat. A pro-Spanish faction had influenced King Charles II, leading to a reprimand from Governor Modiford, who revoked Morgan's letters of marque. Despite the official censure, no punitive actions were taken against Morgan or his crew. Leveraging his substantial earnings from the raid, Morgan invested in a second plantation, significantly expanding his holdings and solidifying his status as both a fearsome privateer and also a savvy businessman. In 1669, as tensions escalated in the Caribbean, Mariana, the Queen Regent of Spain, authorized offensive operations against English shipping, sparking a series of confrontations. The conflict intensified in March 1670, when Spanish privateers launched an attack on English merchant vessels. In retaliation, Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica, extended Henry Morgan's commission, empowering him to undertake actions to secure and stabilize the region. By December of the same year, Morgan had amassed a formidable fleet of over 30 English and French ships, carrying a substantial force of privateers, the largest of its kind at that time. Morgan's initial strategic move was the capture of the islands of Old Providence and Santa Catalina in December of 1670. These islands served as critical bases from which he would launch his subsequent operations. His next target was Chagres, a vital port for Spanish ships transporting goods back to Spain. He took swift control of the town and fortified San Lorenzo to secure his line of retreat, just in case. Now on January the 9th, 1671, Morgan embarked on a challenging expedition towards Panama City, located on the Pacific coast. The journey was not easy, to say the least, with Morgan and his men navigating through dense rainforests and swamps, much of it on foot. Despite being forewarned of Morgan's approach, the Spanish attempts to ambush the privateers along their route were unsuccessful. Morgan's force was forced to switch to canoes for part of the journey, showcasing quite a bit of versatility and resilience, if I do say so myself. Well, after days of grueling travel, Morgan's forces reached the outskirts of Old Panama City by January the 27th, 1671. They encountered a Spanish force comprised of approximately 1,200 infantry and 1,400 cavalry, but they were largely inexperienced. Morgan ingeniously sent a detachment of 300 men down a ravine to flank the Spanish right. Misinterpreting this move as a retreat, the Spanish forces prematurely broke ranks to pursue, only to be met by Morgan's main contingent in a well-coordinated ambush. During the ensuing battle, the governor of Panama, in a desperate move, decided to release herds of oxen and bulls onto the battlefield, hoping to disrupt the privateers. Okay then. Well, it didn't really work. The animals were panicked by the gunfire, and they simply stampeded over the Spanish troops instead, which of course just made everything a lot more chaotic than it already was. I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea. It's just sinking in right now how silly that is. Well, either way, the battle culminated in a decisive victory for Morgan, with the Spanish suffering significant losses, while Morgan's casualties remained minimal. And I assume that they all had beef for dinner that night. There was plenty of it. Well, following the victory at Panama, Governor Morgan faced the dire prospect of the city being destroyed rather than fall into pirate hands. True to his threat, The governor ordered the detonation of barrels of gunpowder placed throughout Panama's largely wooden infrastructure. The explosions triggered massive fires that raged into the next day, leaving only a few stone structures intact. And the destruction was immense, with much of Panama's wealth either consumed by fire or previously evacuated by ships in anticipation of the privateers' arrival. In the aftermath, Morgan's forces remained in the charred remains of Panama for 3 weeks, salvaging whatever valuables they could find among the ruins. During this period, accounts suggest that Captain Edward Collier, Morgan's second-in-command, resorted to torturing some of the city's residents to locate the hidden treasures. Despite such harsh measures, Richard Brown, the fleet's surgeon, portrayed Morgan as showing nobility towards the defeated Spanish, a narrative that contrasts sharply with other depictions of brutality. The total treasure accrued from Morgan's expedition is still a subject of debate. There are estimates of the spoils, and they range quite significantly, from 140 to 400,000 pesos. Now that's got to be a fair few years of the Barbadian sugar crop, as we mentioned before. Definitely a lot more from last year's takings. However, given the large number of privateers involved, the share of the loot per man was relatively modest, and after they'd worked it all out and split it all up, many pockets within Morgan's ranks were lighter than they thought they'd be. And this led to quite a bit of dissatisfaction, of course. Now controversy surrounded the distribution of the plunder too, with accusations, notably from Morgan's best friend in the world, the one who wrote that widely read memoir, Excamelin, suggesting that Morgan had appropriated a disproportionate share of the bounty. Well, Morgan returned to Port Royal on the 12th of March, where he was met with enthusiasm by the local populace. The subsequent month, he presented a formal report to Jamaica's governing council, which officially commended and thanked him for his service. Well, during Henry Morgan's absence, the politics once again changed, with England and Spain signing the Treaty of Madrid, aimed at pacifying tensions in the Caribbean. This treaty included a provision to end all privateering activities by revoking letters of marque, which directly impacted the privateers in the region. Governor Thomas Modiford, seen as facilitator of privateering, was removed from his position under one of the likely stipulations of the treaty. His successor, Sir Thomas Lynch, arrested Modiford and sent him to England, indicating a clear shift in the colonial administration's stance towards privateering. Certainly seemed like it was all over, which was pretty awkward, since they just destroyed Panama. Well, the destruction of Panama by Morgan occurred shortly after the treaty's signing, but they didn't know about it. They were too busy destroying, and it's not like back then you could make a quick phone call, but either way it sparked an international crisis. It was not good. Rumors of a potential Spanish declaration of war circulated even, prompting the English government to take conciliatory actions to mitigate the damage. Now, despite Morgan's loyalty and celebrated status as a national hero, akin to that of Sir Francis Drake, he was arrested upon his return to London in April 1672. Now, interestingly, though widely believed to have been imprisoned in the Tower of London, there was no documentary evidence to support this claim, and the Tower of London kept very good records. You see, Morgan's time in London turned out to be quite different than might be expected. He was not only quickly set free, but he also became the talk of the town, a celebrated figure, with the political winds shifting in his favor. He was consulted by the Secretary of State, the Earl of Arlington, and asked to draft a memorandum on fortifying Jamaica's defenses. Morgan claimed he had been unaware of the Treaty of Madrid when he attacked Panama, which was pretty believable, as the timing, well, it was all a little bit too close. There was no way he could have known. This, of course, helped ease his position. For the English, at least. The Spanish were still pretty angry, but, whatever. In fact, in a pretty shocking reverse of fortune, they actually knighted him in November of 1674, marking his formal transition from Harry Morgan to Sir Henry Morgan. This honor came as a part of his appointment as the deputy to John Vaughan, the 3rd Earl of Carbery, who was set to replace Lynch as the governor of Jamaica. Alongside Carbery and the now released Modiford, who was appointed Chief Justice of Jamaica, Morgan also returned to Jamaica. However, their voyage encountered a little setback when their ship, the Jamaica Merchant, was wrecked on the rocks of Ile La Vache, leading to a temporary marooning until they were rescued by a passing merchant ship. Upon his return to Jamaica, Morgan received a significant annual salary from the Jamaican embassy as a token of gratitude for his services, which was much to the displeasure of the Governor John Vaughan, who found Morgan's approach to governance and personal habits a little problematic. Carbery openly criticized Morgan's behavior, particularly his frequenting of taverns and involvement in gambling, which was deemed unfit for someone in Morgan's position. Well, despite being officially tasked with eradicating piracy, Morgan maintained amicable relations with many privateers, and he even invested in their ventures. But his inability to issue letters of marque did not deter him. Instead, he and his brother-in-law, Robert Bindloss, redirected privateers to the French governor of Tortuga to secure their commissions, receiving a fee for each letter issued. Now, the tension between Morgan and Carbery escalated, culminating in a formal accusation by Carbery in 1676 that Morgan was colluding with the French to undermine Spanish interests. Although Morgan defended his interactions with the French as purely diplomatic, the controversy lingered. Once again, the cat's out of the bag. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Well, by 1678, the King and Privy Council decided to recall Carbery, briefly leaving Morgan as the acting governor. During his interim governance, Morgan significantly fortified Port Royal, anticipating a potential French threat. He declared martial law and expanded the town's defenses. Morgan's governance was further complicated by the internal sabotage when his secretary, Roland Powell, forged Morgan's signature on an illegal proclamation that benefited the Royal African Company. This act, along with orchestrated criticisms from the former governors Carberry and Lynch in London, severely undermined Morgan's position. In a striking blow to his authority, Charles II revoked his commissions in response to a substantial payment from Lynch, who was then reinstated as governor. Morgan's final years in office were marked by increasing isolation and health issues, exacerbated by heavy drinking. By 1683, Lynch had effectively removed Morgan and his allies from the Assembly of Jamaica, consolidating power and leaving Morgan sidelined. Lynch's death in 1684 briefly shifted the political landscape, but by this time it was clear that Morgan's era of influence had waned, leaving him a diminished figure in the colony he once dominated. In 1684, an account of Henry Morgan's exploits appeared in the Dutch publication entitled About the Buccaneers of America, authored by Exquemelin. Yes, that one. And this was where he was launching that suit against him. Of course, as we've mentioned, he felt defamed by this. All of the lies that, well, Morgan said they were all lies, and thus he took legal actions against the book's publishers. There was William Crook and Thomas Malthus. He asserted in his affidavit that he had always held a profound abhorrence for piracy and robberies, and that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for buccaneers. Well, the court ruled in Morgan's favor, of course, leading to the retraction of the book, and he actually had an award of £200 in damages to him, which I think is really not enough. Not enough to pay for a man's reputation, not at all. Well, in 1687, Christopher Monk, the second Duke of Albemarle and a friend of Morgan from his time in London, arrived as the new governor of Jamaica. He dismissed Hender Molesworth, who had been acting as governor, and brought Morgan back into an advisory role, though it was unofficial in its capacity. By July of 1688, Albemarle had convinced the king to allow Morgan to regain a seat on the Assembly of Jamaica. But at this time, Morgan's health was in severe decline, a situation worsened by his drinking. He just couldn't stop. Hans Sloane, the private physician to the Duke of Albemarle, diagnosed Morgan with dropsy, which is edema, and noted his unhealthy lifestyle habits. Sloane's observations painted a picture of Morgan as a physically diminished man, plagued by gastrointestinal symptoms and an unhealthy pallor, likely exacerbated by his refusal to moderate any of his consumptions, despite medical advice. Now, at the time of his death, Morgan's considerable estate included 3 plantations, of which he employed a large number of enslaved Africans. In fact, he had 3 large plantations, and they were all very well staffed. Well, he bequeathed most of his property and wealth to his wife to be inherited upon her death by his nephew Charles Bindloss, the second son of Robert Bindloss, who was the Chief Justice of Jamaica, 1681. He also designated a parcel of land in the defunct parish of St. George to Robert Bindloss's eldest son named Robert, who was born around 1673. Additionally, he left land in St. Mary parish to his friend, Roger Elletson, who was the ancestor of a future governor of Jamaica bearing the same name. Morgan's will, which was probated in 1689, detailed his ownership of 131 enslaved Africans on his plantations, that being 64 men and 67 women, which included 33 children. These individuals were valued at almost £2,000, a significant sum at the time. How on earth do you put a value on a human? It's monstrous, isn't it? Ugh. Well, moving on. Either way, Henry Morgan passed away August 25th, 1688, at his Lawrencefield estate, which is now part of modern Port Maria, Jamaica. Now, at the time of his death, he had amassed considerable wealth, valued at over £5,000, and all of it passed over to his wife, Mary Elizabeth. Since they had no children, the estate was designated to transfer to his aforementioned nephew upon her death, which occurred on March the 3rd, 1696, and was recorded in St. Andrew Parish, Jamaica. Now, tragically, much of Morgan's final resting place, along with a significant portion of Port Royal, was lost to sea during the catastrophic earthquake of June the 7th, 1692. This earthquake caused about 33 acres of the town to sink into Kingston Harbor, including the cemetery where Morgan had been buried. His body has never been located since this natural disaster. It's still out there somewhere, wandering the deep sea, coming for you. That's stupid. Okay, well, with that, we reach the end of our Life of Henry Morgan. You probably didn't see that one coming, didn't you? But of course, if you are after obscure historical topics that no one really talks about too much, well, you always know you can find it on this channel. I'm always here for you. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 was a failed assassination attempt against King James I of England by a group of provincial English Catholics, led by one Robert Catesby. The conspirators planned to blow up the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament on the 5th of November, aiming to end Protestant rule in England and replace it with Catholic leadership. Central to their plan was Guy Fawkes, who was tasked with igniting the explosives. The plot was foiled, however, just hours before its execution, when Fawkes was discovered guarding 36 barrels of gunpowder hidden beneath the House of Lords. Alerted by an anonymous letter, authorities conducted a search of the area and arrested Fawkes. The subsequent investigation led to the arrest and execution of most of the conspirators. But the Gunpowder Plot's legacy resonates to this day. November 5th, known as Guy Fawkes Night, or Bonfire Night, is commemorated annually in the UK with fireworks and bonfires, echoing the explosives that almost destroyed Parliament. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, great to meet you. If you're coming back, once again, a pleasure to have you with me. And we certainly have an interesting one this evening, don't we? Or this morning, wherever you are in the world. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe buttons certainly do wonders for the algorithm. Or check the description and you'll find where else to go. But with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we may begin our journey back to 1605 and the Gunpowder Plot. But first, we have to set the scene, for the roots of the conflict lay a generation or two earlier. During the period from 1533 to 1540, King Henry VIII initiated a series of reforms that led to the separation of the Church of England from the Roman Catholic Church, marking the beginning of extended religious conflict in England. Under the rule of his daughter, Queen Elizabeth I, the religious landscape was further shaped by Elizabethan religious settlement. This required all public and ecclesiastical officials to swear allegiance to the monarch as the head of state and the Church of England. The consequences of non-compliance, well, they were severe to say the least. Penalties ranged from fines to imprisonment and even execution. This, of course, severely marginalized the Catholics who were practicing in the country. Elizabeth, who remained unmarried and childless, refrained from naming a successor, leading to speculation and hopes among Catholics for the succession of her Catholic cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. However, Mary was executed on charges of treason in 1587, which of course complicates succession plans. As Elizabeth's health declined, English Secretary of State Robert Cecil covertly prepared for the succession of Mary's son, James VI of Scotland, smoothing his eventual transition to power upon Elizabeth's death in 1603. Amid these uncertainties, various factions supported different successors. Some exiled Catholics favored Philip II of Spain's daughter, Isabella, while more moderate Catholics supported one Arbella Stuart, who was believed to have Catholic leanings. To preempt any unrest, prominent Catholics were quickly detained, silenced, and Arbella Stuart was moved closer to London to prevent any attempts by Catholics to seize her. Despite these tensions, the transition of power to James was smooth and accepted on a wide basis, even among Catholics who had been marginalized under the rule of Elizabeth. Thus, James's succession was proclaimed by Cecil and was met with broad support, including from Jesuit priests, despite their presence being punishable by death in England at the time. James's assumption of the throne was seen as a restoration of natural order, and he soon signaled a shift in foreign policy by ordering a ceasefire with Spain, leading to the Treaty of London in the following year. Thus James's arrival brought a semblance of stability to the English monarchy, not only because of his smooth accession, but also through his immediate family. You see, his wife, Anne of Denmark, and their children, including the promising young Prince Henry, ensured a clear line of succession, signaling the continuation of a Protestant monarchy and potentially easing the religious tensions that had characterized the previous decades. King James's approach to Catholic subjects was admittedly more moderate compared to his predecessor Elizabeth. He expressed a preference for non-violent methods to manage religious dissent, emphasizing exile over execution for Catholics who refused to conform to the new Anglican practices. James articulated a desire not to persecute those who showed outward obedience to the law, reflecting a somewhat tolerant stance, at least for the time, towards Catholics. And this approach fostered hope among many Catholics, especially given the martyrdom of his mother, Mary, Queen of Scots, that James might eventually convert to Catholicism, a hope that was likely shared by many of the Catholic European powers. Fingers were crossed. Well, James's reign coincided with ongoing European religious conflicts, exacerbated by the Protestant Reformation. Across the continent, violent persecutions were common, as Protestants and Catholics targeted each other. Several hundred years at each other's throats. It was not a good time. Read up about the French Wars of Religions, or better yet, watch my videos on them. Now, the historical context included several assassination attempts on Protestant rulers, notably the poisoning plots against Elizabeth I. And such incidents were part of a broader pattern, including the 1589 assassination of the French King Henry III by a Catholic fanatic, underscoring the dangerous interplay of religion and politics at the time. That's right, religion and politics. What could go wrong? Well, the publication in 1599 of the work by Jesuit Juan de Mariana, titled On Kings and the Education of Kings, which defended tyrannicide, further inflamed tensions. The treatise argued that it was lawful to kill a tyrant. That's where we get that word, tyrannicide. Of course, you have other words like regicide, kill the king, and other sides that I won't mention. Now, this was a stance that resonated with segments of the Catholic community who felt oppressed under Protestant rule, and indeed many of them had good cause to feel so. And these views persisted into the 1620s among many English Catholics, who saw regicide as a potential last resort against tyranny. Of course, when one is backed into a corner with nothing left to lose, thoughts like this tend to creep in. Well, during James's tenure, he often addressed the fear of Catholic assassination in his political writings, vigorously defending the Protestant monarchy against Catholic arguments that justified treachery against what they believed to be heretics. And thus, the early years of King James's reign were marked by significant religious and political challenges, of course concerning his policies towards Catholics in England, and despite initial hopes among the Catholics for more lenient treatment, James's policies soon mirrored the restrictive measures of his predecessors. Things didn't get better. In fact, many people feared they would simply get worse. Remember what I said about being backed into a corner? Well, let's continue on, shall we? In 1603, the discovery of the by and main plots revealed a deep undercurrent of discontent among Catholics and other political factions. The by plot, orchestrated by priests William Watson and William Clark, aimed to kidnap James and force concessions for Catholics. Parallel to this, the main plot sought to replace James with Arbella Stewart, indicating widespread dissatisfaction with his rule. These plots, however, were quickly foiled, and while some conspirators were executed, James chose to spare others in an effort to avoid a bloody start to his reign. The revelation of these plots by members of the Catholic community themselves helped to mitigate further reprisals against Catholics. James, perhaps acknowledging their role in uncovering the conspiracies, granted pardons and postponed fines for recusants. However, it was a leniency that was short-lived. In 1604, after receiving a rosary sent by the Pope via a spy, James openly denounced the Catholic Church, and in no uncertain terms, he ordered all Jesuits and Catholic priests to get out of England, and reinstated fines for recusancy, which were substantial and varied based on social class, but were often inconsistently enforced. Oh, and recusancy basically means a staunch Catholic who refuses to toe the line on the new Anglican policies. Now, moving on. James's focus then shifted towards political reform, notably attempting to unify England and Scotland, which faced, of course, significant opposition in Parliament. His appointment of Scottish nobles to the English courts was unpopular and exacerbated tensions, particularly concerning their role in collecting recusancy fines. Now in 1605, James's first speech to the English Parliament made clear his intentions to enforce Protestantism and prevent any resurgence of Catholic power. This stance led to increased persecution of Catholics, a sentiment captured by the introduction of the Popish Recusants Act, which threatened severe penalties against any English Catholic. Which leads us to the Gunpowder Plot, meticulously planned by this group of English Catholics, and was primarily aimed at assassinating King James I and completely eliminating the Protestant government. The state opening of Parliament was chosen for the attack because it provided a rare opportunity to target the entire leadership structure of England in one fell swoop. The gathering would include not just the king himself, but also his closest relatives and the country's political and religious elite, members of the Privy Council, senior judges, most of the Protestant aristocracy, bishops of the Church of England, and both houses of Parliament. Now that's a very good target. Well, an equally ambitious aspect of the plot involved the king's daughter, Princess Elizabeth. The conspirators planned to kidnap her from Combe Abbey near Coventry, where she resided, conveniently close to many of the plotters who were based in the Midlands. The objective was to install Elizabeth as a puppet queen under Catholic influence once her father and the line of succession were completely obliterated. The conspirators also envisioned involving Henry Percy, the 9th Earl of Northumberland, as the regent to the young queen. However, it is likely that Percy was not informed of this plan, which shows the secretive and selective nature of the conspiratorial group's communications and their strategic calculations. And now on to Robert Catesby. Born into a distinguished lineage in 1573, it was he who stood at the heart of what became the Gunpowder Plot. Described as a charismatic, tall, athletic figure, skilled in swordsmanship, Catesby was deeply involved in the political and religious conflicts of his time. His participation in the Essex Rebellion of 1601 marked him as a staunch opponent of the Protestant establishment. Captured during this rebellion, he was fined a substantial sum by Queen Elizabeth, but narrowly escaped harsher penalties, leading to the sale of his estate to pay the fine. By 1603, Catesby's focus had shifted towards garnering foreign support to bolster the Catholic cause in England. He played a central role in organizing a delegation to King Philip III of Spain advocating for an invasion of England that would be supported by English Catholics. The mission, led by Thomas Wintour, failed to secure Spanish backing, as the Spanish monarch was more interested in moving towards peace with England. The Pope himself expressed concerns about the potential violent fallout from such actions on the residual Catholic community in England. Heaven knows what would happen to them if it failed. Well, we all know what would happen. Well, in February 1604, Catesby convened a meeting at his Lambeth home with key individuals such as Thomas Wintour and John Wright, a fellow veteran of the Essex Rebellion and reputedly a very good swordsman. The agenda was clear: to devise a plan to overthrow the Protestant government by blowing up the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament. Easy. Wintour, a multilingual scholar and recent Catholic convert whose uncle had been executed for his faith, was initially hesitant, but was eventually swayed by Catesby's persuasive argument for direct action. Wintour's role extended overseas, as he traveled to Flanders seeking Spanish support once more, and also to recruit Guy Fawkes, a seasoned soldier known for his staunch Catholicism and military experience in the southern Netherlands. Fawkes, intrigued by Wintour's proposal, agreed to join the plot, which by now had evolved into a decisive and dangerous act aimed at the very heart of English governance. Another key figure in the conspiracy, Thomas Percy, was a relative and agent of the Earl of Northumberland, and, just like Catesby, was deeply invested into the Catholic cause. Percy's interactions with King James through his kinsman had initially been promising. He conveyed to his associates that James might be amenable to easing restrictions on Catholics, an optimism that helped fuel the conspirators' plans. However, the reality was far more complex, with James's policies ultimately not easing the plight of the Catholics as Percy had hoped. Thus, on the 20th of May 1604, a clandestine gathering would set the stage for the Gunpowder Plot, which took place at the Duck and Drake Inn off the Strand in London. This venue, known to be Thomas Wintour's residence when he was in the city, hosted the initial conspiracy meeting attended by Robert Catesby, Thomas Wintour, John Wright, Guy Fawkes, and Thomas Percy. The setting was intimate and secretive, suitable for the gravity of their discussion. In a private room, away from any prying eyes, the five men solemnly swore an oath of secrecy on a Catholic prayer book, binding themselves to the plot. And unbeknownst to them, Father John Gerard, a Jesuit priest and a friend of Catesby, was holding a mass in another part of the inn, providing an added layer of solemnity to their undertaking as they subsequently received the Eucharist, further cementing their resolve. The conspirators had initially anticipated that the Parliament would convene in February of 1605, giving them ample time to refine their plan. During this period, a fortuitous appointment placed Thomas Percy in close proximity to the king. On the 9th of June, 1604, Percy was appointed by his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, to the prestigious position of a gentleman pensioner, one of the king's bodyguards. This role necessitated a base of operations in London for Percy, leading to the acquisition of a small dwelling near the prince's chamber, under the ownership of Henry Ferrers and tenanted by John Wynyard. Percy, through Northumberland's agents, Dudley Carleton and John Hippesley, secured the use of this house. Guy Fawkes, under the alias John Johnson, very creative, took on the role of caretaker, ostensibly as Percy's servant, thereby maintaining a discreet presence at the location, and a pretty decent alibi, good reason for being there. Who else is going to sweep the floor? While the chosen building, crucially located, was temporarily occupied by Scottish commissioners deliberating over King James's proposal for the unification of England and Scotland. To manage their operations covertly, the conspirators rented a space in Lambeth, owned by Catesby. This location across the Thames was strategic, enabling them to transport gunpowder and other necessary materials by night under the cover of darkness to avoid detection. As they pressed forward with the plan, the political landscape around them grew increasingly hostile. King James continued to uphold stringent measures against Catholics, and Parliament, before adjourning on July the 7th, enacted further anti-Catholic legislation, intensifying the conspirators' resolve to act against the monarch and his parliament. After taking their oath, the plotters dispersed back to their homes, resuming their lives while maintaining the secrecy of their deadly plan. They regrouped in London in October of 1604, where Robert Keyes was introduced into the circle. Keyes, a man described as desperate and financially ruined, was entrusted with overseeing Catesby's house in Lambeth, which served as the storage site for the gunpowder and other supplies essential for the execution of the plot. His inclusion was partly due to his familial connections. His wife was employed by the Catholic Lord Mordaunt, and his physical stature and red beard marked him as a figure both imposing and capable of defending the plot's secrets, should it come to that. In December of 1604, another member, Thomas Bates, Catesby's servant, was inadvertently drawn into the conspiracy. Bates had stumbled upon the plot by mistake, forcing Catesby to include him to secure his silence and cooperation. The alternative was, well, not as appealing to Bates. As the year drew to a close, the plotters faced an unexpected delay. Originally anticipating Parliament session in February 1605, they learned on Christmas Eve that the opening would be postponed to October due to the plague. This significant delay granted them more time, but it also extended the risk of their exposure. During this extended period, a dubious claim emerged from the government's prosecution during the trials, that the conspirators had attempted to dig a tunnel from their rented house to the undercroft beneath the House of Lords. This story, primarily based on Thomas Wintour's confession and mentioned under duress by Fawkes during his interrogation, has been met with more than a few raised eyebrows. Historians and contemporaries question the logistical feasibility of such an endeavor, especially given the plotters' lack of mining experience. By December, the plotters ceased their supposed tunneling efforts when they discovered the noise they had heard was from the widow of the previous tenant clearing out the undercroft, the very space where they would later store the gunpowder. Well, as the year 1605 began, the conspiracy deepened with the addition of three more: Robert Wintour, John Grant, and Christopher Wright. Robert Wintour, inheriting both wealth and Huntingdon Court, a known sanctuary for Catholic priests, was a respected and generally well-liked figure within the Catholic community. His brother-in-law, John Grant, was an intelligent man who offered shelter to Catholics at his home and had a history of involvement in the Essex Rebellion. Christopher Wright, brother to John Wright and similarly engaged in the Essex Revolt, brought his own network and resources from Lincolnshire, known for its Catholic sympathies. And thus on March 25th, 1605, the conspirators made a critical advancement in their plans by securing the lease to the undercroft beneath the House of Lords, owned by John Wynyard. The Palace of Westminster at that time was a maze of buildings and passageways, bustling with merchants, lawyers, and residents, making it a hub of constant activity, and thereby less suspicious for the plotters to operate within. The undercroft, an unremarkable and grimy space once part of the medieval kitchen, lay directly beneath the Lord's chamber, making it an ideal location. Thus, in the early summer, Robert Gatsby, the driving force behind the plot, sought moral guidance from Father Henry Garnet, the leading Jesuit in England, questioning the righteousness of an act that would inevitably both harm the guilty and the innocent. Garnet, while initially providing a theoretical justification for acts that could have been seen as militarily necessary, later shifted his stance. In July, after a meeting at Anne Vaux's residence in Enfield Chase, Garnet, influenced by a papal directive against rebellion received through another Jesuit, Oswald Tessimond, firmly cautioned Gatsby against proceeding with the violent plan. Despite these admonitions, and Garnet's subsequent communications with Rome expressing his concerns about potential violence, Gatsby remained resolute. Meanwhile, the logistical preparations for the attack were well underway. Guy Fawkes, who had military experience and was tasked with executing the physical aspects of the plot, managed the transportation and storage of 36 barrels of gunpowder. The gunpowder, which was tightly controlled by the government, was nonetheless sourced through illicit means, reflecting a significant lapse in the period's regulatory oversight. The intended date for the attack was pushed back multiple times due to concerns about the plague, ultimately setting the fateful day for the state opening of Parliament to November the 5th. During this delay, Fawkes briefly left the country, possibly to gather additional resources or coordinate with overseas supporters. King James spent much of this period away from London, engaging in leisurely pursuits like hunting and often staying at residences across the country, including those owned by Catholics, ironically underlining the obliviousness of the state to the brewing storm. As the new date approached, the conspirators continued their preparations amidst an increasingly tense atmosphere, punctuated by Garnet's continued travels and pastoral duties, seemingly convinced by the quiet that the immediate threat of an insurrection had diminished. However, the plot was far from being abandoned, moving steadily towards its climax as November slowly approached them. Guy Fawkes returned to London by late August 1605 to find the gunpowder stashed in the undercroft had decayed. To address this, he and Thomas Wintour refreshed the supply and added firewood to conceal it, ensuring their explosive material was viable for the intended plot. As time went on through the year, Robert Gatsby continued to expand their circle to include individuals whose resources and loyalty would prove to be critical. Ambrose Rookwood was recruited around Michaelmas due to his valuable stable of horses in Suffolk, essential for the planned escape and mobilization after the attack. Rookwood, educated at a Jesuit school and inheriting significant wealth and property from his family, rented Clopton House near Stratford-upon-Avon, further preparing for the conspirators' logistical concerns. Everard Digby, another late recruit, was brought into the fold due to his sociable reputation and his estate at Gayhurst House in Buckinghamshire. Knighted in 1603, and a recent convert to Catholicism, Digby was closely tied to the Jesuit community, including Father Gerard. His recruitment was thus strategic. He was tasked with renting Cofton Court near Alchester, and promised to contribute financially after Percy's shortfall in covering property expenses in Westminster. The final recruit was Francis Tresham, introduced to the plot on October the 14th by Gatsby, his cousin and childhood companion. The Tresham family, like many involved, suffered under the heavy recusant fines, which had strained their considerable wealth. During a meeting at the home of Lord Staunton, Tresham expressed concerns about the moral implications of blowing up the Parliament, questioning whether it would endanger the souls of those who were in the building. But Gatsby reassured him, emphasizing the necessity of their action for the relief of English Catholics. "Don't worry, we're the good guys." Gatsby also sought financial support from Tresham, asking for quite a hefty sum, £2,000, and the use of Rushton Hall in Northamptonshire as part of the conspiracy's infrastructure. But Tresham declined these requests. He did, however, contribute £100 to support their efforts. Later, during his interrogation, by the way, Tresham did attempt to distance himself from the conspiracy by highlighting his relocation of his family from Rushton to London, suggesting his actions were not those of a conspirator anticipating success. And then we find ourselves in October of 1605, when the plot conspirators had made their final preparations in various taverns across London and Daventry. The plan was precise. Guy Fawkes was tasked with igniting the gunpowder stored beneath the House of Lords during the state opening of Parliament on the 5th of November, and following the explosion, he was to escape across the Thames and then flee to the continent to explain the circumstances to sympathetic European Catholic powers. Concurrently, a coordinated uprising in the Midlands was planned to secure the capture of Princess Elizabeth, whom the conspirators intended to install as a puppet Catholic queen. Amidst these preparations, the conspirators' family members and close associates, such as Anne Vaux, who was deeply involved in Catholic relief efforts, grew increasingly anxious about the impending violence. Concerns were also raised within the group about safety of fellow Catholics who would be attending Parliament on the day of the attack. Thomas Percy, a key plotter, worried about the potential harm to his patron, the Earl of Northumberland. So, discussions were held again about possibly warning certain high-profile individuals, including Lords Vaux, Montague, Monteagle, and Staunton, to avoid the Parliament session. The plot, however, began to unravel on the 26th of October when Lord Monteagle, Francis Tresham's brother-in-law, received an anonymous letter while dining in Hoxton. The letter warned him to avoid the upcoming Parliament session due to a looming disaster. Monteagle, unsure of the letter's authenticity, but alarmed by its implications, rode immediately to Whitehall to inform Robert Cecil, the Earl of Salisbury. Salisbury, cautious in his approach, decided to consult with other officials who might have Catholic sympathies, such as the Earl of Worcester and Henry Howard, the Earl of Northampton. Yet he chose not to alert King James, who was away on a hunting trip. Didn't want to ruin his good time. Well, the letter did not only cause alarm in the government, but also among the conspirators. Thomas Ward, a servant of Monteagle with connections to the Wright brothers, also conspirators, informed Robert Catesby of the potential betrayal. Catesby, suspecting that Tresham might have been responsible for the leak, confronted him alongside Thomas Winter. Despite Tresham's insistence on his innocence and his plea to abandon their deadly mission, Catesby chose to press on. Cecil, already sensing unrest but lacking details, opted for patience, watching closely to see how the situation would develop, aware that the premature action could tip off the plotters or fail to capture them all in the act. The strategic decision set the stage for the dramatic events that would unfold in early November. Well, King James had finished up on his little hunting trip, and he returned to London on the 1st of November 1605, where he was presented with a mysterious letter received by Monteagle. Sensing a dire threat, the word blow stood out to him, conjuring fears of an explosive attack reminiscent of the violent death of his father, Lord Darnley, in 1567. Opting for a strategic response, Robert Cecil, the Earl of Salisbury, allowed James to deduce the potential danger, pretending unawareness himself, thus positioning the king to claim the unraveling of the plot as his own achievement. The king convened the Privy Council on the 2nd of November, where it was decided that a thorough search of Parliament would be conducted by the Lord Chamberlain, Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk, covering all areas, including the less frequented undercrofts. Meanwhile, the conspirators remained unaware of the growing suspicions. On the 3rd of November, key plotters, including Percy, Catesby, and Winter, held a tense meeting, deciding to face whatever outcomes their actions might yield. Percy reassured the group after a visit to his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, suggesting the coast was clear. There was no suspicion. Well, on the day before the planned explosion, November 4th, several conspirators moved into position. Digby waited near the Dun Church to initiate the planned abduction of Princess Elizabeth. Percy, feeling reassured, dismissed any lingering doubts among his fellow plotters in London. That evening, Catesby left for the Midlands to prepare for the uprising that was soon to follow the explosion. The initial search of the Parliament buildings, conducted on the 4th of November by Suffolk, Monteagle, and Wynyard, seemed innocuous at first. but they discovered Guy Fawkes, who appeared as a servant guarding a large stockpile of firewood, which he claimed belonged to Thomas Percy. The mention of Percy's name, a known Catholic sympathizer, raised suspicions, but it did not immediately lead to Fawkes' arrest. Prompted by the king's insistence on a more thorough search, Thomas Knivet led a second and more detailed search later that evening. And again, they found Fawkes, this time prepared for escape with a lantern, which is now housed in the Ashmolean Museum, and equipped with items suggestive of his intentions: a pocket watch, slow matches, and touchwood. Beneath the firewood, the searchers uncovered 36 barrels of gunpowder, enough to completely obliterate the House of Lords. Now Fawkes, who gave his name as John Johnson, very creative, was arrested and taken into custody. Under the imminent threat of severe interrogation and the weight of evidence stacked against him, the plot had been foiled just hours before it was set to change English history irrevocably. Fawkes' arrest in the early hours of November 5th marked the unraveling of the Gunpowder Plot, leading to broader investigations and the eventual rounding up of his co-conspirators. Now, as the news of Guy Fawkes' arrest reached the remaining conspirators, they were thrown into disarray. Most fled northwest along Watling Street towards their stronghold in the Midlands. Christopher Wright and Thomas Percy departed London together, closely followed by Ambrose Rookwood, who impressively covered 30 miles in just 2 hours. It's amazing what you can do when you're running for your life, quickly overtaking Keyes, Wright, and Percy. Rookwood then reunited with Robert Catesby, John Wright, and Thomas Bates. The group, now back together, pressed on to Dunchurch to rally with others involved in the broader conspiracy, including Everard Digby, who had been organizing a so-called hunting party as a cover for gathering forces for the rebellion's next phase. Meanwhile, back in London, Thomas Winter made a desperate visit to Westminster to gauge the situation. Realizing the gravity of the plot's exposure, he hurriedly retreated to the relative safety of his sister's house in Norbrook, and from there continued to the sympathetic sanctuary of Huddington Court. The conspirators briefly convened at Ashby Street Ledgers around 6 p.m., where they informed Robert Winter of the plot's failure and their dire circumstance. Despite the overwhelming failure and imminent danger, Catesby remained defiant, misleading Digby's assembled forces by falsely claiming that King James and the Secretary Cecil were dead. Buoyed by this fabricated victory, the group moved west towards Warwick, still clinging to hope of inciting an armed rebellion. Back in London, the authorities swiftly reacted to the threat. They bolstered the city's defenses, securing gates, closing points, and protecting key figures and locations, including the Spanish ambassador's residence, which had attracted a suspicious and seemingly agitated crowd. The government issued an arrest warrant for Thomas Percy and placed his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, under house arrest to prevent any further escalation of the crisis. Well, Fawkes, during his initial interrogation, which was no doubt quite a rough one, steadfastly maintained his alias as John Johnson, and I still can't get over it because it just sounds like the most made-up name I have ever heard. Excuse me for breaking character, but it just seems a little silly, John Johnson. Well, during the interrogation, of course, he revealed little more than personal details that affirmed his Yorkshire origins. Of course, the interrogation went on for quite a long time. Little by little you break. A letter addressed to Guy Fawkes was found on him, but he insisted that it was one of his aliases, suggesting a deep cover or dual identity. Well, despite the intense questioning, Fawkes did not waver, admitting only his intent to annihilate both the king and the Parliament. His stoic and resolute demeanor during the interrogation earned him the king's grudging admiration for what James termed a Roman resolution, a reference to the stoicism and valor often idealized in Roman culture. Well, take the compliments from whoever gives them, I suppose. Well, on November 6th, while Guy Fawkes, or John Johnson, continued to withhold information, the fugitives intensified their desperate efforts by raiding Warwick Castle for supplies. The group then pushed on to Norbrook to gather weapons, their resolve hardening despite the imminent threat of capture. That same day, Thomas Bates left the main group to deliver a message to Father Henry Garnet at Cofton Court, imploring him and other priests to support their fading cause. However, Garnet's response was an appeal for them to cease their violent actions, after which he quickly fled the area. Several priests, worried about their colleagues, headed towards Warwick, but were soon apprehended and locked up in jail back in London. The primary conspirators, receiving a cold reception and little support from their own kin at Huntingdon, felt the heavy weight of isolation. They continued to Holbeck House on the Staffordshire border, owned by Stephen Littleton, another conspirator whose resources were dwindling. Here, the plotters encountered a critical error. While attempting to dry their damp gunpowder in front of a fire, of all places, sparks ignited the powder, severely burning several members of the group, including Robert Catesby, Ambrose Rookwood, and John Grant, and it got Grant so bad that he suffered from blindness from his injuries. I mean, why were they drying the gunpowder in front of the fire, of all places? One really must shake their head at this decision. Well, Thomas Winter, unaware of the disaster at Holbeck, had ventured to Pepper Hill to seek further support, only to find none. A messenger eventually informed him of the dire situation back at Holbeck, prompting his immediate return. Upon his arrival, he found the grim scene. Catesby and Grant were injured but alive, while others had fled or were incapacitated. The standoff at Holbeck House reached its climax on the morning of November 8th. Richard Walsh, the Sheriff of Worcestershire, together with a company of 200 men, laid siege to the house. In the ensuing chaos, Thomas Winter was wounded in the shoulder. The Wright brothers and Rookwood were shot, and ultimately Catesby and Thomas Percy were killed by a single fortunate bullet. As the king's men stormed the property, they stripped the dead or dying rebels of their clothing in a final act of indignity. Those who survived the initial volley, including Grant, Morgan, Rookwood, and Winter, were captured and arrested. The violent conclusion marked the definitive end of the Gunpowder Plot. This desperate attempt by a small group of English Catholics to initiate a rebellion against their Protestant monarchy, and the aftermath led to severe repercussions for those involved and further repressions of Catholics in England. Now Bates and Keyes, they were captured following the siege of Holbeck House, while Digby surrendered. Francis Tresham was arrested on November 12th and imprisoned in the Tower of London, along with other high-profile figures suspected of sympathy towards the plotters, including the Earl of Northumberland. In response to the plot, the government intensified its crackdown on Catholics. Searches at homes like Anne Vaux's place revealed hidden chambers and implicated priests like Father John Gerard, although Vaux denied knowledge of Gerard's true identity. The homes of the conspirators were thoroughly searched and looted, exacerbating the repression Catholics faced. The government used the foiling of the plot to cultivate a sense of national relief and loyalty, extracting larger subsidies for the king than had been granted during the Elizabeth I reign. Meanwhile, Sir Edward Coke led the interrogations of the conspirators, relying more on the threat of torture than its actual use, though Fawkes eventually broke under the strain. Thomas Bates' confession on the 4th of December was crucial, linking the Catholic clergy to the plot. His revelations implicated Father Tessamond and provided detailed accounts of the conspirators' movements and plans. Despite deteriorating health, Tresham also provided information, though he retracted some statements before his death on December 23rd. As the crackdown continued, Father Garnet and other Jesuits were declared wanted, but some, including Tessamond and Gerard, managed to escape abroad. The last of the fugitives, including Robert Winter and Stephen Littleton, were captured by January, hiding at the home of Humphrey Littleton, who was later executed after betraying Father Garnet's location in a desperate bid for his own life. During the trial of the Gunpowder Plot conspirators in January of 1606, key figures such as Catesby and Fawkes faced charges alongside several others. The trial took place in Westminster Hall, attended by the king and his family, who observed in secret. Leading figures including the Earls of Suffolk and Salisbury and Sir John Popham as Lord Chief Justice presided over the proceedings. The prosecution, led by Sir Edward Coke, framed the plot as a Jesuit conspiracy, emphasizing the involvement of Catholic priests and denouncing any foreign or Jesuit influence as central to the plot's conception. Coke detailed the gruesome executions that awaited the conspirators, aiming to underscore the severity of their treason, perhaps a warning to others, too, of what happens when you cross the monarchy. The defendants were allowed to speak, of course, revealing a mix of regret and defiance. Thomas Winter pleaded for mercy for his brother, while Digby acknowledged his guilt, but argued that broken promises of tolerance for Catholics had driven him to participate. Father Henry Garnet, implicated by his association with the plotters, underwent intense interrogation and was tried separately. Despite Garnet's attempts to clear his name, he was convicted of high treason, with Coke accusing him of orchestrating the plot. Garnet faced death, maintaining his innocence and clarifying the Catholic Church's stance on political violence. Well, after the plot was foiled, the gruesome executions of the conspirators meant to serve as a stern warning against treason. Robert Catesby and Thomas Percy, two of the central figures, managed to evade capture only to be killed during a standoff at Holbeck House. Posthumously, their bodies were exhumed, decapitated, and their heads were displayed on spikes outside the House of Lords. On the 30th of January, 4 of the conspirators, Everard Digby, Robert Winter, John Grant, and Thomas Bates, were executed in St. Paul's churchyard. They endured a horrific death, being dragged through the streets, hanged, and then subjected to disembowelment and dismemberment while still alive. Digby, the first to die, bravely faced his execution, rejecting the assistance of a Protestant clergyman and seeking forgiveness from the gathered crowd. The following day, Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rookwood, Robert Keyes, and Guy Fawkes were executed opposite the House of Lords, the very place they had planned to destroy. In a final act of defiance, Guy Fawkes jumped from the gallows himself, breaking his own neck and sparing himself from the brutal quartering that followed hanging. Other conspirators met similar fates in different locations. Stephen Littleton was executed at Stafford, and despite his cooperation with the authorities, his cousin Humphrey Littleton was also executed near Worcester. Henry Garnet, a Jesuit priest implicated in the plot, was executed on the 3rd of May, 1606. And like that, all of them were gone, and the monarchy remained. Gunpowder Plot failed. Hernan Cortez, born in 1485, Medellin, Spain, the Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that toppled the great Aztec Empire and brought large parts of Mexico under Spanish rule in the early 16th century. Utilizing a combination of military prowess, strategic alliances with indigenous tribes like the Tlaxcalans, and ruthless tactics, Cortez captured the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan in 1521 after taking Emperor Moctezuma II as a hostage. Actions that not only expanded Spanish territory significantly, but also initiated the cultural and genetic blending that would define the future of Central America. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, but a like and subscribe goes a little further. For those who want to go above and beyond, take a look at the video description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, without further ado, let's get started. I'll invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can begin our full biography of Hernan Cortez. Hernan Cortez was born in 1485 in the town of Medellin, located in the Kingdom of Castile, which is part of the modern-day province of Badajoz in Extremadura, Spain. He was the son of Martin Cortez de Monroy and Catalina Pizarro Altamirano. And before we go on, I do apologize to Spanish speakers. I will do my best with the pronunciations. His father, born in 1449, was an infantry captain who came from a distinguished family with noble lineage, but only a modest financial resource. Hernan's mother, well, she brought more notable connections into his early life, as through her Hernan was the second cousin, once removed, of Francisco Pizarro, the future conqueror of the Inca Empire in modern Peru. The intricate web of his family history reveals his maternal grandmother, Leonor Sanchez Pizarro Altamirano, was the first cousin of Pizarro's father, Gonzalo Pizarro y Rodriguez. On his father's side, Hernan was related to Nicolas de Ovando, who was the third governor of Hispaniola. His paternal great-grandfather, Rodrigo de Monroy Almaraz, held the title of 5th Lord of Monroy. Now as for Hernan, his early years were unfortunately marked by frailty and illness. It was not an easy ride. In fact, his biographer and chaplain, Francisco Lopez da Gomara, noted that Cortez appeared pale and sickly during his childhood. And when he was 14 years old, he was finally sent to study Latin under an uncle who lived in Salamanca. This phase of his education is often misconstrued by later historians, by the way, who sometimes incorrectly state that he was enrolled at the University of Salamanca. In reality, his studies were conducted under the private tutelage of his uncle, who was a formidable scholar. Well, despite this education, Cortez returned to Medellin after only 2 years, frustrating his parents' hopes that he would pursue a legal career, which was indeed a very profitable choice. However, the knowledge that he acquired in Salamanca, combined with his subsequent training and experience as a notary in Valladolid and then in Hispaniola, provided him with a thorough understanding of Castilian legal codes. This knowledge would later become crucial, as Cortez used it to help justify his controversial and unauthorized conquest of Mexico. Of course, we'll get to that later. At the age of 16, Cortez was already showing signs of the ruthlessness, haughtiness, and a little bit of mischief that would characterize his later behavior. Gomara's descriptions paint a picture of a young man who felt stifled and constrained by the provincial life in his small town. During this period, the news of Christopher Columbus's discoveries in the New World was beginning to captivate the imagination of many young Spaniards, and among the thousands of captivated youths was Cortez. The tales of adventure and the promise of new lands filled with wealth and wonders fueled his ambition and desire for exploration. As he grew into a young man, his restless spirit and ambitious nature became more pronounced. Drawn to the stories of wealth, power, and lands yet to be discovered across the Atlantic, the growing fascination with the New World, combined with his strategic mind and understanding of legal and military tactics, set him on that path that would eventually lead him to become one of the most significant figures in the conquest of the Americas. He had initially planned to sailed to the Americas with Nicolas de Ovando, that distant relative and newly appointed governor of Hispaniola, a Caribbean island now split into Haiti and the Dominican Republic, a long, long way from home. However, an injury had delayed his departure, leading Cortez to spend the following year traveling around Spain, likely frequenting the southern ports of Cadiz, Palos, Sanlúcar, and Seville. By 1504, Cortez was ready to embark on his journey and became a colonist in the New World. Upon reaching Hispaniola, Cortez traveled aboard a vessel captained by Alonso Quintero. Quintero was somewhat famous or infamous for his duplicitous nature, attempting to outmaneuver his superiors to gain personal advantages out there in the new colonies. This behavior possibly influenced Cortez, and may have been a blueprint for his future actions and approach to leadership. In 1504, upon his arrival in Santo Domingo, the capital of Hispaniola, the young Cortez, at just 18 years old, signed up and registered as a citizen of the colony. This registration granted him a plot of land for building and farming, marking the beginning of his new life as a colonist. If only it were that easy in our modern time. Just show up, okay, sign your name here, here is your free plot of land. Have a good day, sir or madam. Well, shortly after his arrival, Governor Nicolas de Ovando recognized Cortez's potential and awarded him an encomienda. That was indeed a grant of land, but also indigenous labor. And we all know what that means. Well, he was also appointed as the notary of Azua de Compostela, a position that would leverage his legal knowledge and administrative skills. Over the next 5 years, his role in the colony began to grow more and more prominent. In 1506, he participated in the military conquests of Hispaniola and Cuba. His contributions to these campaigns certainly did not go unnoticed. The expedition leader rewarded him with a significant estate and a number of slaves from the Taino tribe. This period was crucial for Cortez, as it helped establish him as a formidable and resourceful figure in the colonial administration. People were starting to recognize his name, even at such a young age. Well, in 1511, he had turned 26, and he joined up with Diego Velázquez de Quelar, an aide to the governor of Hispaniola, on an expedition to conquer the island of Cuba. Velázquez, recognized for his leadership and military skill, was subsequently appointed as the new governor of Spain. In this burgeoning colony, Cortez was assigned the role of clerk to the treasurer, a position that entrusted him with the crucial responsibility of ensuring that the Spanish crown received its customary fifth of the profits from the expedition. Impressed by Cortez's capabilities and potential, Velázquez helped secure a high-ranking political role for him within the colony. Thus Cortez quickly rose to become the secretary to Governor Velázquez, and was appointed municipal magistrate of Santiago, not once, but twice. His growing influence was further cemented by an encomienda that allowed him to utilize indigenous labor, as they call it, for his mining and cattle operations. This rise in status transformed Cortez into a pivotal figure in the colony, attracting those who sought an alternative leadership to Velázquez, and there were a few of them to be found. Well, by 1514, some 3 years later, his ambition and assertiveness became evident as he led a faction demanding an increase in the allocation of indigenous workers to the settlers. His burgeoning prominence in the colony's affairs, however, led to strained relations with Governor Velázquez. During this period, Cortez became romantically involved with Catalina Juarez, who was Velázquez's sister-in-law. While Velázquez perceived Cortez's actions as a trivial pursuit of Catalina's affections, straining their relationship further. Under pressure from Velázquez, Cortez married Catalina, but he was reportedly reluctant to do so, hoping that this alliance would appease the governor and solidify his own position within the colonial hierarchy. Despite his substantial roles and influence in Cuba, it wasn't until nearly 15 years after his arrival in the Indies that Cortez began to look beyond his already well-established status. He missed the first 2 expeditions to Mexico, led by Francisco Hernández de Córdoba and Juan de Grijalva, under Velázquez's orders in 1518. However, when the news of Grijalva's successful establishment of a colony on the mainland, rich in silver and gold, by the way, reached Velázquez, the governor decided to send reinforcements. Cortez was appointed captain general of this new venture in October 1518, but he was warned, "You best act swiftly before Velázquez changes his mind." Utilizing his administrative experience, which was admittedly quite extensive, knowledge from previous expeditions, and of course skilled rhetoric, Cortez quickly assembled a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men within the space of 4 weeks. Not bad. Velázquez was growing jealous, and this jealousy led him to contemplate reassigning the expedition to another leader. Cortez, however, was undeterred, rapidly expanding his fleet and forces in other Cuban ports, demonstrating his readiness and determination to explore and claim new territories for the Spanish crown. In 1518, Hernan Cortez was appointed by Diego Velázquez to lead the expedition into Mexico and explore and potentially colonize the region. However, the long-standing rift led to a last-minute revocation of Cortez's charter. Well, despite this, Cortez decided to just ignore the governor's orders completely. That's right, he basically scrunched up and threw it in the bin, proceeding with his expedition in February 1519. And this was indeed a clear act of mutiny. Well, Cortez first made a stop in Trinidad, Cuba, to recruit additional soldiers and acquire more horses. His fleet by then consisted of 11 ships, 500 men, which did include quite a large number of experienced slaves, 13 horses, and they even had a few cannons with them. With this force, Cortez landed on the Yucatan Peninsula, in territory controlled by the Maya. Upon his arrival, Cortez encountered Geronimo de Aguilar, a Spanish Franciscan priest who had survived a shipwreck and a subsequent period of captivity among the Maya before a daring escape. Aguilar, who had learned the Chontal Maya language during this ordeal, became an invaluable interpreter for Cortez. Talk about a coincidence. Though Cortez at this time had somewhat limited military experience, he proved to be an adept and strategic leader. Natural talent, or perhaps beginner's luck, depending on who you ask. Well, in March of 1519, he formally claimed the land for the Spanish crown, and then moved to confront the natives in Tabasco. Here, after a fierce battle, in which he overcame local resistance, Cortez received a significant gift: 20 young indigenous women. Well, these women were promptly baptized into Christianity. Among these women was one called La Malinche, also known as Malintzin or Doña Marina, who would become not only Cortez's mistress, but the mother of his son, Martin. And Malinche was, by the way, fluent in both Nahuatl and Chontal Maya, enabling Cortez to communicate with the Aztecs through Aguilar's translations. A bit of a chain of linguistics, but they'll get there eventually. By Easter Sunday of 1519, Cortez and his men were at San Juan de Ulua, where they encountered governors Tendile and Pital Pitoque from Moctezuma II's Aztec Empire. The meeting marked the beginning of significant interactions between Cortez's forces and the Aztec leadership. In a bold move to solidify his position and authority, Cortez and his men took control of Veracruz in July of 1519. By doing so, he effectively rejected the authority of the governor of Cuba, positioning himself directly under the command of King Charles of Spain. In a dramatic gesture to ensure the commitment and focus of his men towards their new mission in the New World, Cortez scuttled his ships, making any possibility of retreat impossible. Well, upon arriving in Veracruz, Hernan Cortez sought to establish relations with the local indigenous groups, many of whom were vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire, and many of whom who did not like being vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire. Well, eager to make direct contact with Moctezuma, the powerful Tlatoani, or ruler of the Aztecs, Cortez sent out emissaries to arrange a meeting. Now, Moctezuma, cautious and perhaps apprehensive about the intentions of these foreign visitors, declined the invitation, and not just once, multiple times. But once again, Cortez was very good at ignoring people telling him not to do things, so he was resolute and refused to be deterred. In mid-August 1519, Cortez made the bold decision to march directly towards Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, leaving behind a contingent of 100 men in Veracruz to secure the rear, and proceeded with a force that included 600 soldiers, 15 horsemen, 15 cannons, and a large number of indigenous porters and warriors. Well, during his journey to Tenochtitlan, Cortes demonstrated strategic skill by forming alliances with various indigenous groups who were subjugated by or hostile to the Aztecs. This included the Totonacs of Cempoala and the Nahuas of Tlaxcala. The Tlaxcalans, in particular, were initially hostile, engaging the Spaniards in a series of fierce battles between September 2nd and 5th of 1519. Bernal Diaz, a soldier under Cortes, vividly recounted how they were completely surrounded at times. However, Cortes, through a mix of military pressure and diplomatic gesture, a carrot and stick method, if you could say so, including the release of prisoners with the messages of peace, gradually convinced the Tlaxcalans of the advantages of an alliance, particularly given their shared hatred of Montezuma and the Aztecs. Well, of course the Spanish were saying what they needed to say, just to get some people on their side. Politics. Everyone's playing their own game. Well, by October 1519, Cortes had cemented his alliance with the Tlaxcalans, who provided him with about 1,000 warriors as he continued his march. His next major stop was Cholula, the second largest city in central Mexico. It was here that Cortes's approach took I suppose we can say, a darker turn. Now, under circumstances that still remain debated by historians, we must mention, whether as a preemptive measure against suspected treachery, or as a deliberate act of terror to intimidate the Aztecs, Cortes orchestrated a mass-scale slaughter of unarmed Cholulan nobles, and subsequently set part of the city ablaze. The rightly named Fall of Cholula marked a significant point on the campaign, as Cortes continued his advance towards the Aztec capital. November the 8th, 1519, Cortes and his now sizable force entered Tenochtitlan, receiving a surprisingly peaceful reception from Moctezuma. The Aztec ruler adopted a strategy of cautious hospitality, allowing the Spaniards into the city, possibly to better understand their weaknesses and ultimately plan their destruction more effectively. Not a bad plan. Let's see how it works out. Montezuma's approach involved lavishing the Spaniards with gifts of gold, which, far from assuaging them, only inflamed their lust for plunder, effectively giving them a little gold as a gift, to which the Spaniards would reply, "You have gold?" Well, Cortes, sensing the complexities of his position, and after hearing of attacks on Spaniards along the coast, took the audacious step of simply grabbing Moctezuma and seizing him as a hostage, a move that allowed Cortes to exert control over Tenochtitlan, indirectly through the Aztec emperor. The situation escalated even more when Cortes received word that another Spanish force, sent by Velázquez, and led by Panfilo de Narvaez, had arrived to arrest him for his mutiny and insubordination. Leaving behind 200 men in Tenochtitlan, Cortes marched with his forces to confront Narvaez. In a testament to his leadership and persuasive powers, he defeated Narvaez's superior numbers, and even convinced most of the defeated soldiers to simply change sides and join his cause. And that's exactly what they did. Looks like the pen is mightier than the sword in this case. Well, back in Tenochtitlan, tensions reached a boiling point when Pedro de Alvarado, left in command by Cortes, committed a massacre. And he decided to commit this massacre in the Great Temple. One can imagine how much of an insult this was. Out of all places he could have chosen, well, he shouldn't have massacred anybody, but you know what I mean. This, of course, sparked a massive uprising. The whole city was in chaos. Cortes rushed back and found the entire city in full revolt. Well, under somewhat murky circumstances, Moctezuma was killed. Spanish accounts claim that he was stoned by his own people. Well, that's what the Spanish say. While others suggest that he was slain by the Spaniards when his role as a mediator failed. Effectively, they did not need him anymore. Well, perhaps we will never know. A very sad percentage, I believe it's somewhat around 98% of Mesoamerican literature is lost. Yes, they had writing, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you that they didn't. Well, confronted with an untenable situation, Cortes and his men were forced to flee Tenochtitlan in the harrowing escape known as the Noche Triste on the night of June 30th to July 1st, 1520. During this desperate exodus across the Tlacopan Causeway, the Spaniards suffered heavy losses, and much of the gold that they had stolen was abandoned. This marked a low point for Cortes, but it was far from the end of his campaign to conquer the Aztec Empire. He'd certainly lost the battle, but, well, you know how the rest of the saying goes. Following the devastating defeat at Noche Triste, Hernan Cortez and his diminished band of adventurers, demoralized and rather upset with themselves being defeated by what they thought was an inferior enemy, together with their indigenous Tlaxcalan allies, faced a grueling battle at Otumba. There, against overwhelming odds, they did manage to secure a critical victory over the pursuing Aztec forces, and this victory was pivotal, allowing them to retreat to the safety of Tlaxcala, though they suffered significant losses. 870 Spaniards fell in the battle. While back in Tlaxcala, Cortes received much-needed reinforcements from Cuba, bolstering his forces for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Recognizing the need for a strategic approach to conquering Tenochtitlan, Cortes embarked on a campaign of attrition. He systematically cut off supplies to the city and worked to bring under control the cities allied with the Aztecs. This strategy was aimed at weakening Tenochtitlan's support base and making it more vulnerable to direct assault. In a masterstroke of military engineering, Cortes ordered the construction of several brigantines. These ships were brought in Tlaxcala and then transported in pieces to be reassembled on Lake Texcoco. The vessels allowed him to control the lake and approach Tenochtitlan from different angles giving him a crucial tactical advantage. The use of brigantines also meant that Cortez could avoid the deadly close-quarters combat of urban warfare, instead opting to systematically dismantle a section of the city to secure a slow but steady advance. The Aztecs, led by their fierce ruler Cuauhtémoc, mounted a spirited defense, especially in the district of Tlatelolco, where they even managed to ambush the Spanish forces and inflict heavy casualties. Despite these efforts, this area would be the final stronghold to fall to the Spaniards, marking the end of organized resistance. The siege of Tenochtitlan, marked by months of fierce combat, finally ended with the city's fall. The once mighty Aztec capital was left a smoldering ruin, a testament to the brutal effectiveness of Cortez's campaign. On August the 13th, 1521, with the capture of Cuauhtémoc, the last Tlautani of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire capitulated. Cortez, with no little audacity, claimed the vanquished city for Spain, renaming it Mexico City. Yeah, spoiler alert, right? A symbolic act that marked the beginning of a new era. Well, from 1521 to 1524, Cortez assumed personal governance of Mexico, setting about the task of rebuilding the shattered city and laying the foundations for Spanish colonial rule. And his was a rule that was marked by efforts to stabilize and expand Spanish influence, but also by the complexities of administering a vast and diverse new territory. In the early months of 1521, even as military plans unfolded, Cortez faced internal dissent and conspiracies against his leadership. One notable plot was led by Antonio de Villafana, who was accused of plotting Cortez's assassination. The conspiracy was swiftly quelled, and Villafana was hanged, a clear message that Cortez would brook no threat to his authority. Despite his monumental role in establishing New Spain, as they would call it, he often felt underappreciated and under-rewarded by the Spanish crown, a sentiment that is evident in the narrative he presented in his letters, and is echoed in Francisco López de Gamora's later biography. However, a deeper examination suggests that Cortez's own ambitions, entitlement, and overt self-promotion contributed significantly to his increased strained relationship with King Charles, who would suffer no such thing. It's in poor taste, you know. But Cortez was indeed rewarded by King Charles, who appointed him governor, captain general, and chief justice of the newly conquered territories, collectively known at this point as New Spain of the Ocean Sea. However, the appointment was not without its constraints. To Cortez's dismay, the king also appointed 4 royal officials to work alongside him. These officials were not mere assistants. They served as overseers, ensuring Cortez's adherence to royal policies and mitigating his autonomous control. In a letter to Emperor Charles V, dated October 15, 1524, Cortez candidly expressed his dissatisfaction, emphasizing that the conquest of Mexico was solely his doing, and openly admitted his disregard for the Crown's directives. This bold declaration was documented in the History of Mexico in 1858. Now, Cortez's unguarded comments in this correspondence were likely to, and indeed did, create a negative impression at the court. Not a good way to win friends, that's for sure. But despite the tensions, and tense they were, Cortez's influence was initially significant. He led the construction of Mexico City on the smoldering ruins of the Aztec capital, strategically demolishing Aztec temples and edifices to replace them with European structures that were more to the Spanish taste, thereby cementing, no pun intended, the city's status as a Central European hub in the Americas. Cortez was proactive in expanding Spanish control over New Spain. He founded new cities and assigned men to enforce Spanish rule across the territory, implementing the encomienda system in 1524. He and his close allies kept many encomiendas for themselves, viewing them as just rewards for their roles in the conquest. Well, in all fairness, they did do the heavy lifting. However, this allocation led to grievances among later arrivals and those from opposing factions, who felt excluded from these rewards due to Cortez's favoritism. Well, the tensions between Cortez and the crown were further exacerbated by the actions of his adversaries. In 1523, influenced perhaps by Cortez's enemy Bishop Fonseca, the crown dispatched a military force under Francisco de Garay to conquer and settle the northern part of Mexico, particularly the Panuco region. While this move was a direct challenge to Cortez, who viewed it as a conspiracy against him, involving his well-known enemies, Diego Velázquez de Quesada, Diego Columbus, Bishop Fonseca, and now Francisco Garay. In his fourth letter to the king, Cortez portrayed himself as the victim of an expansive conspiracy. His strategic appeal to the king proved to be effective, and the monarch issued a decree that curtailed Garay's interference in New Spain's affairs. This intervention by the crown allowed Cortez to maintain his position, as Garay retreated without initiating a conflict. Despite Cortez's defiance of Diego Velázquez's authority by leading the controversial expedition to the mainland, his remarkable success in the conquest of Mexico was acknowledged by the Spanish crown with the award of a coat of arms, a significant honor. I'm sure that Velázquez was seething when he was hearing about that. Can't really blame him. Well, the royal decree granting this coat of arms praised Cortez's, and I quote, many labors, dangers, and adventures. It aimed to ensure that his achievements and those of his descendants were honored and remembered. And, well, we're still talking about him, aren't we? So, seems that came to pass. The coat of arms features a black two-headed eagle on a white field, symbolizing the empire, and a golden lion on a red field representing Cortez's efforts and success in the conquest. Additionally, it included imagery of the three Aztec emperors, Moctezuma, Cuitlahuac, and Cuauhtémoc, all very poorly pronounced. Sorry about that. Also, it had an image of the city of Tenochtitlan. The design also encompassed symbols of the 7 city-states around the lake, depicted with their lords as prisoners, emphasizing Cortez's victories over these regions. Around the summer of 1522, Cortez's wife, Catalina Suarez, arrived in New Spain with her siblings. Well, by this point their marriage was strained, to say the least. Not least because Catalina was related to Cortez's rival Diego Velázquez. Lacking the noble title of Doña, Catalina could no longer elevate Cortez's social standing. Moreover, their union had not produced any children, and Cortez had fathered several with other women, including a son named Martin with Doña Marina, his translator. Well, his wife was not very happy about this revelation. Don't really blame her for that. Well, this son, often referred to as El Mestizo, was Cortez's only male heir at the time, albeit illegitimately. Now, the mysterious death of Catalina Suarez on the night of November 1st to the 2nd, 1522, of course led to rumors and accusations that Cortez had been involved in her demise. An investigation was conducted, involving interviews with various members of the household and others. The records of this investigation, discovered centuries later, did not conclusively prove Cortez's involvement. Well, following Catalina's death, which caused a significant scandal, Cortez was free to marry anybody he liked, but he was pretty much having to marry somebody who was more suited to his elevated status and wealth. That's just the way it is. Well, in 1526, he constructed the Palace of Cortez in Cuernavaca, a testament to his wealth, located near his extensive encomienda holdings. In 1529, Cortez was not only given the noble designation of Don, but was also titled the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. He married Doña Juana de Zúñiga, a Spanish noblewoman, and they had 3 children, including another son named Martin, who, as the firstborn legitimate son, became Cortez's heir and successor to his titles and estates. Cortez also had 3 daughters, Doña Maria, Doña Catalina, and Doña Juana, further securing his family's legacy and influence. He recognized the critical role that the Christianization of indigenous peoples played in cementing Spanish control over these newly conquered territories, and he was particularly aware that the impact of the clergy could have on the newly subjugated populations. Early efforts by the Catholic Church, especially through the mendicant orders in the Caribbean, had shown potential but also highlighted challenges. Cortez, therefore, specifically requested that Franciscan and Dominican friars be sent to Mexico. He believed that these orders, because of their dedication and lifestyle, were better suited to this task than diocesan priests, whom he viewed as potentially negative influences on the Indians due to their vices and profanities common in Spain at the time. Of course, send the guys who never party, never drink, never have any fun, and live a life of celibacy. That ought to get everybody excited to convert to Christianity. Well, Cortez wrote to King Charles V, expressing his concern that if the indigenous people were exposed to the less disciplined clergy, it could significantly harm the faith. He argued that the mendicants should be the main evangelists, and proposed that the Pope grant extensive powers to the leaders of these religious orders due to the geographical distance of the New World to Rome. This, he reasoned, was crucial for providing spiritual support to the settlers and ensuring effective ministry among the indigenous populations. The arrival of the Franciscans in Mexico, especially the symbolic group of 12, known as the 12 Apostles of Mexico, led by Fray Martin de Valencia in May 1524, marked a significant moment in the evangelization efforts. Cortez's reception of these friars was reported to demonstrate his deep piety and humility. According to Franciscan Geronimo de Mendieta, Cortez meeting the friars and kneeling at their feet as they approached the capital was a potent symbol of his submission to spiritual authority, aimed at showing all, including the indigenous people, that his power was subordinate to that of the Church. Despite some accounts, such as that of Fray Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, not mentioning Cortez's dramatic greeting, the alliance between Cortez and the Franciscans was strong. Franciscans viewed Cortez as a figure akin to Moses, opening Mexico to Christian teaching. In defense against criticisms by figures like Dominican Bartholomew de las Casas, Motolinia praised Cortez for his dedication to the spread of Christianity and his respectful treatment of indigenous people. His words, not mine. Well, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún's revision of the conquest narrative in the Florentine Codex further underscores the evolving view of Cortez. Sahagún added commendations of Cortez in his later texts, contrasting his earlier accounts that ended with the Spaniards' search for gold. Between 1524 and 26, they embarked on an expedition to Honduras to confront one Cristobal de Olid, who had declared himself ruler of Honduras under the influence of Diego Velázquez. Concerned about potential rebellions back in Mexico, particularly fearing that Cuauhtémoc, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, fearing that Cuauhtémoc could incite an insurrection, Cortez brought him along on the expedition. However, in a move that sparked quite a bit of controversy, Cortez executed Cuauhtémoc during the journey. Certainly raised a few eyebrows, that's for sure. Angered by Olid's betrayal, and convinced that Velázquez was the orchestrator of the treason, Cortez issued a decree to arrest him. This action only served to deepen the mistrust of the Crown of Castile and the Council of Indies, both of which were increasingly weary of Cortez's growing influence and power, getting a little bit too big for his boots, it seems. Well, in his 5th letter to King Charles, Cortez attempted to justify his actions and criticized his, and I quote, various and powerful rivals and enemies for clouding the king's judgment. That's right. It's not him who's bad, it's just everybody's convinced the king that he's doing the wrong thing. It's the king's fault for being taken in by these swindlers. Well, Charles, who was also the Holy Roman Emperor, was preoccupied with numerous other issues during his reign. And, well, Central America was a long, long way away. Well, he was mainly preoccupied with conflicts with France, German Protestant states, and of course, the Ottoman Empire. In 1521, the year of the Aztec Empire's fall, Charles was dealing with affairs in his German domains, with Bishop Adrian of Utrecht acting as regent in Spain. Well, perhaps if he wasn't so preoccupied, he may have treated the situation a little differently. But he was preoccupied, so we find ourselves in this modern situation. Now, Diego Velázquez, with the help of Bishop Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, chief of the Spanish colonial department, convinced the regent to appoint a commissioner, Luis Ponce de Leon, to investigate Cortez's actions and, fingers crossed, arrest him. Cortez remarked that contending with his own countrymen was more challenging than battling the Aztecs. Soon after Cortez returned from his expedition, Ponce de Leon suspended him from his position as governor of New Spain. However, de Leon fell ill and died soon after his arrival, and Marcos de Aguilar was appointed as the new alcalde mayor. However, Aguilar too fell ill, so they subsequently appointed Alonso de Estrada as governor, a position confirmed by royal decree in August of 1527. Amid suspicions that Cortez was behind these illnesses, he chose not to assume control of the government. Estrada sent Diego de Figueroa south to raid graveyards and extort contributions, but Figueroa met his demise when a ship laden with these ill-gotten treasures sank. After an incident where one of Cortez's supporters was maimed, Estrada exiled Cortez. Frustrated and seeking justice, Cortez sailed for Spain in 1528 to appeal directly to King Charles. In 1528, he travelled back to seek redress and support from his sovereign, and during this period, Juan Altamirano and Alonso Valiente were appointed to represent his interests back in Mexico. Cortez appeared before Charles V's court in a display of considerable grandeur. By then the emperor had returned to Spain, and Cortez boldly addressed the accusations against him. He refuted claims that he had withheld gold owed to the crown, demonstrating that he had, in fact, contributed more than the required 1/5 share. Furthermore, he had invested significantly in constructing the new capital, Mexico City. His efforts were recognized by Charles, who welcomed him with high honors and bestowed upon him the prestigious Order of Santiago. In 1529, as a reward for his contributions to expanding the Spanish Empire, Cortez was elevated to the nobility, receiving the title of Don and being named the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. This period saw him marrying the Spanish noblewoman Donna Juana Zúñiga, following the death of his first wife Catalina Suarez in 1522. The Oaxaca Valley, one of the most affluent regions in Spain, New Spain rather, became part of his extensive estate, with Cortez overseeing 23,000 vassals, distributed across 23 named encomiendas. Well, despite these honors and the confirmation of his landholdings, Cortez was never reinstated as governor, and did not receive any significant administrative role in New Spain thereafter. His properties suffered under the management of neglectful colonial administrators during his absence in Spain. He aligned himself with local natives in legal disputes, supporting their cases against colonial abuses as documented in the Huexotinco Codex. After his return to Mexico in 1530, Cortez was greeted with new honors and titles, but he found that things back in the colonies had significantly changed. Despite retaining military authority and the right to continue conquests, the civil governance of New Spain was now under Don Antonio de Mendoza, the newly appointed viceroy. This division of power between Cortez and Mendoza led to constant conflict, and was a factor in the failure of several of Cortez's ventures. Upon his return, Cortez discovered that Mexico was in a state of disorder, with rampant suspicions of a potential rebellion that he was accused of plotting. Well, after reasserting his authority and restoring some measure of stability, Cortez withdrew to his estate in Cuernavaca, located about 30 miles south of Mexico City. Here he focused on constructing his palace and on further exploration in the Pacific. Between 1530 and 41, while still based in Mexico, Cortez found himself in frequent disputes, notably with Nuño Beltrán de Guzman. He also contested with Antonio de Mendoza, the viceroy, over the right to explore what is today known as California. Cortez's interests were not confined to exploration, however. In 1534 he acquired several silver mines in Zumpango del Rio, and by the early 1540s he owned numerous mines across the region, 12 in Taxco, 20 in Sultepec, and 3 in Zacualpan. He had previously staked claims to silver in the Tamazula area, marking his significant involvement in the mining sector. In 1536, Cortez led an expedition to explore the northwestern parts of Mexico, during which he discovered the Baja California Peninsula. His explorations along the Pacific coast of Mexico continued, with the Gulf of California being named the Sea of Cortez by Francisco de Ulloa in 1539, in honor of its first European discoverer. This exploration was among the last major expeditions undertaken by Cortez, marking the final chapter of his career as a conquistador and explorer before his eventual return to Spain and subsequent activities in Europe. He returned back to Spain in 1541, amidst a storm of legal controversies and challenges from civilians who accused him of abuses and financial mismanagement. In Spain, he sought to defend his reputation and secure his legacy by directly appealing to Emperor Charles V. His audacious approach to the emperor is captured in his bold statement, "I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities." Can't argue with that. Cortez joined the fleet of Andrea Doria as part of the emperor's grand expedition against Algiers in 1541, part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. The campaign faced severe challenges, including a violent storm that nearly drowned Cortez as he pursued the Pasha of Algiers, showcasing his enduring, adventurous spirit. In 1544, however, he found himself in financial dire straits. Having invested much of his personal fortune in expeditions, he made a significant claim against the royal treasury, which went unaddressed for 3 years, leaving him deeply frustrated and disillusioned. Deciding to return to Mexico in 1547, he fell ill with dysentery and journeyed to Seville, where his condition worsened, leading to his death on December 2nd, 1547, at the age of 62. Cortez meticulously provided for his numerous mestizo and European descent children in his will, ensuring that each was cared for equally alongside their mothers. He expressed desire for his body to be buried in Mexico, and posthumously his children, including Martin Cortez, his son with Doña Marina, were legitimized by the Pope. After his death, Cortez's remains were moved multiple times. Initially buried in the mausoleum of the Duke of Medina in Seville, his remains were relocated several times due to various circumstances. In 1566, fulfilling his wishes partially, his remains were sent to New Spain and buried in the church of San Francisco de Texcoco, alongside his mother and one of his sisters. Cortez's remains faced the risk of desecration, however, following Mexican independence, prompting their secret removal. For a long time, they were lost, until they were rediscovered on November 24th, 1946, by the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico, authenticated and placed in the Hospital of Jesus, with a bronze plaque and his coat of arms. This marked the final resting place for a man whose life was as turbulent and controversial as the lands that he conquered. The Waldensians, a pre-Reformation Christian movement founded in the 12th century by Peter Waldo, and one of the earliest proponents of religious reform in medieval Europe. Originating in Lyon, France, they sought to return to the simplicity and poverty of earlier Christianity, advocating for a personal piety and the preaching of the gospel in vernacular languages, which was a radical departure from the norms of the Catholic Church at the time. And despite facing severe persecution and even excommunication, the Waldensians persevered in their beliefs, maintaining their communities in the remote valleys of the Alps. Hello and welcome back. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, how's it going? It's good to see you once again. Now, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, link to the Patreon's in the description. Otherwise, we are pushing for 6,000 subscribers. So how about you click the subscribe and like button on the video to help push it out to a bigger audience for me. Now, without further ado, please take a deep breath and make yourself comfortable, because we're going to learn all about the Waldensians. Most of our modern understanding of the Waldensians comes primarily from sources within the Roman Catholic Church, which is, ironically, the same institution that so readily labeled them as heretics. But they do that to everyone, don't they? Now, this reliance on church records poses us a few challenges. Due to the sparse and often disconnected nature of these documents, which may reflect a bias against the Waldensians. Key sources on Waldensian beliefs include the Profession of Faith of Valdo of Leon in 1180, Liber Anti-Heresis by Durando Dosca, written around 1187 to 1200, and the Rescriptum from the Bergamo Conference in 1218. Other significant earlier documents include Stefano d'Anse's will from 1187, the Manastatio Hereses Albigensium et Lugensium around 1206 to 1208, sorry about the Latin, and the anonymous Chronicle of Lyon around 1220. Additional insights come from the writings of Reinerius Sarco, a former Cathar who converted to Catholicism and died in 1259. His works, particularly the Summa de Catharsis, on the Cathars and the Poor of Lyon, published in 1254, are critical for understanding the early perceptions and accusations against the Waldensians by the Catholic Church. Now, why would the Catholic Church have a problem with the Waldensians? Well, pretty much for the same reasons they had a problem with the Cathars and other smaller heresies. You see, the Catholic Church had made an orthodoxy for Western European Christianity, and as far as they were concerned at the time, you were only allowed to have one. Now, as much as, yes, this can be argued as a power move on their behalf, which it probably 100% was, there's also an argument to be made that the standardization of the way that Christianity was for the purpose of not leading people away from what they believed would get them into heaven. Basically, if you would want to put it in a simple way, the only people who had the authority to dictate church matters and theology, scripture, was the church itself. And there were strict guidelines. Because if you were going to tell everybody that this is the way to get into heaven, you want to make sure that everybody is on the exact same page, without any discrepancies. So that was the main justification for the lack of flexibility in theological differentiation. So, what does make them different, the Waldensians? Well, just to warm you up a little bit before we go into a lot of detail, here are a few of their main doctrines that kind of speak to them theologically and culturally as a people. The atoning death and justifying righteousness of Christ. They emphasize the redemptive death of Christ and his role in justifying sinners. Okay, that's normal. They also upheld the doctrine of the Trinity. Okay. They taught the biblical account of humanity's fall into sin. They also believed in Christ's incarnation as God made flesh. Everything seems pretty normal so far. Well, here's a bit of a sticking point for the Catholics. The Waldensians completely denied the concept of purgatory. In fact, they rejected it so outrightly that they labeled it an invention of the Antichrist. Now, if you are going to label it the invention of the Antichrist, you're going to have to ask, well, who invented it? And the first person you look at is the Catholic Church. So if this is the case, were or are the Waldensians claiming that the Catholic Church is the Antichrist? It certainly seemed that way, don't you think? Well, a few other things was the value of voluntary poverty, this asceticism, which they practiced and preached. Also the universal priesthood of believers, another sticking point, which was a possibility, but we're not entirely sure, that they held to a belief of the universal priesthood of all believers, asserting that all good men are priests. Well, this is also another issue when you have someone or a group such as the Catholic Church that want to have the monopoly on theological matters. The doctrinal stance also included the rejection of several mainstream Christian practices of the time as follows. They believed that temporal offices and dignities were inappropriate for gospel preachers. They viewed relics as simply ordinary bones, not warranting any special veneration. They criticized the practice of pilgrimage as simply a waste of money. They held that flesh could be consumed on any day, based on individual appetite, so no abstaining from fish on Sundays or things like this. They regarded holy water as completely the same thing as rainwater, and argued that prayer was equally valid whether offered in a church or in their homes. They also spoke out openly against the Catholic Church, which they described as the harlot of the apocalypse, and of course viewed the papacy as the Antichrist of Rome. So you can see how they were making lots and lots of friends with the Papal States, of course. These beliefs are partially documented in The Noble Lesson, which was written in the Occitan language. While originally thought to have been written between 1190 and 1240, evidence suggests that it dates from the early 15th century. The poem is preserved in 4 manuscripts, 2 of which are located at the University of Cambridge, one at the Trinity College in Dublin, and another in Geneva. But wait, I would like you to keep in mind one thing. Generally, when you go out to persecute a minority of people, whether it be for racial or religious or any kind of reason, you generally want to make them look as horrible as possible. Now, since a lot of our sources do come from accounts from Roman eyes and accounts from the Catholic Church themselves, we have to be somewhat open to a little bit of critical thought. Perhaps the ideas of the Waldensians were not so extreme. Perhaps this was a little bit of a way of justifying a widespread persecution against them. That being said, perhaps they were exactly how it's said. But once again, please engage in a little critical thinking before we move on. When a claim is made, you always have to look at the vested interests of the person making the claim. Now, that being said, the Waldensians shared certain doctrines with the Catholic Church, but they diverged significantly in their approach to sacraments and church practices. Initially, they upheld the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist and recognized the need for priests to perform Mass. The real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, by the way, effectively, from my understanding, you know how they say, "This is my blood," and they drink the wine, "This is my body," and they eat the crackers. I believe it's called transmutation, that effectively, once the crackers go into your mouth, it effectively turns into the actual body of Christ. And once the wine goes into your mouth, it turns into the actual blood of Christ. Now, apart from being a little bit gross, that's effectively what a lot of the older Christian and Catholic sects believe. Now, however, they contested the authority of sinful priests to administer this Eucharist, advocating that only morally upright priests should perform such sacred rites. Their liturgical practices aimed to mirror the early Christian rituals, and I mean the earliest, before it was commercialized by the Romans, featuring a sevenfold repetition of the Lord's Prayer and consecration of the Eucharist through the sign of the cross. Additionally, the Waldensians observed the traditional 40-day Lenten fast and practiced abstinence on Fridays. They held contentious views on infant baptism, inferred from texts like the Noble Lesson, which emphasized baptism for true believers only, suggesting a belief that infants did not require baptism for salvation. Indeed, if one is going to be a true believer, they must be conscious of the belief, don't you think? Now, if you are going to baptize an infant, the infant has absolutely no clue what it is being baptized for. So wait until they get a little older, then do the baptism. Well, if they want to, that is. They also opposed several Catholic practices, including confession to priests, veneration of sins, the use of oaths, involvement in secular courts, and prayers for the dead. Fundamentally orthodox in their theology, the Waldensians accepted the doctrine of the Trinity and initially defended the sacrament of the Eucharist, though some later adopted a more symbolic interpretation of the bread and wine. Reinerius Sarcho, a notable critic who I've already mentioned, accused them of several errors, including the denunciation of the Pope and the clergy. Yeah, that was the big one. The rejection of tithes, and the refusal to acknowledge the hierarchical structure of the Church. They also criticized the Church's prohibition on clergy marriage, as in not letting any of the priests get married. So, despite being lumped together with the Cathars in church condemnations, and if you want to learn about them, look at my Albigensian Crusade video, the Waldensians markedly differed from them. They rejected the Gnostic ideologies, did not wholly renounce the sacraments, and did not embrace mysticism. They perceived themselves as a reformative church within the church, striving to return to the purer practices of the early Christians. In their later history, the influence of French reformer Guillaume Farel and the Reformation led to significant doctrinal shifts. By 1532, the conference at Quianforan, the Waldensians had begun to align more closely with Reformed theology, revising some of their earlier stances, including their views on secular courts, thereby marking a pivotal evolution in their theological and ecclesiastical positions. So, now that we know about the main beliefs, let's talk a little bit about the history. There may be a few gory details, but let's start from the beginning and see if we can't have a little bit of fun. Now, according to tradition, Peter Waldo gave up his wealth to focus on preaching, inspiring similar actions among the other Catholic clergy, and as a result, early on his movement became known as the Poor of Lyon and the Poor of Lombardy, Emerging in the 12th century, there are indications that the Waldensians may have existed well before Peter Waldo's time, potentially as early as 1100. At the Third Council of the Lateran in 1167, Pope Alexander III described the Waldensians as an ancient nuisance. Reinerius Sacho, a 13th century inquisitor, commented on the group's long history, suggesting they date back to the times of Pope Sylvester, or even the Apostles. That may explain the love for early Christian practices. 17th century Waldensian pastor Henry Arnaud claimed that the Waldensians descended from Italian refugees who, following St. Paul's evangelism, fled to the mountains, preserving and passing down the gospel through generations. From its inception, the Waldensian movement emphasized lay preaching, voluntary poverty, and strict biblical adherence. Between 1175 and 85, Waldo likely had the New Testament translated into Arpitan, the vernacular language of his region, either by commissioning a Lyon cleric or simply doing it himself. In 1179, Waldo and a follower visited Rome to present their faith before Pope Alexander III and the Roman Curia, discussing debated issues like universal priesthood, vernacular gospel, and voluntary poverty. Although the Third Lateran Council that year condemned Waldo's ideas, it didn't excommunicate the movement's leaders. At least, not yet. Well, the council made its rulings, and Waldo simply shrugged his shoulders and ignored them. That's right, he just persisted in his preaching anyway. Quite brave to go up against the Catholic Church, especially in the 12th century. Now, by 1184, they were well and truly excommunicated, and they found themselves expelled from Lyon, labeled as heretics, primarily for their disregard of ecclesiastical authority. That was the big one. They continued their ministry covertly, with preachers known as barbas traveling secretly between towns for worship and confession. Waldo's death is believed to have occurred in the early 13th century, possibly in Germany, and he was never apprehended, and believe me, they were looking for him. His followers were categorized then into three main groups: the Sandaliati, who received sacred orders to counter heresiarchs, the Doctores, who trained missionaries, and the Novellani, who preached to the masses. They were also known by various names linked to their unique footwear, or possibly their observance of the Sabbath, similar to Jewish practices, as suggested by several historians and inquisitors. Some also speculated that the Waldensians' practices were connected to earlier figures like Claudius of Turin and Berengar of Tours, though modern scholarship generally dismisses these claims of ancient origins. Some historians have tried to link the Waldensians with the Vigilantius in the European Alps, suggesting a kind of proto-Waldensian presence there. Well, the Catholic Church considered the Waldensians to be deeply unorthodox, and in 1184 they got their excommunication during the Synod of Verona under the direction of Pope Lucius III. Of course, a little later, Pope Innocent III intensified the Church stance at the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, formally declaring the Waldensians as heretics. So that's a step above being excommunicated. Excommunicated is basically, I don't want to talk to you and be your friend anymore. Being claimed as a heretic is, I'm coming over to your house to beat up your dad. That's basically what it is in our modern vernacular. Now, in 1211, over 80 Waldensians were executed in Strasbourg. And it wasn't just a beheading or something pleasant like that, no, they were all burned, initiating centuries of persecution that almost eradicated the movement. Well, there was a brief period when Waldensians controlled Buda, the capital of Hungary, and yes, Buda is in Budapest, from 1304 to 1307, during which they pulled the Uno reverse card on the Pope and excommunicated him, being Pope Benedict XI. How do you like it? Well, in 1487, Pope Innocent VIII issued the bull Id Nostri Cordis, which called for the complete extermination of the Waldensians. In response, Alberto de Capitene, Archdeacon of Cremona, organized a crusade to carry out the papal directive, launching a military campaign in the provinces of Dauphiny and Piedmont. Charles I, Duke of Savoy, intervened to prevent further chaos in his territories and offered the Vaudois peace, Vaudois being another name for Waldensians, although not before significant destruction had occurred and many had fled to Provence or southern Italy. In 1491, Pope Innocent VIII appointed Angelo Caletti di Chiavasso, a theologian, as apostolic nuncio and commissary along the Bishop of Moriana. They were tasked with the negotiation of a peaceful resolution between the Catholics and the Waldensians. Now, when the Reformation began to spread, the Waldensian leadership, known as the Tavola Valdesi, was eager to align with the emerging Protestant movement. Thus, in 1526, they gathered in Laos, a town in the Chisholm Valley, and resolved to send representatives to learn more about this new religious wave. By 1532, Waldensian envoys had engaged with German and Swiss Protestants, which led to a significant shift in their religious practices to align with Reformed Church principles. During a pivotal assembly in Chanforan on the 12th of October 1532, William Farel and Anthony Saunier, emissaries from the Swiss and French Reformed churches, encouraged the Waldensians to join the Reformation and abandon their outdated and clandestine practices. At this meeting, a confession of faith reflected the Reformed doctrines was adopted, and it was agreed that they would now conduct their worship openly in French. Significantly, the Waldensians contributed to the dissemination of Protestant texts. The French Bible, translated by Pierre Robert Olevetan and published in Neuchâtel in 1535, included contributions from John Calvin and was partially based on a New Testament previously translated into the Waldensian vernacular. To support his publication, Waldensian churches collectively raised 1,500 gold crowns. The Massacre of Merindol of 1545. Outside their historical stronghold in Piedmont, the Waldensians assimilated into local Protestant congregations in Bohemia, France, and Germany after they emerged from isolation. However, this visibility brought accusations of sedition, prompting the French king to issue the Arrêt de Merindol on January 1st, 1545. An army was assembled against the Waldensians in Provence, led by Jean Maynard d'Oppede, the first president of the Parliament of Provence, and Antoine Escalon des Amiens, a military commander returning with 2,000 veterans from the Italian wars, known as the Bandes de Piedmont. The subsequent massacre of Merindol resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands, with several villages completely destroyed. The Treaty of June the 5th, 1561, extended amnesty to the Protestants of the valleys, offering liberty of conscience and the freedom to worship. This also allowed prisoners to be finally released and returned home. Well, despite this treaty, the Vaudois, as the Waldensians were called, along with other French Protestants, endured hardships during the French Wars of Religion from 1562 to 1598, and yes, before you comment, I will be making a full video on that debacle. Now, by 1631, Protestant scholars began to recognize the Waldensians as precursors to the Reformation, similar to the followers of John Wycliffe and Jan Hus, who were also persecuted by religious authorities. Although the Waldensian Church received certain rights and freedoms under the Edict of Nantes by the French King Henry IV in 1598, not the English king, persecution intensified again in the 17th century. The Duke of Savoy's attempted extermination of the Waldensians in 1655 forced many to flee, leading to their dispersion across Europe and even to the Western Hemisphere. In the January of 1655, the Duke of Savoy issued an ultimatum to the Waldensians: attend Mass, or relocate to the upper valleys of their homeland within 20 days, during which they were to sell their lands. Given the harshness of winter, this directive seemed designed to coerce the Waldensians into converting to Catholicism, trying to back them into a corner, either be Catholic or freeze to death. Tough choice. Contrary to the Duke's expectations, the majority of the Waldensians chose to abandon their lower valley homes and move to the more remote upper valleys. Historical accounts describe their arduous journey: elderly men, women, children, and the sick who traversed icy waters and treacherous frozen landscapes to find refuge among their fellow believers, who received them with open arms, despite their own poverty, and that is an odyssey of brave people. Give them a bit of credit for sure. Well, by mid-April, seeing that his initial strategy had failed to convert the Waldensians, the Duke of Savoy decided to adopt a more aggressive approach. Yeah, you can see what's coming. He fabricated reports of Waldensian uprisings to justify sending troops into the upper valleys under the pretense of restoring order. The troops were billeted in local homes, a tactic that ostensibly aimed at quartering but actually facilitated a premeditated attack on the community. On April 24, 1655, At 4 in the morning, these troops launched a devastating assault on the Waldensians, an event that would be later remembered as the Piedmont Easter. The brutality of the massacre was extreme and unprovoked, involving looting, assault, torture, and murder. According to contemporary accounts, including one by Peter Liege, the atrocities included throwing children against rocks, burning the elderly alive, dismemberment, flaying, that's when you skin somebody, and other gruesome acts of violence and humiliation. The estimated death toll of this atrocity was around 1,700. Well, it didn't go unnoticed. The barbarity of the massacre provoked widespread outrage across Europe, drawing condemnation and prompting support from Protestant leaders. The international reaction was also significant. Oliver Cromwell, the ruler of England, actively campaigned for the Waldensian cause, writing letters, raising funds, declaring a national fast, and even threatening direct military intervention. The massacre also inspired John Milton's poem, On the Late Massacre in Piedmont. Swiss and Dutch Calvinists organized an underground railroad to help survivors escape to Switzerland and the Dutch Republic. On Christmas Day, 1656, the city of Amsterdam facilitated the emigration of 167 Waldensians to the New World, specifically to a Dutch colony in Delaware. Those Waldensians who remained either in France or Piedmont did not succumb to defeat. No, they rather bravely formed a guerrilla resistance, led by a rather enthusiastic and intelligent farmer, Joshua Janabel, continuing their struggle against oppression all the way into the 1660s. In 1685, Louis XV of France revoked the Edict of Nantes, which had previously granted religious freedom to Protestants. This action led to the forced conversion of 8,000 Waldensians in the Chisonne and Susa valleys of the Dauphiné to Catholicism, while another 3,000 managed to flee to Germany. Similarly, in the Piedmont, Victor Amadeus II, the Duke of Savoy, and cousin of Louis XV, rescinded protections for Protestant inhabitants. In January of 1686, he ordered the destruction of all Waldensian churches, and mandated that the residents of the valleys completely renounce their faith within 15 days, under the threat of exile or death. Well, once again, despite these threats, the Waldensians resisted. When the deadline expired, a combined force of 9,000 French and Piedmontese troops invaded, facing a robust local defense organized by the Waldensians in every village, no exceptions. On April the 9th, faced with staunch resistance, the Duke decreed that the Waldensians must disarm and prepare for exile by late April, with the option to sell their properties. Henry Arnaud, a Waldensian pastor who had previously fled to Holland, returned and rallied the Waldensians at Rocca Piata on April the 18th, advocating for armed resistance. Well, when the truce ended 2 days later, the Waldensians engaged in fierce combat. By June the 8th, however, 2,000 of them were dead, and another 2,000 had been converted to Catholicism. The struggle, though extremely brave, was lost. Another 8,000 were imprisoned, many of whom simply died from starvation or disease. Prisons in that year were notoriously filthy. However, a few hundred Waldensians, named the Invincibles, escaped to the mountains and waged a guerrilla war against the incoming Catholic settlers. Their persistent resistance led to the Duke to negotiate, eventually allowing the imprisoned ones to go free and relocate to Geneva. In January of 1687, under a new edict, the remaining Waldensians were forced to either leave immediately for Geneva or convert to Catholicism. Of those who left, only 2,490 survived the journey. The Waldensians, including Arnaud, sought international support. Arnaud appealed directly to William of Orange from Geneva, while others sought help in England and elsewhere. The League of Augsburg, opposing French territorial ambitions, supported the Waldensians. In the August of 1689, amidst the broader conflicts, Arnaud led 1,000 armed Swiss exiles back to Piedmont. Despite losing a third of their number during the trek, they reclaimed their lands and managed to fight and repel the Catholic settlers, although they remained under siege by the French and Piedmontese forces. By May 2nd, 1689, only 300 Waldensian troops remained, trapped on the Balsiglia Peak by 4,000 French soldiers. Well, 300, right? Overnight, the Waldensians, who were more familiar with the terrain, escaped completely undetected. Yes, well, when you hear the number 300, you would imagine that the Waldensians would form a phalanx in some narrow pass and fight away the 4,000 French soldiers, but escaping and managing to thwart the French's plans to massacre you all, that's just as good in my book. A sudden political shift then saw the Duke ally with the League of Augsburg, seizing the French pursuit. The Duke then encouraged all of the exiles to return and help defend Piedmont. Now, this event was called the Glorious Return. Following the French Revolution, the Waldensians in Piedmont were guaranteed freedom of conscience, and in 1848, King Charles Albert of Sardinia granted them full civil rights. With these newfound liberties, the Waldensians began to spread beyond their traditional valleys. By the era of Italian unification, they had established congregations across Italy, some through direct evangelism, and others through migration. Despite these advances, factors like poverty, social discrimination, and demographic pressures prompted the Waldensians to emigrate. Initially, they, like most people, moved seasonally for work to places like the French Riviera and Switzerland, but eventually some settled permanently in places like Colonia Valdense in Uruguay, which, of course, with a name like that, you know it's the colony of the Waldensians, and Jacinto Arauz in La Pampa, Argentina. Many of them went to the United States as well. Those who stayed in Italy often experienced social advancement. Notably, Waldensian enterprises became prominent in Turin's chocolate industry in the late 19th century, where they were credited with creating Gunpowder, a kind of hazelnut chocolate, which is definitely going on my shopping list. Now later on, the 19th century also saw a flourishing of Waldensian scholarly activities. Notably, the Romant version of the Gospel of John was preserved, and studied in Paris and Dublin, culminating in a publication by William Stephen Gilly in 1848 that detailed the history of the New Testament texts used by the Waldensians. In 1855, the Waldensian College was established in Torre Pellice for ministerial training, later relocating to Florence, and finally to Rome in 1922. Over time, economic and social integration has facilitated the assimilation of the ethnic Waldensians into broader Italian society, with prominent figures such as writers Italo Calvino and politicians like Domenico Maselli and Valdo Spini emerging from this community. The Church has also gained intellectual adherents and substantial financial support from Italians outside of the Waldensian faith. But what about the Catholics? Well, you may be pleased to know that in a significant act of reconciliation, Pope Francis, during a historic visit to a Waldensian temple in Turin in 2015, formally apologized on behalf of the Catholic Church for all of the past persecutions, acknowledging previous unchristian and inhumane positions and actions against the Waldensians. I mean, I suppose it's never too late to say sorry. Well, the modern Waldensian Church identifies as a Protestant denomination within the Reformed tradition, originally shaped by reformers like Huldrych Zwingli and John Calvin. Its foundational doctrine is the Confession of Faith, formulated in 1655, drawing heavily from the Reformed Confessions of 1559. The Church practices only two sacraments, being baptism and the Lord's Supper. The highest authority in the Church is the annual synod, while local congregational matters are overseen by a consistory, led by the presiding pastor. In terms of historical influence, the Waldensians have left their mark on various religious movements, including the Wicca prophets, who supported believers' baptism. They also impacted the Bohemian Reformation, notably influencing Peter Chelski's early in his life, with Waldensian congregations present in his region. Conversely, some Hussite factions, like those led by Jacob of Miles, rejected the Waldensian doctrines. There have been historical claims suggesting that the Waldensians were originally taught by Paul the Apostle during his purported travels to Spain and Piedmont, maintaining their apostolic faith of poverty and piety, even as the Catholic Church indulged in excesses from the time of Emperor Constantine. However, these accounts have been largely dismissed. Well, thank you very much for joining me again today. A history on the Waldensians, I bet you didn't see that coming. Well, you know that I like to cover all sorts of topics on this channel, and we are having all sorts of fun exploring all of these things, from the very well-known to the little bit more mysterious. There's plenty more to come. I'm not slowing down. I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers. That's Stark Factory, Susan, Jeffrey, and JC. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, and if you'd like to do so, well, you know what to do. Click that link in the description. But until next time, thank you again for watching. It's been a pleasure. It's just begun to gently rain outside my window, and I'm a little tired. Good night, everyone.